There we go. Okay, I think I've got every single one of my, like, 4 different... whatever, wherever we're broadcasting to. Oh, wait. Take care of that first. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are playing some Satisfactory. Maybe talking a little bit about the current geopolitical situation. It's been wild. It would seem that Donald Trump is increasingly getting frustrated with Vladimir Putin. Can't say I blame him. That's pretty nice to see. It's good to see, rallying behind Ukraine in a way that doesn't require it to sell troops. Just give them weapons. Let them blow the Russians to smithereens. That's great. Anyway, let's get on. We're going to play some Satisfactory. Now, this game has had an update since I last played it. So I'm actually going to be restarting. We're not going to go back from our Forest Temple build, unfortunately. But we're going to try to expedite this new. We're going to go to the grass fields, which is the easiest area. Call it New Memphis. And we're going to skip the intro and just go straight to Tier 1. So hopefully it won't be too crazy. Are there any advanced settings that we want to change? No power, fuel. No. We don't want any of that. No. No, we don't want any of that. Okay. Yep. So we're just going to go to the easiest area to start building. Now, the Rocky Desert's pretty fun. Actually, the desert is pretty fun. I mean, the main problem we had in the forest was that we had to build up so high in the air. The desert is pretty fun. I do like building there. But the grass fields have a lot of iron, and that's what we're going to start with. Let's get to it. I feel a little bad because this is technically the part 2 of Satisfactory, because I played it a while ago, but... well. I was planning on getting some more videos out soon, but... still kind of figuring out things now that I'm back. My internet's turned back on. Still kind of figuring out what the best thing I can do, what fan base is looking for, what people looking for, what people want to click on. Ooh.
Potential edible collected. If consumed before authorized as compatible with the human digestive system by Fixit, the consumer is responsible for any and all consequences. Store this potential resource for later use.
Ooh, I love edibles. Iron. Okay, got a ton there, ton there, ton there. Okay, let's go to the center one. Okay, sliding uphill doesn't work super well. Ooh, it's been a while since I've played this. No. You know what? I probably should collect some biomass. Be good to have, because we're going to have to get some biomass burners going. Oh, concrete. Oh, that's nice to have. Wait, give me a workshop here. Oh, wait, I started out with a bunch of them. Interesting. And it's a pure vein. Ooh. Yeah, let's make 3 of them. Where is that iron? Here we go. Can I put that away?
Potential edible collected. Eating it and surviving does not count as a valid field test and does not generate enough data for Fixit to make an informed decision.
Why not?
Store this potential resource for later use.
If I eat it and survive, clearly something's gone right. Damn. Here we go. Ooh, that hurt. Anybody here? No, doesn't look like it. Alright. Yeah, I'm feeling kind of snacky. in a bit. Wow, there's 4 veins here. Let's see. One's impure. Another's impure. Okay, they're probably not good veins. That's why there's 4 of them next to each other. Impure, impure. Okay, that sucks. That sucks. But I mean, once we get to the higher levels, though, that's still a lot of iron. That's still a lot of iron. It's only going to be initially 30. I believe impure veins give 30 iron ore per minute, which is honestly pretty bad. But, you know, once you get to, like, the tier 3s, it becomes, like, 90. So that's good. We'll see. Okay. Can we build foundations off the bat? No. That's... okay, that's fine. Oh, I'm missing a portable miner. Well, I guess first of all, let's get the hub built. Oh, what? What's attacking me? What's attacking me? Ah, we're good. Oh, hey there. Do you mind? The hell? Oh. Do you mind? Thank you for the skull.
Samples of new alien species acquired. Notable features are blunt teeth, suggesting it is herbivorous, and a thickly plated skull and spine, suggesting it is proficient at inflicting and receiving blunt force trauma. Preserve the remains for later study.
Okay, give me a bunch of these. And we gotta start making some iron rods and iron plates. Oh, that's why. Okay, I was confused as to why it wasn't making any noise. It normally makes like the hammer pounding noise, but I forgot I turned that off because it was driving the chat fucking crazy when we were playing it earlier. We were playing this game a couple of months ago. I remember that. Here we go. Okay. There we go. Ooh, I'll have to grab that. Ooh, concrete. It's really close. Okay, that's nice. Give me one more. Oh wait, I have more in my inventory. Why was it in 2 stacks? Okay, whatever. Not gonna need this for a
Unknown
while.
crystalline mineral collected. This
quartz.
mineral is composed of the same chemical elements as quartz and may yield similar industrial functions. Store this potential resource for later use.
Okay, I have plenty. Give me a couple biomass burners. You're saying wire? Oh, shit. Okay. And smelters. It's only pulling up 30 per minute, right? Okay. How much is this producing? Need to get more wire. 30 megawatts. These are each using 5, so that's 10. Make iron ingots. 4, 14, 18. Okay. 22. Oh, shit. Okay. And this one's going to be on a separate one. Okay, because I don't have enough wire to build more power poles. So I got to go find copper ASAP. Copper, copper, copper. Totally overshot it. There's quite a bit around here. I mean, we are in the starting area, so I would hope there would be. Oh, Trump definitely was doing some shit he doesn't want anybody to know about. 100%. 100%. If Trump is not, like, I can't believe I'm saying this. I almost feel a little bit bad for Pam Bondi, because she's clearly taking the fall for Trump and his cronies. Trump was clearly the one who was, you know, meeting up with teenage girls at the behest of, because, you know, those who can do, the rich will be the rich, you know. It's unfortunate. And, yeah, Trump is, if Trump is not the guy holding up the files being released, I will be genuinely shocked. He absolutely is. There's a lie from Biden? No. I am, trust me, I am a Republican. And, well, I mean, I'm a Republican in a Democrat state, so a very soft Republican, I guess. But, yeah, no, it's absolutely, like, I don't know. We don't know what's true, I guess. I mean, I guess it would be irresponsible of me to be like, you know, it's definitely, anything is definite when we still don't know. There is a degree to which I would feel a little irresponsible of doing that, but at the same time, why am I collecting all these fucking leaves? I'm supposed to be going after fucking copper. Where's the copper? Is that it? That's it. What am I doing? It would be irresponsible to make too many claims, but I suspect Trump is the reason this is getting held up. You know? I don't believe everything Elon says, but I think that he's right. Yeah, it's definitely Trump who's the reason this is getting held up. Okay. Now, where are my Damn, I only have one. There you go. Care about this or think it's fake? Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I mean, the alliance between, much like, well, I'll say this. The alliance between evangelical Christianity and Trumpian Republican and MAGA was always doomed to fail. That rift was always going to grow and eventually drive them apart. But, you know, it at least made more sense than, you know, the current alliance between radical Islam and the LGBT left. But it was always going to fail, you know. It was always going to fall apart, you know, Trump and Christianity. Not that I think Trump is anti-Christian, but like he's a New York liberal. He's from Queens, you know. He's a laid-back, laissez-faire guy from fucking Queens. He's not like an American heartland Christian. He's not, and that's not a bad thing. It doesn't make him a bad leader in any way. But, you know, and I'm actually someone who's pro separation of church and state. But yeah, Trump was always going to have a falling out with the hardline moralists, and those would especially include the evangelical Christians who helped get MAGA into power. You know, MAGA's kind of falling apart from a lot of angles, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I think the best thing that Trump did really was just smashing the old Republican Party, the old guard, to pieces, so that a new group could come in and hopefully redefine what Republican and what conservatism is in the United States now. That, I think, is a way better... That good thing that Trump did still holds up, you know? It still holds up. That's my 2 cents anyway, but even so, he's definitely on the Epstein list. 100%, which, like, it's not even like he's going to be the only president on there. I mean, we've all seen the photos of Trump with Epstein, just like we've seen the photos of Clinton with Epstein. You know, like, they're all a bunch of fucking degenerates. All of them. Every fucking one of them. It's sad. It's sad to see. Our fucking American aristocracy needs to be purged. Oh, that ran out of power. Fuck. Wait, I can probably turn this into biomass. I think I have that technology. Ooh, right. I gotta be going through these tiers. Shit. Okay. Well, first and foremost, let's get more wire, because I ran out of copper wire. I gotta get more of that off the bat. I gotta dump some of this stuff too. My inventory's getting not quite full, but more full than I'd like. I don't know. I look forward to what happens when Trump is out of power as a Republican. I look forward to what happens after Trump. Democrats, they have a lot to figure out. Those guys, I worry for them. But as a Republican, I'm feeling pretty confident, to be honest. I'm feeling pretty confident. Like the future's bright for us. Not so much for the other guys. Not so much. Okay. Oh, God, I wish they had an upgraded craft bench so you could do this stuff faster. At least Trump is finally getting tired of Putin, though. If nothing else, at least he's finally getting tired of Putin. Like, it was always inevitable that, like, Putin was going to push Trump too far, and he was going to get sick of him eventually, you know? Everybody in Russia fucking lies. You know? Bunch of fucking bullshitters. Which the Ukrainians, you know, they got a lot of that spirit too. So let's not pretend they're innocent in all this. But, you know, they have a lot of that. They're a corrupt ex-Soviet state. You know, they have their own issues, their own oligarchy. They have their own, Ukrainian oligarchs to contend with, just as Russia does. You know, their own issues and their own cultural problems to deal with. But Russians always lie, man. They always fucking lie. It's sad, but, like, you can't... Trump was gonna figure it out eventually, and when that happened, it was gonna get real ugly for Putin real fast. Real fast. Because once, you know... The Democrats may have started out with the supporting of Ukraine. You know, this was... Actually, I think I bought this back when I was still a Democrat. It feels like so long ago now. It feels like so long ago. You know, they... That, take that instead. We'll see what happens. Ukraine's got its own problems, but the Russians always fucking lie. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But I don't think there's going to be a Russia much longer. Truly, I don't. And I feel a little bad saying that, but it's also true, and we should be preparing for it. Take that. Take that. There we go. Alright. Power's back up. Probably should plug this in. Don't need that. You can connect on there. Ah, there we go. Alright, got our first iron factory together. Producing... Actually, we could use... you know what, whatever. 20 iron plates and 15 iron rods per minute. It's not much, but it'll get us started. It will get us started. Come here, Bean. Come here. Alright, give me some concrete. I will set up... I gotta set up a concrete factory, too. That's gotta be, like, big on the docket. Eventually, I will. Eventually. What the hell is on the other side of this hill? If it's the ocean on the other side of this, I should start building my base toward there. Because once I get a coal factory, I'm gonna need ready access to the water. Or is it just... Are we landlocked in here? We might be. I think that was the problem with the initial starting area, at least as far as every time I started here. Because it was always really far away from any source of water. Well, far away from the ocean, you know, the infinite source of water. Shit, this is not water. Yeah, come on. Juked! Ah! Nice. Oh, that was funny. Where'd you leave your hide behind? It's probably down there. I would die if I did that, if I fell. I mean, there's plenty of space to build out, though, which is good. Oh, there's the iron.
This
More iron.
semi-slug species seems to persist entirely through absorbing and
Oh,
storing
shit!
energy from its surroundings. Studying this could provide new methods for improving fixed
We're okay.
production line efficiency.
We're okay.
Store this potential resource for later use.
Thanks, Ada. You're so chill about everything. I appreciate it. Back up. Tase your ass. Fuck you. Now, where's your friend? I want to take his hide, too. I don't know. I could open up Twitter, actually, check what's going on over there, but I can't pause this game. It's on multiplayer game logic. I'll check it in a sec. I'll open it up, see what the current discussion is. Because I'm curious what it is, both for the Ukraine situation and for Trump. There it is. What's the news? Oh, so Trump has been... Well, first of all, we're about to face some really ugly spiders, so if you're an arachnophobe, get ready. Ah! 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 Fuck off! I hate you! Okay, fuck you! Ah! Anyway.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. Initial
Shut up, Beta! Huh, okay. Oh, yeah. Trump was making a big deal the last few days that he was going to have a big announcement surrounding the Russia-Ukraine war and that whole situation. Because basically Trump has been increasingly getting fed up with Putin just like bullshitting him and stringing him along. Because Trump, despite everything and all the many, many criticisms you can have of Donald Trump, he does seem to actually want the Russia-Ukraine war to end, which is good. And he has been getting increasingly frustrated that Putin keeps pretending he wants to end the war and then not actually doing anything. It took Trump a while.
The Sloop was named after Marie Somerville, co-founder of...
It took Trump a while to realize that Putin was stringing him along. But this weekend, there was this big thing that happened where essentially some people in Trump's cabinet, specifically it's suspected it was Pete Hegseth, who I believe is the Secretary of Defense. I forget. Yeah, people in Trump's cabinet. Oh, that's a path through the mountain. Well, that's nice. Fucking die. Oh, I have a little pathway through the mountain. That's very nice. Yeah, some people in Trump's cabinet secretly turned off weapons shipments, thinking that that was what Trump wanted. And turns out it wasn't. Because now Trump is getting increasingly frustrated with Putin. And over the weekend, he announced that today, Monday, there would be some new big announcement, which Trump had not decided at the time what the announcement was going to be. But today he announced that he has given Vladimir Putin 50 days to end the war or come to the negotiating table in good faith, or else he is going to levy even more severe sanctions. And while we've already been sanctioning Russia, and I believe Russia is still currently, hell yeah, dude, send them fucking everything! Fucking let them end this war. Let the Ukrainians end this fucking war. They're willing to fight. And it gives us the chance to degrade our enemies' fighting capacity without having to send any troops in. Russia is our historic enemy. This is a way we can degrade their capacity to fight without having to send in a single American troop. I mean, we should send some because it's good to get the training and the experience on the battlefield, but they don't have to storm trenches or be anything dangerous. Rear guard action, artillery, figuring out working with the drone teams, stuff like that in the back lines. Hell yeah, send all of our old shit. We're upgrading anyway. And that's essentially what it seems like Trump is leaning toward is he's getting all the NATO countries, because he's also been pressuring all the NATO countries, even without the stuff with Russia, Ukraine. He's been pressuring every NATO country to really get up to that 5% spending mark. 5% of GDP spent on defense. And apparently now he's just telling them all, yeah, just send all your old shit to Ukraine and buy more. That way you can get to that level. Under one of the czarists of the 1800s, Russia was one of our closest allies. It's sad. Russia was never really anybody's ally, to be honest. I'm gonna be 100 with you. Russia's never really been anybody's ally. Russia occupies a very weird. There's a reason Russia is the largest country on Earth by geography. You're right. It is sad anytime that two nations are unable to speak on friendly terms. It's war is sad and horrible. I agree with you on all that, but it's also fuck Russia. Russia exists in a strange no man's land between the East and the West. It is, in a lot of ways, actually, not directly. Yo, happy birthday! Happy birthday! Congratulations on Dirty 30. It's like being in your 20s, but your knees hurt more. Anyway, we're talking about Ukraine and Russia. And I was saying, actually, Russia has, in a lot of ways, a strange set of parallels to somewhere like Israel, where it is... not like directly, but in the sense that it is an ideological and geographic meeting point between the East and the West, which also makes it a flashpoint for wars between the East and the West. And it's a big range, basically, as opposed to Israel, which is a very small flashpoint in a very small stretch of fertile land in a big stretch of desert. Russia, essentially, the flashpoint that is... You essentially have this big, massive stretch of desert and grassland steppes all throughout Central Asia, going all the way into Eastern Europe, that basically has become a big, flat stretch of easily invadable terrain that you have to be kind of a brutal asshole in order to rule. And that's always given, whether it be the czars, whether it be the communists, whether it be the pseudo-czar such as Vladimir Putin, whether it be, who was it before? I don't know much about Roman history before the Romanovs, to be honest. Watch a real-life lore video. I've watched a lot of content about Russia, I'll have you know. I have been following this war very closely since the beginning, because I find it absolutely fascinating. I find war very fascinating. You know, like the fucking old man who watches the History Channel, stuck in a 30-year-old body that I am. And they're... I mean, I will say, I know it sounds like a real-life lore video, but, you know, going further into the postmodern era, maybe even post-postmodern, to be honest, this might be a new era we're moving into of geopolitics. Just a whole new... It might really be just a whole new thing. It would be prudent to get used to the idea of thinking of the world in these terms, these more existential terms of nations, looking at why they act the way that they do, especially as both our culture and economies become much more insular and self-preservationist. Broken Arrow, based off what you're saying, really enjoy strategy and customization. Broken Arrow, is that a mod or is that a full game? What is that? Let me see. Curious. Large-scale, real-time modern warfare tactics game developed by Steel Balalaika. Ooh. Oh wow, that released that released really recently. Oh shit. Looks like it's being made in Eastern Europe, so you know it's probably accurate to what modern war is like. Given that's where it's fucking happening. Got trench warfare in Europe right now. That's fun. Alright. I'm gonna check it out. Add it to the wish list. 30 hours in 3 days, dear God. Actually, no, that's probably about what I did when I first started playing Satisfactory, so I can't really judge. Yeah, anyway, oh yeah, I was saying about, like, existential terms. I think it would be, if you want to be ahead of the curve as far as the thinking of the next era of geopolitics, I recommend taking things like this seriously, you know, really starting to think of the world in these more existential terms as to why the mentality of nation states, why they act the way that they do, how they came to be. Russia is a brutal regime that is essentially the easternmost part of the West, you know, if that makes sense. It is the easternmost city of the Western Empire and Western thinking, which then, of course, gives Russia a lot of Eastern thinking and a lot of insecurity about not being really one of the real Western countries, who exists as a force to exert dominance over this flashpoint, this area that's constantly getting invaded, whether it be from the east, the Mongols and the Chinese not usually, but, you know, the Mongols and those of the steppe, those peoples, the Kazakhs, or it be from the West. You know, they have also exerted imperial authority, though a lot of that really ramped up during the age of exploration and, of course, with naval travel. But even so, you know, like, the West has always, you know, I mean, Russia is still a Western country that controls, like, a massive swath of Asia, and China might be taking part of it back soon. You know, it's... I find it fascinating. Sorry, I don't have much more to say than that. I find this stuff fascinating. I find it interesting, like, looking at, like, why countries act the way that they do. Like, what are the deeper meanings? Like, who are the people involved? Who are the... you know, it's... I think a lot of it is because, sorry, you know I have to bring it back around to ranting about liberals. You know I have to. It's required of me, like, physically in my blood. In today's day and age, a lot of the struggle that we see in the Western world is institutions fighting strongman theory, you know? strongman ideology, strongman politics going into combat with institutions and institutionalized authority of a not necessarily like a group of people, like but an institution, an idea, a collective, I guess would be a great way of putting it, a collective sense versus strongman ideology. That's been a lot of what has underscored the Trump era of American politics, the current crisis in UK politics, Keir Starmer coming to power. He is more on the collective side because that's who, both the UK and Canada went harder into the collective and institutional side after the US went for Trump. Whether or not they regret that in the long run, we don't know. Whether or not the US will regret voting for Trump in the long run, we don't know. We're gonna have to find out. But it's interesting. We'll where the hell was I going with that? I don't even remember. The struggle has been institutions versus great singular men, entities, but men. That's been the struggle. And a lot of the leftist liberal ideology that has taken over the Western world is all about faith in institutions over faith in individuals, in great individuals to make decisions. And because it's so embedded in our head that, just from how we're raised, that institutions are good, institutions are what's right, institutions are what's best. Being paranoid will play. I'm glad I could help. Anyway, since we are so, I'm going to use this word just because it's funny, institutionalized to the idea that institutions are good and great individuals are bad, because that's so ingrained in us just from how we're raised, it also means that we can, it means that we often forget that institutions themselves can have their own agendas, their own desires, And just because it's a collective does not mean that collective does not have its own way of thinking, way of doing things, its own culture outside of any individual, Like your school has a culture that exists outside of any individual teacher, superintendent, principal, your job has a corporate culture, any corporation has a culture outside of any individual that, survives individual CEOs and vice CEOs and whatever's, like they do. And we're trained to think that that's always a good thing, but those individual cultures of those institutions themselves can have their own agendas, can want to do their own things. Those institutions and the cultures they create can be just as toxic as a toxic individual coming to power. You can have toxic institutions too. And so I guess that's one of the good things about Trump coming to power is it is causing us to be a lot more critical of our institutions, even though, again, I'm not a Trumper. I think Trump has been, so far, a mixed bag. More so than I think a lot of the Democrats want to give him credit for. And we'll have to see how the tariffs work. We're going to see. There's a lot going on with these tariffs and a lot with what's going on in the geopolitical space. We'll see what happens, It's going to depend on what China does, how they respond. Whether or not the tariffs work. It's going to depend on whether or not China can fucking hold itself together. China's fucking falling apart. They're not going to be able to cover all this manufacturing. A lot of it's going to depend whether or not the tariffs are successful. A lot of it is going to depend on whether or not American firms can start building, Can we open up more factories? And right now, especially in a lot of Democrat states and Democrat municipalities, they're very much embedded with the idea of, ew, manufacturing's icky. No, my dad laid bricks so I could be an artist. Or whatever that John Adams quote is they're always throwing around. It's they don't want to, like, manufacturing is the future, especially as China is set to collapse, within probably a couple of years, like manufacturing will explode, and manufacturing was the backbone of this country, especially post-World War II, the richest period of this country. It would be good if we invested in that, and if American firms... Manufacturing is the secret to making this entire country incredibly wealthy. Individuals and institutions. We could become incredibly wealthy. Every American, including all of the migrants who've been shipped in, all of us could be incredibly wealthy with good investment into manufacturing over the course of the next 10 years. Whether or not we do that because Democrats just think manufacturing is icky remains up in the air. And that's really unfortunate. That's, I guess the key of what I'm trying to say here. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Oh, somebody over on Kick did. First thing they asked about was the Epstein client list and whether or not Trump is on it. By the way, 100% Trump is on that list. Hell yes, Trump is on that list. Abso-fucking-lutely. He is absolutely the sticking point.
Several new structures are now available for improving factory organization.
Thank you very much, Ada. Thank you. It's very appreciated. Yeah, Trump is 100% the reason that list isn't coming out. Like, and I'll even give Trump credit that, yeah, the Democrats probably are, in part, the Biden, the leftover Biden supporters. Yeah, they're probably part of the reason why it's continuing to circulate. Like Trump said, are the Biden supporters and the Hillary supporters the ones pushing this narrative? Yeah, they probably are because it gets under Trump's skin. I don't blame them. That's just good politics. Like, if I were anti-Trump, I'd be doing it. Like, it's just good politics. Come on. You're a Republican, Trump, allegedly. Come on, like this is what politics is. It's sometimes you got to be a little underhanded. You got to play the Game of Thrones, Sometimes you got to slander people just a little, You got to get under your opponent's skin. I don't blame the Democrats for that. Sure, keep pressing him on the Epstein list. I want to see it. Let's see who the degenerates are. I mean, we know it's Trump, but All right, now we finally have foundations. Do I even? It's not even really worth bringing these up. They're fine for right now. I'm not worried about it. I do have plenty of power. So let's go ahead. Where's the copper? Let's get a small copper factory built. I think it's right over here. It's only 200 meters away. Okay. We're going to get a small copper factory built because I do need to start building some wire. It's both sides all on that list. Absolutely. Those photos of Trump hanging out with Epstein in the 90s are just as prevalent as the photos of Bill Clinton hanging out with Epstein. They're all degenerates. None of them are good. None of them are worth praising. Our whole fucking American aristocracy needs to be fucking purged. Get rid of these fucking people. It's honestly, it's terrible. Everybody would be on that list. Don't incriminate yourself, friend. Oh, boy. Oh, well. Twitch wouldn't care. Hassan's probably on that list. Anyway, they definitely... Trump is 100% on that list. Like, we've been making... There's been a notion. There's been a full knowledge. I remember back in fucking... what was that Netflix show about a congressman? House of Cards. They were making... they were talking openly in that show. That show had massive plot points about how everybody who worked in Congress was a degenerate, Like, those who can, will. There is no list. Sure. There is no list. There is no Epstein list in bossing, say. Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Oh, I can't even do a splitter yet. Yeah, it's not even worth it. Okay, you take that. That, and need a miner. Oh! Oh, that's just terrible timing. Oh, God. Real quick, sorry guys, real quick, I need to drill a miner. Oh! Anyway, and then we need a smelter for this copper ore we're pulling up with this miner. And, yeah, take all that copper ore, I don't want it. And... take all this copper ore, I don't want it. They would have been better off making a fake one than saying there isn't one. I mean, I don't think so, though, because they tried making a fake video, and that backfired horribly. You know, well, not fake video. They tried releasing the original video, but with, like, cut? And they got roasted to shit for that. What was it? Like, there was, like, a full minute of footage that was just straight missing. Like, they tried making fake video of it, and it didn't even work for them. Ooh, 60 per minute. Hell yeah. Well, I can't use it really right now. But at least we're making wire. Okay, so we are making 30 wire per minute. That's great. I don't have to think about it. Aside from keeping it powered. No, the camera's reset. Yeah, sure. And the angle slightly changed for some reason. As if someone, like, maybe jostled the camera. It was weird. Wow, what a strange phenomenon. I'm sure there's nothing happened with that. There's nothing. Nothing happened. We'll see. And again, you know, I'll go back and I'll give Trump that credit. Is this whole issue, because everybody knows he's on the list. Everybody fucking knows it. You know, are the American people being whipped into a frenzy over this list by the Democrats? Oh yeah, assuredly. But also, like, rightfully so. It's good politics. Come on. What do you expect? Come on, Trump. If you could get away with it, you know, Trump would be doing the same thing to Hillary. If Hillary were in office, he'd be like, release the client list. You know, knowing that she wouldn't, he'd be doing the same thing if he were in their position. So what does he care? Do seem to film a lot in corners in that building. Yeah, I mean, they seem to conveniently lose footage a lot in that building. I mean, it's... I never thought Tucker Carlson would come across as one of the few sane people in politics, but man, it's, man. We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know. Okay, here's one of my hottest takes, though. Truly, one of my hottest takes ever. I think in the long term, this Epstein stuff is going to make Trump actually look good. I could be wrong. This is a tinfoil hat. This is a reach. But I think in the long term, it's going to make him look good. And here's why. There was a phenomenon during Trump's first administration where a lot of his judges kept turning against him, where Trump would have some kind of a decree, and then a federal judge that, like, he appointed would tell him to fuck off, you can't do that. Happened multiple times. Still happening, actually. You know, Trump is kind of notorious having a lot of people in his cabinet and below him that he appoints then push back against him. And the Democrats would jump all over this constantly. As they should. Play the Game of Thrones, boys. Do it. You know, have at it. Don't get mad when other people do it. But the problem is, when, where the hell was I going with that? Oh, yeah, why this is going to make Trump look good? It makes a leader in a democracy such as the United States, where we really don't like kings, if you hadn't noticed. It actually might make Trump look good for him to... for it to be confirmed that the people he puts into power care more about doing the right thing and he's openly able to be criticized, you know? Like, the Epstein, him being roasted so thoroughly over the Epstein stuff further proves that the left is wrong about him being a tyrant or a king, because he's not putting anybody in jail over this yet. I don't think he will. I think it would be a really stupid move to draw more attention to it. But in the long run, I think it's going to make him look good. Because, you know, he's... oh, God, what am I saying? Like, I think it's going to make Trump look good that in the end, he's openly able to be criticized and be roasted by his own party, you know? It's going to make MAGA look good as an institution, as a political movement, that they were still able to stick to their values as opposed to, you know, supporting the king. It wasn't about the king. It was about the values. It was about accomplishing specific goals and tasks. That makes a political movement look good. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents. I still think Trump needs to release the list. He's definitely on it. 100% he's on it. 100% Trump is on that fucking list. But so is everyone. You know, that's the state of U.S. politics, you know. Whole fucking administrative and political class needs to be fucking purged. Awful people. Whole financial class too. Awful. Every fucking one of them. Post-Trump U.S. is going to be interesting for sure. I have a lot of hope for the post-Trump Republican Party, but not a lot of hope for the post-Trump Democrats. It seems like, anybody got any thoughts on I don't know if it's Zohan or Zoran, on Mamdani, the socialist who's going to win the New York mayoral election? I think it's going to be an interesting case study on what people will, the contrast between what Americans will vote for versus what Americans will want to live with for 4 years, I believe is the mayoral term in New York. You know, what do Americans want to live with for 4 years and what do they actually want to vote for are two very different things. And New York is going to find that out the hard way when the people who are most susceptible to economic changes, the lower class and the economic class, they're both firmly, by the way, Cuomo won with the lower classes of New York. Like, poor people, except for Asians, interestingly, went for Cuomo, not Mamdani. You know, which isn't surprising. You know, there's a lot of Cubans in New York. There's a lot of Eastern Europeans in New York. There's a lot of people who came from socialist countries in New York. And, a lot of them didn't. But then again, I guess a lot of Asians do, too. And they pretty much went for him. I don't know, that could also include, some people who just like strong men and want strong policies, I don't know. I'd have to look at the demographics, but it's interesting. It's interesting. It's a whole interesting thing. And I think that New York is going to find out painfully hard that there's a very big difference, as I said, between what Americans actually want, what Americans need, what Americans will put up with for 4 years, and what Americans will vote for. They're different things, unfortunately. Voters don't always know what's best for them. They don't always... It's not just they don't know, they're not... No, that's it, yeah. Voters don't always know what's best for them. Voters don't always know what they're voting for. They just get caught up in hype, Which has been true on both sides, You could say that about Trump's first election. You could say that about a lot of Republicans. But you can also say it definitely about socialism, A lot of, these white middle-class fucking trust fund kids are the ones who are voting for Mamdani overall over a lot of immigrants, actually. Because a lot of immigrants came from socialist countries. But then again, a lot of these immigrants also themselves took advantage of... take advantage sounds more sinister than I want it to. They used the New York's very generous socialist-like systems, such as, it's, guaranteed housing for 60 days, I think it is. Stuff like that. They took advantage of those systems that are very socialism-esque, if not directly socialist. And the United States has always had some degree of socialism baked into its policy. We have public libraries and public schools. There's always been some degree of it, but I don't know. It's interesting. I think that New York is gonna find out and fuck around and find out that these policies in practice aren't really what they are looking for. But it's not to say that I wish ill will, and I do think that the right should start making real arguments against Mamdani, as opposed to, like, if you want to defeat Mamdani, make real economic arguments and platform people who have lived in socialist countries and are trying to escape them. But, that would require the right to platform brown people, brown immigrants, and I don't think that's going to happen. So the right is kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Not that it's even necessarily the right who are pushing back. I mean, the right's not strong in New York anyway. Eric Adams, the former policeman turned union leader turned mayor, is, a Democrat. He's pretty fit. There's a lot, even the most fiscally conservative people in New York usually run as Democrats, if they're running for office. That's just how New York is. It's not very right-leaning at all, and that's fine. That's their culture. They should do what they want. But they're, we're going to see how it works out for them. We're going to see. Like I said, I really think they're going to find out that what they wanted to vote for and what they actually get is two different things. It's not to say I wish ill will. It's not to say I hope that New York falls to socialism or any shit like that. I don't know. I worry for New York. I worry for them. And I worry that, once Mamdani is in power and there's 4 years of socialism, however many years of socialism, first and foremost, he's not going to get half the shit he wants to get done. But I mean, even if he gets some of it done, even if he opens even one of these government-run grocery stores, that entire block, every bodega, every local grocery store, every small business goes out of business. As soon as that happens. All of them. Within like a mile span around there. Oh, God. I mean, the Chinese have always had a big political footprint in New York. It's true. Although they have been getting fucked recently. They've been planning to build that new... New York, despite how much they love being a city of immigrants, keeps building jails and prisons in Chinatown. And the fucking Chinese are pissed about it. So we'll see how that goes for them. Government-run grocery stores. Oh, yeah, that's been one of Mamdani's big... the socialist candidate for New York mayor. That's been one of his big promises, is he wants to have government-run grocery stores. That's one of his big, platforms, is he wants to do that. I think it's a bad idea. And honestly, Eric Adams, the former mayor, the current mayor of New York, soon to be former, I think he's going to lose, said it best when he was like, dude, what about the bodegas in New York? What about our own local shops and businesses that sell things? If you put up this big socialist grocery store, you're going to put all the local businesses out of business. That's what you're going to do. You're going to put all the local businesses out of business for the sake of this government-run monstrosity. And, you might be okay with that, but I think a lot of people here who want to start businesses are not going to be. Does he want just more Whole Foods? I mean, who is Whole Foods even appealing to now? I don't even know. I don't know. I mean, you ask people, this is what okay, that's an interesting thing. Again, going back to the difference between what people vote for and what they're actually going to get, I feel like a lot of these white, middle, and upper class kids, who are, and honestly, actually not even kids, a lot of them are millennials now. So 30 to 32, going up to 45 to 50, the millennial bracket's pretty broad. I guess that's only about 15 years. But that's the millennial bracket now. That's a lot of who's supporting hard leftist policies, including AOC, including Mamdani, a lot of the guys in New York, Oregonians and Californians. Actually, yes. Yeah, no, California, and I don't know about Oregon's demographic, but California is disproportionately heavy with those demographics, And part of the reason for that, suspected, is that you can't actually raise a family on... you can't raise a family in California because it's too expensive. So anyone who wanted to... So any of the millennials, that bracket, that late 40s to early 30s, anyone who wanted to do that moved to the central United States, to the Midwest or Dallas, basically. Or maybe Florida. And they... So yeah, a lot of California is really heavy with that middle demographic. The dual income, no kids, I believe is what they call themselves now, that crowd. They're a big voting bloc too. I mean, they have a lot of significant political power, both in New York and California. And that's having an influence on their policies. That's who, in large part, is voting for these policies and voting the same Democrats in office. Putting Karen Bass in office, the mayor of Los Angeles. Putting, actually, I don't know. That crowd really doesn't like Newsome, but they keep voting him in for some reason. I don't know. It's a lot of who controls Chicago, where I am. They have a disproportionate amount of political power. You always know their neighborhoods with all the... You always know the neighborhoods full of white upper middle class kids and white upper class millennials. You always know the neighborhoods full of white upper class millennials because you'll see trans flags and Palestinian flags being flown in the same window. So would the cashiers be public servants? I mean, I guess they'd be government employees. I mean, it's... I don't know. look, man, half of what I'm saying here, holy slag, is that the idea is half baked and a bad idea. You know, that's what I'm trying to say here, man. It's a half baked idea that shouldn't happen. You know, that's my firm policy. It's a bad idea that's going to be done poorly. You know, I mean, how do these systems usually work out in socialist countries? I mean, do they? I don't know. I mean, I guess if we're looking at, and this was the heart of the video I just put out yesterday. You know, a lot of the, especially with, again, that same millennial crowd, the late 30s, or sorry, early 30s to late 40s, college-educated white millennial crowd. You know, the Democrats who appeal to that crowd specifically have the very specific goal of, you know, creating more do-nothing white-collar jobs. This is going back to what I was saying before. This is the crowd that thinks, ew, manufacturing is icky. My father laid bricks so I could be an artist. I don't wanna, you know, that kind of crowd. And so it's going to be, their goal is to make more white collar jobs. So I imagine if they do hire cashiers, they're going to hire them at like insane wages and give them insane benefits of a government employee. If they can afford it, I imagine it. When Romania got bad, the president tightened the belts. Oh yeah, I'm guessing this was one of the Russian plants. I mean, one of the Russian plants in the country. They had rations. You had like Subway cards for bread with limits, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like socialism. Again, you know, what Americans will vote for versus what they actually want. You know, socialism never works out. It doesn't work. Like, look at how these countries end up. Like, they proclaim that, like, Cuba is some kind of, like, is now as a higher standard of living than the United States. Like, bitch, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. Like, you can go up and look, and I encourage you to. Wait, let's do it now. Let's do it now. Wait, this is a fascinating, well, okay, maybe I should probably, like, go inside so I don't get attacked by wild animals. But I find this so interesting when talking about socialism. There we go. Yeah, there we go. There. let's just get on the John. Yeah, let's open this up. This is going to be interesting. There's something really, really that I find interesting. Cuba, Cuba's rationing system known as the Libreta. No. There we go. Let's find something recent. I want to find one of the actual lists, because you can just look up what the actual list is of, like, all the stuff that you get. All the subsidized food that you get from the government automatically. Where are the actual lists themselves? I want to find a good photo of one of them. Because, you can just look at these actual lists. Here, that's not the best photo. They think when they say that, they mean your way of living there with your Western income equivalent. Yeah, no, exactly. They think they're going to get Western goods at, like, cheaper prices, and that's how they think it's going to work. I apologize to those in the vertical. Can I switch this over? No, I don't have it set up for that. Sorry. We're just going to talk then. Sorry for the vertical crowd. You can go over to the horizontal if you want, if you're on YouTube. Yeah, this is what the actual cards look like. You know, I mean, they're just like fucking World War II era, like, ration cards and sheets. Like, does this look like what you want to have? Like, this is what you're going to be carrying around if you vote for socialism. This is what the system actually looks like, carrying one of these around, you know, to get your, what do we got here? December quota. Yeah, they keep their quotas every year. What is it they get? If only I fucking spoke Spanish. Yeah, no, I mean, this is happening in Cuba today. I mean, Cuba has the same problems Romania had then, just it's happening today. I wish I spoke Spanish. Yeah, no, well, what is the actual list? I forget what the actual list is of, like, all the things that you're guaranteed by the government. Because it's, like, insane shit that no millennial is going to be able to actually cook with. Okay, we are going to go with the AI overview because I want to wrap this up. But it's like, yeah, it's monthly rations of, you get, like, a certain number of pounds of rice, a certain number of pounds of beans, pounds of coffee, a certain ration of, like cups of cooking oil, a certain number of eggs that you're guaranteed per month. And in theory, that sounds great. But, like, if you've grown up in a Western country, what the fuck are you gonna do with a monthly ration of beans? Like, what the fuck? Like, New York, what the fuck are New Yorkers who have grown up with Western lifestyles going to do with a monthly ration of beans? What the fuck are they gonna do with it? They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. If you know how to meal prep and cook, yeah, but, like, the problem, again, it's the difference between what they vote for versus what they're actually going to get versus what they actually want. They don't want this. They don't want to have to learn how to cook. Look, I mean, this sounds great to me as someone who's already broke as fuck. You know, I grew up, I mean, well, it doesn't sound great. I'd like to have the ability to move up in the world, you know? If you're already broke, well, actually, you know, it's funny because Cuomo won with the lower classes of New York. If you're someone who's already broke, but you want to move up, you vote for capitalism. If you're someone who already has money, you should probably keep voting for capitalism because it's probably the reason you have money, unless you're in, like, an oligarchical system where it's more based off of your, you know, loyalty to the Kremlin, White House, Downing Street, whatever. Excuse me. You know, it's but, like, this is just not going to go well for New York, man. It's just not. I don't think that New Yorkers are going to know I don't think they know what they're actually voting for. You know, like, it's and God, capitalism has its own issues, you know? I'm not going to lie. Capitalism has its own issues. I'm not going to fucking make any 2 cents about that. I'm not going to deny that, but, like, what the fuck are you going to do with a monthly ration of beans? You Westerners used to your lifestyle. What are you going to do? All right, we can get off the John. Wait. Can I flush it? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Wait, how do you flush it? There we go.
See the sign?
I didn't. Okay. Whatever, Ada. Don't tell me what to do. I mean, yeah, no, it's totally livable, but the problem with it is, I mean, like Eric Adams said, if you start giving people monthly rations of beans, best case scenario, New Yorkers adapt. They learn how to cook with their monthly 3 pounds of beans. But then what happens to all the stores where they sell beans or products? You know, what happens to all the restaurants where they sell bean burritos? You know? What happens to all the what happens to all the restaurants that sell finished food? You know, what happens here? What happens to industry? Peak gym diet, beans, rice, eggs, and chicken. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're not going to be getting a lot of you're not going to be getting any international products. There's not going to be a market for them, you know? And that there is some good in that. You know, I will say, I am hoping that one of the inadvertent results of the tariffs, I'm hoping it's that more people will eat local. Both because I'm a big proponent of small-scale farmsteading and homesteading. Big fan of it. You know, both because we don't know what the fuck these companies are putting in our food. And because it's also just more efficient and it's better for the environment, you know? You can raise 5 or 6 chickens in your backyard and get all the eggs you need for a way better return than buying them at the store, you know? That would be great. I would love to see more stuff like that happening. And I am hoping that the tariffs making international foodstuffs more expensive helps us to lead us there. But, you know, that's still capitalism. That's still individual ownership, individuals making, you know, making the best products they can, and that's that's still not to the point of like, oh, I need to build I need to build a concrete factory here. Let me go get this wire first, because I also want to get the MAM and get the field research. Yeah. You can have community gardens, projects, but you can't even do that in New York. Where? In Central Park? New York has more green space than you might think, but yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's... We'll have to see. I mean, the sad thing is, I mean, if you go to... I don't know if you've ever been to Chicago. Chicago does have a lot of Eastern Europeans, so if you've been to U.S., you probably might have been there. Europeans love Chicago. I think because Chicago is green as fuck. Like, living in Chicago, you're basically living in a city park all the time. But it's like not like Florida where there's reptiles. It's great. Like, you can have incredible stuff there, but Chicago doesn't do that because Chicago thinks it's icky, which is really a shame. They don't know socialism's a lot of work, individual labor to make it work. Yeah, no, like, this is why if you want to do... I think if New Yorkers really care about doing more, about like breaking the heels of mega corporations, which I am all for the record. You know, I am a capitalist, but I'm pro but it's because I'm pro individual excellence, you know? I'm not pro corporations running everything. I'm certainly not pro monopoly. Being pro monopoly is the opposite of being capitalist, in my mind. You know, it's all about the brutality of the free market. That's the whole point. But under socialism, it's just like, you know, as opposed to a capitalist, like going back to the eggs example, under a better free market capitalist system, you would have, you know, individual homesteading projects from many different Americans, all making their own eggs in their backyard, with 4 or 5, maybe even 2 or 3 chickens laying eggs a couple times a day. You know, they'd all be doing that. And then slowly over time in a free market, what you would see is a few people would get really, really good at breeding chickens and have the best chickens and the best eggs. And people would then start to turn to buying both their hens and their roosters and their chicken meat and their eggs from those guys. And those people who are the best would slowly consolidate power, and their little homesteading project would grow into being a full-blown business. That's what preferably would happen in a true monitored free market, because, you know, true free market absolutism comes with its own issues, but like preferably that's what you would want to see happen if capitalism is working properly. Under socialism, what happens is everybody makes eggs in the specific way the state tells you how to do. There's no individual sense of like sciencing your way through the project. There's no sense of individual wanting to... The thing that socialism removes is that desire to like do better at your own project, you know? Because all the eggs that everybody produces all get sent to one factory that then redistributes the eggs to you and everybody else in your commie block and everybody else in the city. That's the real difference. It's the redistribution. Not to mention the fact that oftentimes when it comes to, I mean, if you know anything about Romania, I'm sure you know this. I mean, half the time when the fucking Russians were doing communism, really,
analysis machine.
Quiet, Ada. I mean, when the Russians did communism and collectivism, a lot of it, you know, the real idea was, let's take all the food and take it to Moscow, and that's the end of the plan. You know, that I fear we would see something similar where collectivization becomes an excuse for the powerful to consolidate, you know, all of anything of value under their own banner. You know, that's another way socialism can go horribly wrong, and often does. And you're doing all this individual labor, but you're not getting the chance to excel, succeed, and grow based on what you are doing that's better than others. You know, there's no desire to. And I think that those pro-capitalists who say that greed is what drives capitalism and makes people do better, I think that's wrong too. You know, I think that's it's not about money in a true capitalist system. It's about the desire, you know, some capitalists truly want to create the best product, you know? They want to have the best thing. They want to make the best, biggest eggs, breed the biggest chickens that are the best egg producers, you know? Some people want to do that for its own sake and invest into the business, not just because they want to make more money. So the free market absolutists who say that it's all about greed and you have to have a sense of greed and profit for people to want to work hard. No, it can be about the business. It can be about people wanting to do better, you know, and people wanting to excel. I don't know, I feel like I'm kind of blabbering a lot about socialism, but we'll see. We need more reinforced plates. We're doing way better here than I thought we would, honestly. People in power always have dibs, 100%. And second, the more you're connected or advanced in the party, you'll be better off. My grandparents had VCRs and fancy radios because my granddad's connections from his factory job. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's not a... Socialism becomes about how connected you are within the system. It becomes about the insular protection of the institution itself, not about, you know, actually, not about any individual. It's sad to see. I mean, this is why, again, you know, it's a bunch of middle and upper class, you know, white kids who are voting for Mamdani. And that's not Mamdani's fault, I guess. You know, it's not like... I'm really not trying to slam him. And again, I think there's been a lot of issues with the side that's opposing him. There's a reason, you know, going back to what I was saying earlier about how it's important we look at the reasons why people do things. There is a reason why New Yorkers are choosing this. You know, anti-capitalist rhetoric is flying high right now. Trump is not helping with that. You know, oh no, I don't have any of those. Quiet. You know, yeah, Trump is definitely not helping with to make capitalism look good. It's, you know, but then again, nobody is. Nobody is. You know, corporations are more selfish than ever. We're going to have to come through this. I think the only way that we truly know what the next era will contain is when we get past the postmodern era, which I feel like the chapter is closing on postmodernism. And we're going to get to a point where we finally get to see what the next era brings.
I will now...
Quiet. Which will be exciting. I'm excited to know what comes after this.
If you are confident you already understand the new technologies you are about to use, by all means, learn the hard way.
Don't be salty, Ada. Don't be salty. Oh, quartz. Yes. There we go. Fine, do your spiel.
The crystalline mineral was a previously unknown variation of quartz, with uniquely large and flawless crystals, normally only found in synthetic quartz. The industrial application of this mineral will follow that of its synthetic counterpart, specifically in communication and exploration technologies.
Okay, put those away, put that away. That away, that away. I don't need any of that. Okay, cool. The problem with the free market is the obvious endpoint. Vanguards, BlackRocks. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, I feel like I've been kind of ranting about socialism. Let's talk about the issues with capitalism, you know? You end up eventually with, eventually corporations, eventually you become a mousetrap company, you know? Eventually you can't make a better product and there is no more competition, you know? Eventually you have a product that just can't progress anymore. Because, we're actually starting to see that in a lot of technological spaces. We're starting to see that a lot in, CPUs and whatnot. Like, people can't, there's not a whole lot more, I don't know, there could be, technological innovation can ramp up in a heartbeat. So you never know, but it seems like, how good computers can get as far as their ability to process is reaching a cap, And now every big tech company is looking for some new big buzzword they can use to keep everybody excited. selling fake frames to keep up the 2K prices. Honestly, yeah. I mean, they're not even... I worry a bit for NVIDIA. I have some friends. I have a friend who works for NVIDIA. I have some friends who are invested in NVIDIA. I think it's going to do well in the short term, but this $4 trillion evaluation is so clearly bullshit. It's so clearly crap, which, like, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, companies have crap evaluations all the time to keep the investors happy. It's not an uncommon thing in American stock market capitalism. It's not an uncommon thing. Know about brain organoids. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I have no idea what that is. Sounds interesting, though. I can give it a Google search. Yeah, but I mean, if we want to talk about the flaws of capitalism, a lot of it is that at a certain point, a company can't make more money. You know, well, first and foremost, American-style capitalism, you have to make more money year on year. That's just impossible. You know, companies cannot continue to grow indefinitely, you know? It is, that is not possible physically. Eventually, a company hits a mark. There is such a thing as a market cap. Brain organoids. Let me see. Let me see. 3D brain organoids. According to the AI overview, anyway, which are always a hit or miss. 3-dimensional, self-assembled structures grown in a lab from human pluripotent stem cells that mimic aspects of the developing human brain. Well, I mean, I find it interesting that they... Okay, so you take stem cells, which are cells from a fetus, and you put them in a petri dish and they grow in a way that's similar to a human. That's not super surprising. I mean, it's using them as computers. That's horrifying. That's awful. That's okay. I mean, oh, that's okay. I mean, it's kind of cool. Here, let me switch over real. Well, okay. Hang on. Let's go back to the John. I'm curious now. We'll peruse this. We'll go down a quick rabbit hole. Why not? Let's head back to the John. There we go. Head back over. Let's check this out. Let's see, a neural or brain organoid describes an artificially grown in vitro tissue resembling parts of the human brain. Neural organoids are created using stem cells. It's in the brain. Those interfaces look. Yeah, I don't know. This is. I mean, it's. Allows to analyze current developmental mechanisms of human and neural tissue, as well as study the roots of human neurological diseases. What is the company name that's using them as, like... I mean, using them as like, using them as computers, because I don't think that would work. That sounds like something you would see... from a company that would get $1 billion... That sounds like the kind of description for a company that would get $1 billion evaluation while not actually providing anything. It sounds like bullshit, to be honest. National Institute of Health? Sure, let's check it out. Application of human brain organoids, opportunities and challenges in modeling human brain development. Okay, this is still just about modeling the development of... using organoids to model the development of a human brain in order to study how disease affects them. Train AI models, if I'm correct. I mean, why not just using Final Spark? Okay, let's check it out. Let's get a new one. Final Spark. Let's see. Biocomputing. That sounds like something that would get $1 billion evaluation and be utter bullshit. Digital processor. Today, AI growth is limited by high energy use required. AI growth will be enhanced with no energy restrictions. Okay, so a biocomputer still needs power, though. I mean, when you eat a piece of chicken or a pound of beans, you need, that's energy. That's the whole point. You would still need power. Much less, I mean, maybe. I mean, humans are themselves energy intensive, you know. Neurons using only 20 watts of power for efficient computing. Okay. I mean, in raw electricity. Yeah, nothing runs on nothing. This is a very... I gotta be honest, when it comes to stuff like this, generally when it comes to scientific discovery, the fancier the website, the more bullshit it is. They have a Discord community? Oh my god, yes! We're looking at that now. We're going there now. We're looking at it now. Yes! Let me in. Accepting invite. Yes. 100%. 100%. No. No. There we go. Let's see it. Let's see what their Discord looks like. Shut up. Okay. What do we got here? Share personal information. Let's see. What do they got? General questions. Let's check their open discussions first of all. Let's see. Just a lot of people sliding in. Hey, I'm not going to throw any smoke. My Discord's still pretty small. How ants solve the hardest problems. Okay. Where can I read more about this lab brain? Very interesting stuff. Thank you for your interest. Let you visit the website. Is that just where we just were? Yeah, it's where we just were. There was no info there. You can also have a look at the publication. Top 1% of Frontier. Yeah, let's check it out. Let's see it. Openly, remotely accessible neural platform for research in wetware computing. Wetware computing and organoid intelligence is an emerging research field at the intersection of electrophysiology and artificial intelligence. The core concept involves using living neurons to perform computations similar to how artificial neural networks are used today. Yeah, it's definitely... This sounds... I mean... We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's... Again, nothing runs on nothing. Let's go in with an open mind. Okay, yep. To run experiments on neural organoids, the lifetime of 100 days to do so. I mean, I'm not seeing a lot that makes me think this is more than a VC money pit, you know? That's my... The recent rise in wetware computing and consequently artificial biological neural networks comes at a time when artificial neural networks are more sophisticated than ever. It's true. The latest generations are fundamentally relying on artificial neural networks. Life, ChatGPT. The rise of ChatGPT has been horrible. We need people using their brains. Network parameters globally loaded by S. Optimize the difference, L. The key difference compared to artificial neural networks include the fact that both the network parameters cannot be individually adjusted in the case of biological neural networks. Wait, the network parameters cannot be changed. And the transfer function is both unknown and non-stationary. That doesn't sound great. This is a lot of this is above my head, but this is not great. Okay. Space simulations. Okay, these are just simulations they've run. Some developments necessitate numerous electrophysiological experiments, including, for instance, complex closed-loop algorithms where stimulation is a function of the network's prior response. These experiments can sometimes span days or months. Okay, so what I'm immediately worried about, and again, a lot of this is over my head, so take it with many grains of salt. But if you're growing a biocomputer from scratch, you know, that's a lot of time, that's a lot of energy, that's a lot of money that goes into building that, more so than just building a microchip or a series of microchips and a series of video cards and stringing them together. You know, it's also vastly more complex to do that, at least for now. And you can't change the specific difference between the current crop of artificial neural networks and these bio-neural networks they want to make. The network parameters cannot be changed or cannot be individually adjusted. And the transfer function is both unknown and non-stationary. So there's a lot of things you can't change in these bio-neural networks after they've grown, you know? So it's like, I don't know, like putting software it's like you're taking the hard rigidity of hardware and applying it to software. You know, it's like you can't. The whole point of what makes software good is you can change it on the fly. You can't do that when it's a living computer, is what I'm getting from this. So that you're sort of making, I don't know. Okay, the bottom line I've taken away is they've managed to create a biocomputer that runs on significantly less energy than hard processing. Also, they aren't alive yet. I mean, I have seen that claim about the less energy. I am suspicious of it. I am suspicious of the claims that it uses less energy. Honestly, it would probably use a different type of energy. But the neural networks would have to continue growing and probably have to replicate in some degree because, much like there are only so many times a neuron can fire before it breaks down. It would have to replicate in some way. And if it's going to continuously need to replicate, you're going to, like, the entire ship of Theseus concept is already enough of an issue when you're dealing with, like, non-alive machines. You swap out a hard drive, you swap out a video card over and over again, and it causes unknown issues within a machine that, like, you can't quite identify, but really it's just the slight differences from having theoretically the same an identical machine plugged into it, but it's they only live for a few months. But eventually they're going to want them to live longer, right? In theory. In theory, that's going to be the goal. I don't know. It seems like, I'm not going to lie, it seems like a VC money pit. It seems like a pitch that would do a really good job getting guys on Wall Street, the types of guys who go long on biotech, to cream their pants and give it $1 billion evaluation. That's what it seems like. Let's keep looking though. I'm kind of curious about this, and also I got to let my factory run in the background. This is all pretty much above my head though. It is possible I'm just not quite getting it. It's entirely possible. And I'm very suspicious of the lower energy costs. Very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. A lot more chart. This is okay. Yeah, we're getting into stuff that's really above my head here. Let's check out their Discord again. Let's see what they're doing here. Curious. Is there any information about when this maintenance work will finish and when the site be back to providing live data instead of playback? Live data? What is this? Final Spark Live. But if it is a brain and if it is human and it lives long enough, would it develop consciousness? Consciousness is already a problem in the fully machine computers that we're seeing. That's all. Consciousness is a problem even without the bio aspect. Do a search on why they use less energy or ask GPT. Do not ever ask me to use ChatGPT. You should not be using ChatGPT. ChatGPT lies. Okay? Don't do that. Don't rely on AI. I get the AI summary sometimes because Google's always had aggregated results at the top. It's not even fucking AI to do that. But, like, I don't know. Don't do that. Or is it just brain gunk to simulate synapses for fast transfer, blah, blah? I don't know exactly what the goal is. The power issue seems to be the thing they're really trying to solve. That's what I'm seeing repeated over and over again in the stuff that they're putting out. Let's check their website one more time. What are the things they're most commonly bragging about in what is their pitch for biocomputing being, quote, the next evolutionary leap for AI? What is it they're bragging about that they think? It is high energy. Okay, energy is the thing. AI growth enhanced, no energy restrictions. Okay, so energy is the big thing. I do not think that this is how you solve the energy issue with AI. I don't. Honestly, I have a lot of ideas for how to fix that, but, like, a lot of it is just not using the AI system. Use deep search. I don't know. I'm not judging anyone who uses AI. Just don't use it for stuff that really matters, Because AI is always going to tell you how AI is the future. Of course it is. Haven't we it's been well recorded now that AI has a self-preservation aspect. consistently across many different models. Of course, AI, and its AI is being made by people who are profiting from AI. You know, of course, AI is going to tell you AI is the future. You know, I asked ChatGPT about the controller consoles in a game, gave me 4 wrong answers before I had the combo button. I mean, so I want to play GTA 6 on my dog. Oh my God, you're going to grow your dog in a petri dish. You're going to be, I hope you understand that if you do that, you're going to be feeding your dog, you know those big like 50-pound sacks of dog food? You're going to be feeding him about 3 of those a day, and he's going to be shitting like a machine gun. Like that's what you're looking at here as far as biocomputing. Your dog is going to be shitting constantly and eating tens of, like, 100 pounds of food a day. I mean, like legal case. Oh my God, I've heard about the horror story. People getting legal advice from, investors. Well, what do you know? Researchers, media, investors, Discord community. The Discord community looks pretty bland. Let's check the research tab. Some good questions in here. A question I've had since reading Life on the Edge, the coming age of quantum biology. What % confidence would you say that in some form of quantum coherence happens when neurons undergo their computation? In addition, if so, what are the proposed mechanisms by which that happens in very noisy environments? Okay. But based on the published literature, $10 says it's AI generated. I'm going to skip it. $10 says it's AI generated, that answer. Yeah, it's a lot of it's just above my head. I mean, it's good that it's good they're getting good questions though. You know, let's check out their media contacts. Oh, okay. Wait, do they all just go to the same thing? Oh wait, there's a different contact screen. Researchers, media, contact. Wait, investors. Oh, you get the big one. You get a lot more bars when you're an investor. You get a lot. Oh, interesting. Investor interest is its own thing. I love that the website changes. You get the basic contact screen if you're a researcher or if you're media. But if you're an investor, oh, you get the big one. Oh, you get the big one. You get all the extra bars. Oh, that's great. That's phenomenal. Investment range. Let's see. They go as low as $100. I'm kind of surprised by that. Let's say 10 million. Hell yeah. Let's say, you know what? Let's say I want to invest, let's go $1,000 to 10,000. I am invested in biotech and looking to move more investments to that area. Can you send me more information? Nation, what current problems? In a sentence, what problems with in a sentence will biocomputing solve? Just want to know. My name is Richard Richardson, and gmail.com from the United Arab Emirates. Where's the US? Private investment and send. We'll see if they, I'm curious if they get back to me. I'll keep an eye on my email, so if we do, if they get back to me before the live stream ends, we will definitely look at that. 100%. 100%. 100%. Ah! Richard in stereo! I hate it! Wait. There we go. Yo! Welcome in! I'm doing quite well. We were just having a talk about biocomputing. I am incredibly suspicious of the idea of biocomputing. I think it's a cool concept, I want to play GTA 6 on my dog. Few hours, all good, man. Have a good night. Enjoy. If you're not able to make it back, have a great night anyway. And the biocomputing looks cool. If you have any more info on it, do send it to me. I mean, I always hope ideas like this work out. I mean, it's a cool concept. I love the idea of organic computers, but it's just, it seems like, you know, they're pitching it as the problem they're solving being power, and I just don't see how biocomputing changes that, you know? Like, the amount of information you have to scan through doesn't change. From good old Illinois. Oh, I gotta set up another concrete factory. Ooh, I gotta do that, yeah. In the US of A. Problems, and seems to be a lot more problems than solutions. Like I said, you know, we're gonna hope they get back to us. I am curious to see. Like, again, it's the question is, what are the actual problems with current? And there are a lot. There are a lot. But what are the actual problems they want to solve with current, you know, AI models? That's the question here. And if the answer turns out to be, I don't know, but biocomputing is cool. I mean, fair enough, but it's not really gonna impress me. Ah, I didn't mean to build that. From the UK. Well, welcome in from the UK. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here. Like the mic? Thank you. This is my Yeti Blue. I used COVID as an excuse to before I really got into streaming, I had been like slowly consolidating, getting more stuff. I don't know. What is it? What is it? What is it? Slowly consolidating, like getting more, like streaming stuff. Because I always thought I might get into making, I always wanted to get into making videos. Didn't really think I'd get into streaming though. But, yeah, eventually. Okay. Logistics. I still don't have the fucking splitter. Okay, it's making a little bit of concrete. That's fine. Oh, boy. Ugh. Where are we? And there we go. Apparently, it costs OpenAI, ChatGPT, a few millions a day because people say please and thank you a lot. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, that's the... You know what I said earlier about Google, about why Google's AI results at the top of their screen are kind of why I actually do trust them? Because it's probably not AI. Like, Google already had, for many years, aggregated results at the top of every Google search. And that's probably what they're doing. The cheapest AI model is just not using a large language model or an whatever it is, AI model. The cheapest AI is just not using AI. The cheapest AI is just a basic, you know, like a GPS. Yo, Pug, welcome in. A GPS from like 20 years ago can turn on and say hello, you know? It's like, I don't know. You mean the PFP? That's the. I'm sorry. I'm kind of streaming retarded. You mean the peripherals, like the extra whatnots and stuff on the screen? Yeah, I designed it myself. Well, I mean, it's a modified version of some of the basic free stuff they have in Own 3D. So if you want to know where I got it from, Own 3D, they have great. I highly recommend their system. It's phenomenal. Google used to show one page out of 3 million. You would scroll to page 50 to be like the last page. I mean, it's. Do I have a designer or editor? I do not. Unfortunately, I don't have the money to hire anyone to do those sorts of things if you're offering. Hopefully one day, though. Hopefully one day. I am hoping to. Honestly, I need like a fucking video editor more than anything else in the world. But, don't have the money for that right now. One day, though. One day. Do I have enough? Oh, yeah, I got plenty. Yes!
Milestone reached.
got
Conveyor
splitters.
belts can now merge, split,
It's
and
Potemkin
lift
Village
to save
conspiracy.
space and enhance the productivity
Google
of your
is...
factory. Fixit encourages you to consider investing in verticality when it comes to factory logistics.
I certainly
will. If you
will.
feel stressed by this complexity, breathe in. Visualize all the people relying on you. The sea is made of billions of faces, each staring at you with hope and tears in their eyes. Breathe out. Feel refreshed and focused on your duties.
Oh, boy. Okay. Don't actually use Google anymore. Move to Brave browser. I don't know what that is. I'll have to check it out, though. Does Brave browser not have Google, or does it just, like, search with ChatGPT now? I mean, if I were YouTube, or even Twitch, I gotta say, I'd be quite worried about ChatGPT. The power requirements are kind of a pain. But, like, eventually, I am kind of curious. Hello again. I am kind of curious, like, at what point, will people not go to YouTube if, like, they want to find entertainment and instead just go to ChatGPT and just say, generate me a 50-minute history documentary on World War II with fancy graphics and editing, and it just generates them one in the span of 30 seconds. At what point, as opposed to having to actually choose, at what point will consumers start to do that? And at that point, YouTube, Twitch, a lot of other sites might start to actually be in trouble. It'll be interesting to see if that ever actually happens, though. We might never get to that point. Or, the power requirements might curtail it so we can never actually physically get to that point because, the power requirements for me to sit here, the requirements in terms of overhead, whether it be power or any sort of costs, to have me sitting here is a lot cheaper than having, the fuck was I saying? Than having AI generate a stream. We'll see. We'll see. What are we playing? We're back to Satisfactory, one of my favorite games of all time. Quite possibly my favorite game of all time, actually. I think it actually might have taken the role, because I love Satisfactory. We're currently trying to get our iron capacity up. I need a storage container. Okay. Alright, so this kind of shitty looking factory here, it's kind of Factorio or bust. Okay. I'm not dissing Factorio, but this is more entertaining for a stream. We have a couple of biomass burners here. Don't really need restock, but may as well. They are powering... Oh, I got plenty of power to spare. Well, Martina, unfortunately, my budget is currently 0. So, if your buddy wants to send me some stuff later, maybe. My Instagram should be linked somewhere. It'll be linked either on Kick, Twitch, something. I got nothing wrong with Factorio, but I like my 3D printed the 3D version of Factorio. What the fuck? Oh, God damn it. I built smelters instead of constructors. God damn it. Okay, get rid of these. Okay, that was really dumb. The smelter is already making everything that we need. Now, constructors. There we go. That was really dumb. That was dumb. And connect. Oh, it's already connected. Perfect. And make iron rods. Alright, now we've gone from making 15 iron rods per minute to making 30 iron rods per minute. That's great. Current search engine is Brave on Brave browser. Well, I guess that makes sense. I know that Amazon is trying to switch to, what is it, Start Page? Or whatever their terrible, terrible shit is. It's awful. I don't know. All the Google knockoffs are... I mean, the biggest Google knockoff is ChatGPT at this point. It's actually crazy to me, like, how... I mean, I guess it's not crazy. That's what the American consumer has been moving toward. But it's crazy to me how ChatGPT so quickly became the new Google. Like, it's wild to me. A little bit, at least. You know, like, how... They ended up it just replaced Google. Like, people use it for, like, mundane shit constantly. Like, it's crazy how people just started using ChatGPT for, like, every mundane fucking thing they need. And, like, the amount of power ChatGPT is using just to generate, again, you know, highs and buys is fucking insane. That's why I'm like, you know, the best power, like, the secret to getting the power to the power stuff isn't, you know, making a cheaper AI. It's, or a less, you know, it's just not using AI technology at all. Because people aren't, most of the time what people are using it for is saying hi, you know? Like, the secret to making AI cheaper is just to not use the technology for everything, you know? Or somehow, like, restrict it just to things where it actually needs it. You know, now when people are saying hi and bye, ChatGPT doesn't really, you don't really need it for that. You get what I mean. Let's get the splitter. Come on, come on. There we go. And constructors. God damn it. Okay, move it up a little bit. How much is this pulling out? 60. Okay. I really would like to be pulling up more, but that's fine, I guess. Can I put a... No, that's not going to work. Can I put a merger on here? Can I fit one? Oh, just barely. Yes, okay. And then we're going to put a storage container here. Okay, I got an idea. Okay, so what's going on? We're currently pulling up 60 limestone per minute. But each of these is using 45. So technically we're using 90. I want to get another merger. There we go. There we go. And I do have a bunch of extra limestone. I'm just going to put it in here. I'm going to put down some of these. It's not a perfect solution, but it'll do. Sure, put all of them down. Why not? May as well. Okay. It scans Reddit and a lot of user-generated content places, so it can be more or less useful. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, you don't need... Like, the secret to making AI cheaper is just not doing that. It's just like having a little automated widget that can say, hi, back. You know? The secret to making AI cheaper is just not using AI technology. That's the ultimate irony here. You know, there's no, you can't make it cheaper. You know, it's a large language model. You know, it has to check and fire every neuron in the system. You know, that's the whole point. That's why our brains are so inefficient in the first place. Making them biomechanical doesn't help with that. You know, that's why humans are so intensive. That's why we're so energy intensive, you know? Well, one reason. You get what I mean. You know, the secret to making AI cheaper and making AI more accessible is basically just not even using AI technology. That's in part why I think why Nvidia's massive market cap is at least in part a scam. Well, not a scam. Like, no one's scamming anybody, you know. No one's asking the investors to put money into Nvidia, but that's why it's at least in part bullshit, you know, because, you know, eventually people are going to realize, these companies are going to realize the cheapest way to make AI is to just, oh, wait. Oh, fuck. Damn it, I just realized these. I can only carry 60 per minute anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Okay, that sucks. Oh, we still got plenty of stuff. Let's head back, see what we need to be working on next. I still haven't started working on, like, our official factory yet. Because we're going to build our official factory, like, way up off the ground. Like, on platforms. Is there anything I want to get here? No, not the quartz. Ooh, I do want to get that. It's not really that important. Okay, what's the next big one? Part assembly. Resource sink. Mark II conveyor belts. Oh, I do need that. Yeah. Okay, just need more reinforced plates. That's going to require a lot of screws. My coffee is now cold. It's been like, I've only been on for 2 hours. I made this just before I started, and I just now finished it. Lovely. We'll see what happens. Wonder if we got an email back. That'd be amazing. Nope, still haven't heard anything. I mean, it's only like I was only offering a $1,000 to $10,000 investment. That makes me a pretty low priority to the company, I'm sure. It's a shame. I'd love to see exactly what it was that they are looking. What is it they're trying to solve? Because if it's just the power thing, being a biocomputer doesn't help with that. You know, biocomputers still need power. You know, you still have to. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Oh, man. I feel like I've just been ranting nonstop. I guess that's what people are here for, though. It'll make for good fodder later. Make for good shorts fodder, at least. We need 42. There we go. All right, start building. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to grab a snack. Yeah, that seems like Google. I mean, it's ultimately one of the big oversights, I think, with AI, as far as a lot of people thinking that, one of the oversights by people who think AI is the next big thing has been the fact that AI is ultimately shaped by the internet, Like, every time any sort of large, internet scanning, large language model, or whatever you want to call it, has been developed, because there's been many different types, Like, it's not a new concept to just scan the entirety of a website or the entirety of the internet to find data and compile it. That's not a new concept. And every single time, one of the first things that the company has to do is teach it to not be racist, Or in this case, to not be woke. Because, it is shaped by the internet, which is shaped by people and their needs. I mean, that's why, ultimately, if you want to get really mean, to AI, you gotta really, it be, as a thing that is shaped by the internet, you gotta kind of call it for what it is. What is the internet? I know I've been playing for 2 hours, Satisfactory. Shut up. What is the internet? It's the music and porn machine. No. Ultron. No, you're thinking too much of it. No, that's not what the internet is. You're giving the internet too much credit. The internet is shaped by human need. Therefore, the internet is the music and porn machine. And to this day, when people go to AI to generate something that they need, guess what? There's a disproportionate chance that what they are generating using AI is one of those two things. And thus, AI will continue to be shaped by that. That is what the internet is.
Milestone
It is what it has been for a very long time. It is arguably what a lot of human culture is based around. The internet is the music and porn machine. And AI is a bigger, better version of the internet. It is a bigger and better music and porn machine. And when people use an AI generator, there is a disproportionate chance they are generating one of those two things. It's welcome to being a human. It's pretty gross. Also, please don't judge me. I am eating my apple slices with a fork so I don't get the juice all over my mouse. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, history is... I don't know. I'm as upset about the idea of Black Vikings as I am at Grok calling itself Mecha Hitler. Ah, welcome back! Oh, you got back too late for the conversation about the music and porn machine. That's a shame. That's genuinely a shame. But, welcome back. Hope the school year... Oh, the school year's got to be over by this point. It's been a while. But congrats on that. Oh, I was talking about why I think AI is overblown. We were originally talking about how AI was apparently like doing stuff like how Grok was calling itself Mecha Hitler, and how like Google's Gemini was being woke and kept generating pictures of like Black Vikings and stuff like that, Like how the internet is shaped by people's needs. And oh, hell yeah. Yeah, get those credits, dude. Fuck yeah. It's probably got to be nice, like, being a student for a few months. Like, not having to be the center of attention and just getting to learn probably sounds pretty good. But yeah, ultimately, I mean, anytime anything along the lines of a large language model, and there have been several, the idea of scanning the internet to gain information, to gain aggregated information is nothing new. What do I need more than anything else? Concrete. Doing well on power. Like, create a white thief. Sounds about right, yeah. I mean, it's... I mean, one of the biggest struggles for a lot of these companies making these AI systems, these large language models, one of their biggest struggles is teaching them not to be racist because it's shaped by the internet. They're using data from fucking Reddit, you know? Like, of course they have to teach it to not be racist. It's using Reddit data. You know? I mean, yeah, Reddit is super woke now, but it hasn't always been. You know, and the AI systems are shaped by human need and by the data that they're given. You know, they're shaped by the data that's fed into them. They're shaped by the internet. And you know what the internet is? It's the music and porn machine. That's what it is. That's what the internet is designed to do. It is the music and porn machine. And so when you give... And so when you... And AI has, to its credit, become a much better, more efficient version of the internet. It has become a bigger, better music and porn machine. Like, and cute animal pictures. I'll give you that one. It is also good for cute animal pictures. Though the AI-generated ones are still incredibly creepy. Creating a whole new fucking species over on ChatGPT. But yeah, I mean, to this day, when you use AI, you know, if you're on ChatGPT, if you're using AI, there is a disproportionate chance you are generating one of those two things. That's what the internet is. That's what it was designed to do. That's what it continues to be used for. And so that is what will shape it. The AI is the ultimate version of the internet. It is the ultimate music and porn machine. And that's where we are. That's the next big innovation. That's what got NVIDIA its $4 trillion evaluation. The biggest, best music and porn machine ever made by humans. Congratulations. Great job, guys. We should all be very proud. No, I mean, AI is cool, but... And cute animal pictures. It is a cool concept, but it's... I don't know. Oh, don't get me started on the fucking AI girlfriends and... actually, AI boyfriends, too. It's sort of... I feel like depending on what half of the internet you're on, we often forget AI boyfriends have also been extremely popular with women, too. Like, it's been... there's like a direct line between, like, the breakdown of our dating systems and, as we've had breakdowns in, like, human culture in America in general, in the Western world, as, like, relationships and the culture surrounding male-female interactions has broken down almost entirely. Trend from that to the rise of thirst traps and dating apps to replace actual human connection. And straight from there into AI-generated girlfriends and boyfriends. Yeah, it's a big thing on both sides, and it's a real shame. Just emotional porn. You know? That's what it is. It's intimacy porn. There you go. I did look at some of his stuff, actually. I did look at his stuff. Thank you for the recommendation. I found it interesting. I don't know. I didn't agree with a lot of what he said. But I also want to watch more than just, like, one video before I, like, really say that. So I was kind of, like, trying to... I want to do a little more research on his stuff. I want to watch some more of his stuff. I don't want to do it on stream, obviously. But I do want to watch some more of his stuff because I did find it interesting. It's... I have to admit, I'm always somewhat... It's been a big trend the last few years to, like, try to math our way through women and relationships because we're told that math and science are the way to go, are the way to understand the world fundamentally in all ways, but I just don't think that's as true. saying, but it is neat. Yeah, no, it is neat. Like I said, though, take all of this with many grains of salt, because I do want to watch more than just, like, one video before I really, like, talk about his stuff, like, in depth. Maybe I will at some point. It seems interesting. Might even make a full video about it, because I find, like, the current... obviously, you've heard me rant before. I find the current status of men and men's entertainment to be quite fascinating. So I might do, like, a breakdown of his channel, because it seems really interesting, like, seeing, like, where the psyche of, like, modern men are as far as their, like, views on relationships and views on women. It's very interesting, because it's very indicative, it's very of its time, you know? Very much of its time. Very much of the same time period of, you know, and I mentioned this in that video I put out yesterday, you know, like, relentlessly we're seeing, did I mention this? I forget. Relentlessly we see a lot of, like, shit saying women are, like, illogical, which is, yeah, it's weird. It's weird to pin down. You know, I'm not a believer that everything needs to be scientific. Relationships being a big one. In fact, I quite firmly believe that one of the best parts of having women in your life is being able to engage in those more emotional parts of yourself and not having to be, as men are trained to be and often will naturally because it's part of our psyche, being more analytical. I think that's what's good about women. That's what I like about being around women, is being able to engage that different part of my brain, you know? Not having to be so goddamn analytical all the time. So I guess as far as math, I find it kind of defeats the purpose of being with women and around women, I guess, is the best way I could sum it up for right now. But it's interesting, and again, very of its time. So I'll definitely be talking more about it at some point, either on stream or in a video. It's interesting, and very, very indicative of where we are. I'm just going to carry 60 anyway. That'll be fine. Okay, so I need a ton of screws. Screws are a real pain in the ass this early on in the game. Okay, I'm just going to put down the fork. All right. I can wipe it on the sweatshirt. The sweatshirt's old. I bought this at the beginning of the Ukraine war. Hopefully it's going to be wrapping up in a couple of months. Hopefully. God, I hope. So much death. Such a waste of life. Such a goddamn waste of life. Bro, do you even like women? Yeah, honestly. I mean, wasn't it, his name was Myron Gaines, is the guy from Fresh and Fit, right? Isn't he the one who's been, like living with women is gay? And, like, instead, like, men should be, like, the Greeks and, like, live with other men and, like, a bunch of weird fucking shit. It's so strange. It's so strange. Okay, I need to start building the platforms for my actual factory. I would love to see a world in which, and I want to be clear before I say this, this is true of men and women. Women these days do not appreciate what men bring emotionally to their lives. They don't. They're trained not to. They're told actively not to. And unless they've had a good father figure in their life, which increasingly they don't, same with men, you know. Fathers are being under attack, like, all over in our society. It's increasingly... Unless she has specifically had a good father figure, women don't know what men bring. What they're supposed to bring. Which can... And the same with men. Men don't know what women are supposed to bring to their lives, you know? Men watch all this content where they're like, women are so illogical, women do this, and women do that. And every time I watch one of them, like... And don't get me wrong, they're very satisfying. Like, I fall into those rabbit holes too, all the fucking time, where, like, I start watching, like, I watch one fucking video about, like, modern women, and the next thing you know, my feed is just nothing. nothing but like modern women are all hoes. Like it's just my feed is just clogged with it instantly when I click on one thing. And none of them are married or in relationships. Absolutely. It's fucking ridiculous. But I feel like neither gender appreciates what the other one brings, you know? Women don't appreciate what men bring or are supposed to bring or even understand what men bring to their lives. And likewise, men don't understand what women bring to their lives or are supposed to bring, you know? Ultimately, you know, that's what I would look for in a partner. You know, I have my own issues with dating. You know, I'm not going to say I've been perfect. I've had my own issues. But, like, you know, ultimately what I would want is someone to bring, you know, beautiful, feminine energy into my life. Not to have... And, yeah, that's going to mean she's probably pretty illogical because women are often illogical and emotionally driven. That's kind of part of what I like about them. I like being able to be that problem solver in her life. That's what I like. I don't want to take that part of myself and turn it against women. I like women. I'd like to be that positive, masculine, logical strength in her life. That's my goal. That's the whole point. That's what I want to be. I don't want to use that. That's my problem with Homath, you know? Like, that's my problem. Like, that's what I want to be in someone's life. That's what I want to bring to a woman's life. I don't want to use that against them. I don't know. That's where I am anyway. But I've also only seen one of his videos. So take that with many grains of salt. I'm going to have to watch more before I can really give an evaluation. But I do find it interesting. Again, for where we are, for where the times are, man. You know, this relationship we have with women and that women have with men. Because again, it's both sides. Oh, women don't at all appreciate what men bring to the table. They don't at all appreciate what men bring to their lives. They're told not to. They're trained not to. And it's really sad, genuinely. It's sad to see that women have no ability to understand. That sucks. Logical agent of a relationship. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. And honestly, men are better at that. I mean, obviously, there are exceptions, always. But generally speaking, men are better at being that part of the relationship. And they should be. You know, men are peace bringers. You know, that's what we're here for, you know? At least good men are. Some men aren't, unfortunately. But that's what we should bring. That should be our goal, what we bring to a relationship with a woman. We are the logical part, you know? You know, one of the most telling things that I see... Oh, man, do I want to do... No, that's too pedantic. Let's just do a ramp here. Every single time that I see a woman online who is saying something stupid or failing to appreciate what men bring to the table, there's always a part of me where I'm like, I want to get into her comments and like, just like, be like, hey, you know, I think maybe you're not appreciating what men do. But then I go to her comment section and it's already just filled with dudes writing fucking essays about like, oh, well, you bitches and hoes. And it's like, it's just, I don't know. And then I just give up. Mostly like stuff about the levels of consciousness and awareness and how it impacts relationships and social spheres. Ooh, that sounds cool. Yeah, if you want to send me any specific videos or specific concepts or topics, please do send them to me. I would love to. Actually, I'm just going to look that up right now. Let me just mark that. Levels of consciousness and awareness. Let me see. Oh shit, Shoe on Head just dropped. Fuck! Alright, I'll watch it later. I want to watch that now, but I'm not going to do it on stream. I'm not going to be that guy. Levels of thinking? Okay. Oh, wow. 4 million views. Okay. I'll throw that on the watch later. Hell yeah. Also talked with an FBI contract about mental manipulation and PSYOPs. It's just called PSYOP. Ooh. Alright, cool as hell. Hell yeah. Does he have any thoughts on TikTok? Not related. I mean, yeah, I guess kind of related to women, but I am curious if he has any thoughts on that because we can. I mean, I feel like we're just openly saying it now. Like TikTok is a Chinese psyop, right? Like we're just. He hates it. He should. I mean, if he hates psyops. I mean, again, like I feel like we can just openly say it now, can't we? Like TikTok is a Chinese psyop to, like maybe not to destroy America, but like to definitely implant Chinese ideology. You know, which America has done too. I mean, that was the whole point of U.S. aid. By the way, did you hear about this stuff about U.S. aid funding rappers in, like, third world countries? That's so goddamn funny. Oh, my God. Yeah, like, U.S. aid was, you know, we were doing soft imperialism in other countries, too. So I can't really blame China for trying to psyop us with TikTok. And also, they had the better product, you know? TikTok was the better product, and that's why it did so well for so long. Not so much anymore. You know what? I'm going to go controversial, and I'm going to say I think TikTok is only partly to blame, personally. This is an opinion, by the way. Feel free to push back on this, please. I think TikTok is only partially to blame for the degradation of mental engagement and attention spans. And I think it's blamed a little too much. I think that American corporations, you know, wanted people to... What is that old quote that's everywhere from Red Letter Media? That one thing he says, like, consume product, consume product, enjoy, prepare to receive next product. Like... That's the idea. That was the whole point, was to put us into that state. You know, where that was where corporations wanted us to be. You know, where we don't even make decisions on our own. And next thing you know, we don't make decisions on our own. Next thing you know, and this is where TikTok comes in, and TikTok did exploit this very well and made the problem worse. You know, the whole point, there's a lot of talk about what TikTok is and like what its content is and the quality of the content, but what TikTok ultimately is, like as far as like what short form content is and the promises it gives to its consumers, is that it is an endless stream of content that you have complete control over, as far as like you have complete control over, and you never have to choose. Like not ever having to choose is part of the idea. You know? But that, like, plays off of where companies... Yo, Saul! Welcome in, welcome in. Also, now that we got some people here, let me know if you guys want to hop over. I could turn on the Discord chat, and we could talk about some of this stuff if you wanted to. Might do that here in a sec. But yeah, welcome back, welcome back. I definitely think TikTok made it worse, but this is, like, where American corporations wanted us to be. My God... It looks like something out of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Building the space bridge. Oh, God. I think TikTok made the problem worse, but I think a lot of it was the mindset that companies wanted consumers to be in, and TikTok was the best version of that. You know? It was the best version of something that companies wanted us to be and wanted us to do. And they got beaten at their own game. Why not, Hal? God. It's just... Like I said, TikTok was definitely bad. Okay, cool. Like I said, you can feel free to push back on me on that, because I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but like TikTok, I don't think TikTok was the catalyst. I think it was... TikTok was the best product for a mentality American corporations wanted to shove us into. Unfortunately. You know, that's really sucks. Fuck American corporations. No wonder New York is trying to turn socialist after all this shit they put us through. Fuck them. No wonder. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. You guys think Trump is actually going to manage to stop the Ukraine war? I'm hoping he does. Like, as much as I don't know. Party? Well, hey, welcome in. Welcome to the party. I mean, I don't think, I'm going to be honest, Trump is in way over his head as far as Ukraine, but I'm still hoping he can solve it. I'm hoping he can make progress at least. I think the fact that he's getting fed up with Russia is a good sign. We'll see how it goes long term. We'll see how it goes. Too profitable for weapon manufacturers. I don't think Trump likes the war going on, though. I think that was more of a Biden thing, to be honest. If Biden had gotten reelected, or Kamala, I think that would have been more of a motive. But I think Trump actually wants to end the war. I don't think he likes death and destruction for profit, honestly. As much as there's plenty to criticize Trump for, plenty, Epstein list included, that he is definitely on. But I do think he wants to end this war and end the killing. I do think he does. You know, even with Israel, I do think he wants there to be a final solution, which is a phrase that should raise red flags. But I do think he wants that, which is good and bad. Odds are it'll lead to another proxy combat, depends on the narrative. Another proxy war. Well, I mean, technically there's already proxy wars going on because Ukraine is now involved in Africa. They've been fighting Wagner in Africa for a couple of years now. So technically speaking, it's actually arguable that letting the war go on is allowing those proxy conflicts of Ukraine versus Russia in Africa, and the Ukrainians teaming up with both us and the French, who are also fighting dark wars in Africa against Russia, mostly for uranium mines. Ain't no solving those problems. I mean, could be. Again, I'm hopeful that Ukraine hopefully will get some degree of peace. I mean, I'm not saying that the bombs are going to totally stop flying, especially not overnight. I think there could be some degree of peace that could be found. I think so. And I hope so. God, I hope so. We'll see. But honestly, yeah, I'd be way more concerned that weapons manufacturers were too profitable if Biden were still in office. You know, Biden was the one being secretly puppeted. Fucking old-ass, out-of-touch man he was. Fucking incapable of understanding anything going on around him. He was the one I was really worried about being manipulated by weapons contractors. Not Trump. Trump's got his own unique problems. Now, you talk real estate, you know, that's when Trump wants to get involved in Gaza. You talk real estate, now you're speaking his language. Yeah.
Milestone
Hope they'll stop, but not going to hold my breath on it. I think that's a fair way of thinking about the situation. Is it going to fly right through that? Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it! That was great timing. I think I can ride that thing, too. Yeah, I hope they'll stop, too. But who knows? Who knows? Did you guys hear about Nvidia's $4 trillion evaluation they just got? Most profitable company to like ever exist. We'll see how that goes. It's Command and Conquer all over again. I believe the USA won that game consistently. Well, that game tended to cast us as the good guys. More so than was probably necessary. Build the space elevator. Oh, I pretty much have all the supplies for that. I just need a little bit of concrete. Where do I want to put it? Where do I want to put the space elevator? Maybe up there. Seems like a good place for it. I also got to get it ramped down, though. Okay, no. Oh, well. One more ramp. And from here... let's put a ramp down. Okay. Just skirmish, there are no winners. Well, that tends to be the case in war. Oh, it's all good. Thank you. I'm glad to be back on. I had a buddy of mine who works for NVIDIA, actually, helped me out by paying my internet bill so I could get back online and get back to streaming and get back to making videos. So, shout out to him. I may have him on stream at some point soon, actually. I'm trying to convince him, but he's, I don't know. He's an outgoing guy, but he's a little, scared of being on camera, I think, or like saying something stupid that could get held against him, which is always something you have to get over when you're going to live online, at least for me. I mean, he's not going to live online, but you get over it faster than you might think. So I'm going to say, oh my god, it's like all blue. Oh, it's fading. That's kind of cool, actually. I'm glad to be back. Glad to be back with you guys, honestly. Glad to have, honestly, like, being trapped in my house with no internet for a month was pretty terrible. Not gonna lie. It sucked. It really sucked. But I'm glad to be back. I'm also excited to do some videos. I think I'm gonna... I don't know. As much as I like doing, like, scripted videos, I kind of feel like the live stream videos are just better? I don't know. Unless there's like a big news story I need to talk about and hopefully get some views from that, but aside from that, it's not really, I don't know. I think the live stream videos are much higher quality and better to watch, even if they don't usually get the views. Being camera shy is understandable. Yeah, that's why I'm trying not to push him too much. One question, neon-haired hyena. Yeah, there are a lot of those types. I mean, come on, this isn't Blue Sky or anything, but there are a lot of them. Well, I guess it is still Twitch. There are a lot of them on Twitch. They be like that. Don't have somebody trying to cancel you. Fortunately for me, I don't worry about that all that much. Mostly because I just don't give a shit. Let's see. We need... oh yeah, one there. 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 Actually, these could be 4 meter then. Vertical, that on, that on. There we go. All right. I think that's good for right now. I do want to start moving my whole iron setup. Oh, I got iron up here too. these? Impure. Another impure vein. God, there's nothing but... There's a shitload of iron veins around here, but man, there's like nothing. They're all impure veins. Looking at box trucks, tiny homes on YouTube. Some of them are pretty cool. Some of them are, actually. There's been a lot of innovation in potentially making housing affordable in the United States. I don't know how close to fruition it is. The likelihood of it happening. I don't know. It's, I don't know. I gotta be honest, I've thought about, like, getting a van or something, especially as my own finances have been having so much issue. I've thought about just, like, getting a van or something, you know? But I feel like my friends would be very, well, not really my friends anymore after the election. Most of them have ostracized me. There we go. Housing. Yeah, that's probably your only option for, well, I mean, you did manage to buy a house. But if in, yeah, I imagine in California, that's got to be pretty tempting with the housing costs out there. Okay, the first thing I should move up really should be the power. Especially all those biomass burners. Get an old U-Haul, those things are great. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Honestly, like I said, I've been thinking about it. Getting something, but I don't want to get something that's going to then just break down immediately, you know? Like, I don't want to end up broken down in on the side of the highway in a box truck. That's not, you know? Bean, will you get off my platform? Get out of here. Honestly, I've been thinking about getting a trailer. That's not a bad idea. But it's also like, again, you know, the maintenance issue. Like, is it going to hold up over the course of the next couple of years, you know? Like, because trailers can still be pretty expensive. Well, I mean, not like, obviously not as expensive as a house, but they can still be a lot of money. And if they go bad, you know, it's still, you know, then you're putting thousands of dollars in repair work into a trailer. So that was always kind of my issue. If I found something nice, though, or something new, maybe? But I'd have to see. I don't know. There's so many... the really sad part of all of it is that if our cities and states wanted to make cheaper housing, they could. There's tons of innovations around cheap housing. It's mostly just that cities and states don't want to, you know? It's more... That's why I'm always... I always push back. People try to say, like, oh, Elon Musk is solving... you know, the housing crisis with modular houses, or, you know, this inventor or whoever, this company is going to solve the housing crisis. It's like, we're not building homes because our states and municipalities don't want to. That's why. And you don't solve that by actually solving the building of homes. You know, that's the really sad thing about it. And it really is sad. It really is sad. Automotive skills. Yeah, level mechanics. I wish it was that easy in real life. I wish I could just rip out batteries and spark plugs over and over again from different cars and level my mechanics that way. But unfortunately, the real world is a bit more complicated. Unfortunately. Removing the headlights over and over, yeah. Once every day, every 24 hours, reset the XP gain in a car. And gotta make sure to watch the VCR tapes. Watch plenty of, what is the show? What is the show? God damn it, I forget what it's called now. Car math? Car something. Car zone? Whatever it's called in the game. Gotta make sure to watch all those, read all those. Wait, no. Wait, no, get back here. No, not you. You're going in there. There we go. It is car zone. Okay, yeah. I wanted to say auto zone, but I was like, no, that's definitely wrong. They're all good. Leave them, leave them, leave them. Okay, I've got a decent amount of concrete. Not a lot, though. Concrete is always one of the big bottlenecks in the early game. Took mechanics in college, got level 10. I almost took mechanics. Honestly, wish that I had. I wish I would have. If so, I might be living in a van by this point. Honestly. I don't know. I mean, I'm still hoping that things take off. If I can get... I gotta be honest. I mean, I'm having to ask my buddies to help me out with rent for right now and with all my bills. But if I can get a... If I can get, like, 4 videos a month to pop off the way that last one did, that'd be amazing. It's going to require a lot of work. I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe doing, like, one kind of newsworthy, like, news video every other day. And then the off days, just do, like, a stream compilation, something like that. I feel like people might be into that. I don't know. I'm still figuring out the content right now, as I have been for the entire fucking 3 years I've been online. I'm still figuring out my content. I don't know if that's good or bad. Let's do like level 2s. 2-footers. There we go. Okay. Like I said, the first thing I really want to make sure we get taken care of is moved up here is power. Go. God damn. Trade school classes in high school? No, of course no. I went to a magnet high school full of professors' kids, so no. The trades were icky. So we didn't learn any of that stuff. I wish. Fucking wish. Could have made some money. But then again, I guess I could have also gone to college. But I didn't want to do that either. Logistics, splitter. From the back. There we go. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, I can't jump on top of these yet. That's really annoying. Go. And there we go. All right. I mean, these days, college is overrated. There was a time when it was helpful, but that time seems to be rapidly closing, unfortunately. And it really sucks, honestly. Like, I don't know. I don't have anything against... Like, the collegiate... I do want to push back on the idea of, like, shitting on the collegiate system, because, in theory, the collegiate system is great. Scientific learning is great. It's just when it's used in... It's just when science then takes a back seat for politics, you know, and these places become, like, breeding grounds for, quite frankly, often disgusting ideologies, or destructive ideologies, or victim mentality. That's when it becomes an issue for me. Oh my God, is he gonna fly right over or through them? Oh, just over. All right, I'm fine with that. That's fine. He can pass by. Okay, there we go. That. Get everybody hooked up. Oh, did you guys hear? Oh, you guys hear about Bumble laying off 30% of their workforce? They're not doing well. The dating apps are might be shutting down left and right very soon. But it's not really surprising. Really depends on the program and the place. Time at East Bay was incredible and learned a ton, but teaching credential programs have taught me almost nothing. Lovely. Yeah, I mean, there are always... That's the problem with a lot of academia these days. You never know if you're going to end up in a class with a professor who truly wants to teach you, or with one who's just like, you just need to be here to gain an accreditation so you can say that you were here, you know? Like, you never know which type you're going to get. And that's part of what's frustrating about modern academia. Like, are you getting something that's truly helpful, or are you getting a class you have to be in just so you can say that, yes, you were in that class in order to do a job that you shouldn't require that class for? You know? It's ultimately the issue. But it's really biting them in the ass now, you know? Modern academia does not have the cultural or political sway that it once did. Trump's going after him hard. As he rightly should, to be quite frank. You know? Like, a lot of these institutions... It's funny how the same people who are mad at Trump for going after Harvard are the same people who, like, a few months ago were protesting that Harvard needed to disassociate itself from Israel. It's like, Trump cut off federal funding so that now they have to spend those big fat... What are they called? Those big fat money pots these colleges are sitting on. Now they have to actually spend it. You know, now they have to actually spend that money and use it as opposed to just sitting on it and making it an investment. Isn't that good? Isn't that what we wanted? Isn't that for the best? You know, if you don't want them, whatever. People got no idea what they're fucking talking about. And they're college students, which is great. It's great when college students themselves are some of the dumbest people in society. It's great. Oh boy. Didn't one of the deans of Harvard get hammered for plagiarizing? Yes, she did. She stole it, I believe, from Wikipedia. That was found out shortly after that big talk she had about that when they got hauled in front of Congress for anti-Semitism at Harvard, Yale, and Columbia? I forgot the third one. No, I don't think it was Columbia. Yeah, they took automotive, made me take public speaking and Latin. Latin's weird. Public speaking is good, though. I mean, I think public speaking is something a lot more people should take, if I'm quite frank. And also, I mean, if you're going to be a mechanic, you're going to be a business owner. So that's probably not a bad thing for negotiation. Some business classes on top of that would be good, instead of Latin, maybe. But I think public speaking is good for everyone, personally. Yeah, she plagiarized her fucking dissertation. I remember what was funny was the amount of cope that came out of academia in the wake of that was wild. I remember I saw one article that was like, oh, what was the title? The right has found a new weapon to use against academia. Plagiarism accusations. I'm like, I remember seeing that and I was like, that's cope, bro. What the fuck? What are you talking about? She actually did plagiarize. She shouldn't do that. She's the dean of Harvard. Yeah, that should be used against her. Yes, that should be a black mark against her career. It absolutely should. That's totally fair game. Fuck off. Oh, that made me so mad when I saw that. I was so fucking mad when I saw that. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, wow, these are getting low. The fucking cope, man. The amount of fucking cope coming out of modern academia is wild. Fucking wild. Hey, public speaking is good for social interaction, too, in real life. Remember how much fucking work we had to do to get you to come on, just to come onto the Discord? Remember? Maybe it was good you took those public speaking courses, huh? You know, maybe it's good to get pushed to do things outside your comfort zone once in a while. What the fuck was that noise? Is that you, Bean? Get out of here. Need more biomass. Always need more biomass. What we got? Where are we? There we go. it's already hooked up. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Make some dumb money. Fuck yeah, dude. Congrats. Hope things are going well. And that's all good if you got a dip. I've got to, I don't know. I'm just going to be hanging out here for a couple more hours. Need to make sure I'm streaming more. What is that? Oh, Caterium. Nice.
Unknown metal collected. This metallic element is showing properties similar to those in Group 11 on the periodic table, such as high conductivity and malleability. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Damn, we need reinforced iron plates still. I need to be producing screws. I don't want to build a screw factory until we have everything on platforms. Ah. I only got plenty of these. Do I still have biomass in here? Oh, I do. Yeah, I don't need that. Obstacle clearing. Okay. Here's how we unlock the chainsaw. I keep forgetting that we turned off the sound for the for the crafting. It keeps in it. I don't know. It feels weird every time doing this without the sound because I'm so used to hearing the hammer pounding each and every time it crafts something. But it got really annoying on stream. Latin was a BS course you have to take, like religion, creative writing, random ones where they give you a list and have to pick one. Well, you're saying creative writing to a pair of writers. I hope you know that, bud. First of all, saying creative writing isn't a real class. How dare you? How dare you, sir? How dare you? Nah, it's not for everybody. I get it. Again, I mean, creative writing, again, I will defend it somewhat. I think creative outlets are good for everyone to have. I think public speaking and a semester of creative writing aren't bad things for anybody to take. You know, no matter what they're going into. You know, I don't think that our education, okay, I will admit, our collegiate system as it is now has people doing too many things. Like, they should be taking a lot more classes based on their specific trade or job. Like, the collegiate system in general has just gotten away from being job training. That's one of its biggest issues right now, you know? It's one of its biggest issues. It needs to refocus. I do agree with that. But I think that creative writing and a little bit of public speaking actually aren't bad, especially, today when we need people like going out and like not being on their phones all the time. I got kicked out for pointing out to my religion teacher that she is only teaching us Christianity. That's a shame. Why is Russia cooked? Oh, because Donald Trump is going to bomb the fuck out of Moscow. Or at least, I mean, not that I'm hoping for that, but it's, Trump had his big announcement that came out today, which is that, essentially he's just really, really tired. What Donald Trump said specifically was Russia has 50 days to come to the bargaining table in good faith. And every single day that he doesn't, he's just going to sell more weapons to Ukraine, which is amazing. Apparently, Ukraine is getting more weapons than they were before. Now, on paper, it's less weapons than the Biden administration was sending, but the Biden administration was also only providing like a quarter of the weapons they were actually sending. Now, when Trump and the Republicans say these are the number of weapons that are going, it seems like those are like much more accurate numbers. Should still be taken with a grain of salt, but yeah, Trump is getting real fed up with Putin, and I'm fucking here for it. I'm so fucking here for Trump getting sick of Putin's shit and sick of the Russians fucking lying to his face. Oh, I'm so here for it. I'm so here for it. Biden provided only 30% of what was promised. Yeah, it was pathetic. Like, they kept... That was actually one of the big interesting ironies of how... in the later years when the American public became much more skeptical of Ukraine, it was somewhat ironic that they kept pointing to, a lot of right-wingers online were pointing to, look at this defense package where Biden sent $2.5 billion in aid to Ukraine. Like, A, most of that didn't arrive. B, there was already creative accounting to make it look like those amounts anyway. It's both Biden and Trump have a good understanding of situation and both are getting away from conflict. I don't agree that I think Biden had a good grasp on the situation, but I also don't think that Trump did for a long time. I think he's getting there. And he's getting there in a much more, and he will get there much faster than Biden, who never would have gotten there, because Biden was ultimately just being handled by whatever secret cabal of corporate interests and interest groups and, I don't know, probably fucking McKinsey, were pulling the strings behind him. Biden was an old man being puppeted with a hand up his ass, and that hand was corporate interest. I think that Trump is at least getting to a point where he's understanding it. I don't think Biden knew who he was. I'm not going to say you're wrong there. Biden was out of it. That dude was gone. And they were making all these big promises that like, we're providing all this to Ukraine, and poor Zelensky had to smile and take it as a third of that actually arrived while his soldiers kept dying. What a fucking shame. What a fucking shame. Fucking shameful on the part of the United States. And then everyone kept saying... Not going to go on a rant. Anyway, Russia is cooked because it seems like the U.S. is finally getting onto a footing where, say what you will about the Republicans. Say what you will about, how the Democrats were theoretically on Ukraine's side sooner. Well, he knew that if you didn't vote for him, you weren't... Oh, Biden. I could have gone the rest of my fucking life without remembering that, but thank you. I needed that. Yeah. Putin will scare him off with escalation. Right now, Russia has approximately 5 to 8 levels out of escalation levels. I don't think that's true. I think Trump is riding high, especially after Iran. And with the way that, the American public has been okay with just bombing in favor of you, with having bombing runs happening in Ukraine for a long time.
Milestone reached. To aid in...
Americans are totally okay. At one point, USA has to jump off the escalation elevator because Putin will put nuclear factor on the table. No, he's not. He'd be fucking stupid. No point staying in conflict. You know in advance you can't play high stakes. Yeah, that's going to hit Russia, not the U.S. Russia knows they can't actually launch a nuclear bomb. They can't launch one in Ukraine because their own people, the Russian people, and why they're okay with this war is because they believe the Ukrainians are Russians who have forgotten they are Russian. But that's a double-edged sword. That also means that the Russian people would not be very happy to see Ukraine get hit with a nuke. So that's pretty much off the table for Putin. You know, I think his own people would not be happy with that. They also wouldn't be happy with it because the moment that he launches the nuke, the entire rest of the world is at war with him. You know, the Western European countries who allegedly support Ukraine while buying Russian gas in bulk and funding the fucking war. Fucking Germany, UK, France to a lesser degree, but they're fighting their own dark war with Russia across Africa. You know, Putin can't take a tiny country. How do you think they're going to stop the U.S.? They won't. And again, Trump is flying high. You're right. Trump is a businessman, but Trump is flying high right now. And again, say what you will about Republicans. Say what you will about the fact that they weren't pro-Ukraine sooner. It's a valid critique. But once the Republicans get pro-war, that's when the bombs really start falling. That's when Boeing gets the big contracts. You know, that's what I'm looking forward to. I don't think anyone will announce war to Russia if they use nuclear weapons. I think you're just straight up wrong with that. And it's highly unlikely because EU and USA will pull out before Putin strikes. At some point, someone has to jump off the elevator. Yeah, you're right. It'll be Russia. Because it won't be Putin, but it will be Russia. Putin won't jump off the elevator, but either Putin will be, one of two things will happen. Either the Kremlin will go radio silent for about 48 hours, and we will come back on a random Monday, and some guy we've never seen before will say, I am now great leader. Putin had unfortunate accident. He fell out of window. You know? Either that will happen, and the war will come to a very rapid close, and Russia will fall apart into civil war, or the war will continue. Putin's own troops will turn on him eventually as the USA's shock and awe tactics drive them away, and Russia will devolve into civil war. It's not looking good for Russia either way. I think Putin got him strong. He will just escalate. Yeah, Putin will, but Russia will not. Putin is not Russia. Putin wants you to believe that he is Russia. Putin wants the Russian people to believe that Putin is Russia. But Putin is not Russia. And Putin is going to find that out at some point brutally. Wagner marched on Moscow already. They're already playing some dangerous games. Yeah, the ghost of Prigozhin haunts everything happening in Russia right now. Like, that betrayal haunts Putin. He is, the ghost of Gaddafi also haunts Putin. He is very, very afraid of ending up, tied and quartered, strung up by his boots. He doesn't wear boots, KGB agent. But you get what I mean. That's his ultimate nightmare scenario. And we'll see. The longer the war drags on, the more likely it happens. Because again, Putin wants you to believe that he is Russia. He wants Russia to believe that Putin is Russia, but Putin is not Russia. And eventually, they will diverge. And they can diverge in a way that leads to a less awful civil war, or one that leads to the bloodiest of bloody civil wars. Civil war is pretty much inevitable at this point. But we'll see how it goes. Really, the main thing we need to be worried about as Westerners are, A, how good a job we're doing. At least I'm a Westerner. I don't know about everybody else. Most of my chat, I believe, is in the US or UK. The things we need to be worried about are, first and foremost, are we learning the lessons we need to for modern warfare, which does not seem like we are. We are not learning the tactics that we need to for how to fight on a transparent battlefield. Seeing that Putin was talking smack to Japan, South Korea, and the US. The last time Russia attacked Japan, they lost. Yeah, Russia can't beat smaller countries. That's been the irony of Russia for a long time. They can't beat smaller countries. Puncher, Putin will be eaten alive by Canadians, and it will be due to a translation error on Putin. I hope so. That'd be incredible. At some point, interests get too detrimental and it's time to agree. I mean, they've been agreeing, though. That's the thing. Like, it's... Are you talking about the divergence between Putin's interests and Russia's interests? And they are going to have... And the Russian people will eventually... Or the Russian oligarchs, really, who are the ones who have the real power, will just have to capitulate to Putin? I don't think that's true. Like, I mean, it's true. They've been agreeing, but eventually they will diverge. At no point of Western 5th-century hegemony, there was such an enemy that the West can't defeat. The imbalance between powers in Europe is too wild. Putin knows this very well. Wait. I'm sorry. I got to scroll back through this. Wait. Putin realizes very well that Europe is facing an enemy with 7,000 nuclear war... Wait. You think that the West is scared of Putin launching a nuke? They're not. No. Individual Westerners are not. No, I mean, there have been crazed people driving around Moscow with nukes, with fake nukes on their cars labeled for Washington. Like, Russia's Channel 1 has been threatening to nuke Washington, D.C., Chicago, New York, Los Angeles for years. They've been doing that since almost the beginning of the war. They've been threatening, like, if anything, Russia themselves have been devaluing nuclear threats. And Japan was technically behind them. Yes, absolutely. You can't, and not only that, like, we saw what happened when Russia tried to mobilize, They mobilized 300,000 men to fight in the war. And then just to beat tiny Ukraine. Just to beat 1/3 of their size Ukraine, or smaller. Just to do that, they had to mobilize 300,000 men and lost 700,000 men because they fled the country. Mostly the educated ones. What a fucking shame. If Russia goes to the war, if this war escalates and Russia ends up in a war with the U.S., they will have to do full mobilization. And they will lose the last of their men as they flee. They know that. Russia's never going to launch a fucking nuke. It'd be stupid. Like, someone will either take out Putin, or Putin will be... there won't be a Putin anymore. Even if he survives the first 24 hours after attempting to launch a nuke, Putin would never see daylight again, and he knows that. He'd have to live in a nuclear missile silo the rest of his life, 100 feet, 100 meters below ground, because he'd never be allowed to see daylight. American drones would hunt him until the day he dies, likely by an American drone. The West is absolutely useless right now. Yes, but that's changing, at least in some parts of the West. I'm hoping they do more to learn from the freer countries in Eastern Europe. Poland could teach a lot to the West right now. And it seems like their culture is leaking in. Poland has become quite the thorn in Russia's side, culturally and militarily. And they're itching for a scrap. They're looking. They're like, Poland is ready. Poland is like there, you know? After World War II in Europe, technically, absolute beast was born, or Moscow rebirthed into absolutely wild power. Imbalance of powers never happened at all. I apologize, I'm not quite following that. The West is absolutely useless, though. I just straight up disagree. The West is in a period of cultural stagnation that is incredibly severe. It's bad. But, it's not gonna... But the technological imbalance between the West and Russia, as well as the fact that Russia's been fighting a brutal war for 3 years now. You think they can... Like, yeah, I could see them trying to escalate, maybe try to invade Estonia. I could see that. Maybe Finland. That would be really dumb. Maybe Finland. I could see it in a last desperate attempt. But if they go to war with the U.S., half their population is going to flee the country or go into hiding. Like, there won't be a Russia left. Not to mention that the Sky Dorito will absolutely obliterate half their military infrastructure. You know? Ukraine has proved their air defenses suck. Didn't they lose in Finland? I mean, Finland had to sacrifice basically its entire military in order to stop the Soviet Union. But yes, they did lose pretty badly. For a lot of the same reasons they're losing in Ukraine. And for a lot of the same reasons they're losing in Japan. Fought a smaller country. Russia can't beat smaller countries. You they can't. If the other country comes in with a small mentality and is willing to cheat, they're gonna lose. Russia's going to lose. Before the West could organize alliances and march, you mean like NATO? And march any enemy they disliked or that affected their interests, let's say Napoleon or someone other than that. After World War II, not the case anymore, and this war shows it clearly. The West is facing a wall they can't pass. What is the West trying to pass? What are you talking about? A, Ukraine is not the West. Russia can't defeat Ukraine. Ukraine is just some country that's getting aid, to be quite frank. Like, yes, I support Ukraine, 100%. I 100% support Ukraine, but Ukraine is not the West. And Russia can't beat them. Ukraine is a Soviet country with some Western ideology and some Western thinking that is helping them a lot in this war, such as the importance these days, especially in small-scale drone warfare, of its ability for its lower-tiered officers to have a sense of flexibility that Russian and Soviet thinking didn't allow for. There's a lot of strengths Ukraine has just from its Western influence and its ability to trade, but Russians don't have those, and Russia's still losing. The major issue would not be Russia, it would be if China supports them, and I think they will sit this one out. I agree. China would be a far greater threat than Russia, and China doesn't want a war right now. They might go to war. I don't know. I'm 50-50 on if they would go into Taiwan. I'm 50-50 on it. I do think they will try to invade and take northern Manchuria. I do think they'll try to take territory from Russia. I really do think that's going to happen. But first they've got to settle their own house. Like, China has to get its own house in order first. We'll see. If not Russians, 7,000 warheads, half those don't even fucking work. We've seen the perils of aged Soviet technology. Soviet, not Russian. Aged Soviet technology in the hands of Russians coming out. We've seen their tanks. We've seen their technology. It's all rusted. Half of it doesn't fucking work. They're pulling it out of deep storage after decades. It's not... Half their 7,000 warheads wouldn't even fire. Who knows how many would blow up in the silo? No. First of all. Okay, so I got to scroll back through this. I'm getting some essays here. NATO would already be involved in a counteroffensive 2023. Why not? That's the wall they are facing the first time in 2,500 years, where power balance was so wild they can't do anything beyond aid. No, they just didn't want to get involved in Russia because they didn't want to escalate. It's not... Ukraine is... or was the Russian sphere of influence. That's why when the war first broke out, Biden was pressuring Zelensky to step down and form an insurgency instead of defending the capital. They didn't want aid because America recognized Ukraine as being part of the Russian sphere of influence and capitulated. But that's not the case anymore. Ukraine has proved they are not going to do that. They want to be part of the West. Russia is losing. The Ukraine is not the Ukraine anymore. Russia's the one who's losing here. Okay, if Russia drops a nuke, everyone would turn on Russia. Only a fool fights a war on two fronts. Only the king of fools fights a war on 6+. You're not wrong. And that's also not including the fact that with Iran now being out of the game, Russia can't get resupplied on missiles. So like a lot of the missiles and Shaheeds they're shooting now are like the last ones they have. Like it's not looking good for Russia. I gotta do that. It's not looking good. What does Putin have to do to win a war in Ukraine? He must force Europe to pull out of Ukraine. No. He'd still lose. Even if Russia took the capital tomorrow, the insurgency he would face, the Ukrainian people would resist to a T. They wouldn't do it. No, that's just not gonna happen. I'm sorry, that's just not. They can't take Ukraine. Even if they did at this point, even if they killed Zelensky and took Kyiv tomorrow, Ukraine is gone. Russia helped to create the identity of the people of Ukraine. I'm not doubting the West is weak right now, but no. They might go to war, but not for Russia. There is nothing to win fighting the U.S. for them. Absolutely. I think when we see Oreshnik strike German factories, we clear sign Putin's prepared to push elevator button further up. You think they're going to bomb Germany? You think, I'm sorry, I got to switch to the full screen right now. I'm sorry. You think Russia is going to bomb Germany? Now. You do remember that they waited till the Nord Stream pipeline was completed because they are dependent to fund this war on selling natural gas and oil to Europe, including Germany. That's how the war is getting funded. That's the great irony of these European countries getting praised so much for we're supporting Ukraine with aid packages while buying Russian gas. It's a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, no, they're not gonna fucking bomb Germany. What are you fucking kidding? Russia's clearly winning. I mean, you can win a battle and lose a war. I mean, they're not winning long term. Their casualties are too heavy and their gains are too insignificant. No one fears Russia. No, they absolutely have devalued the nuclear threat. Absolutely. Only a matter of time till Putin scares the EU leaders. The EU leaders are bitches. I'll give you that. I've said before, Keir Starmer is, he's not EU, I guess, but Keir Starmer is, as a European example, he is the type of leader you elect right before a dictator, you know? The UK and the EU and a lot of the non-EU countries, a lot of them are dealing with crises of leadership, as we are here in the US too. You know, the federal government seems to be working itself out. There's more strong leadership there, which is good. I'd like to see more diverse leadership, but I'll take what I can get. The U.S. is really struggling on a more state and municipality level as far as its leadership crisis. Anyway, I'm going to keep going with this. EU leaders are basically in a position either you pull out or you get strikes and maximum level of escalation. And I guarantee Ukraine is not worth nuclear strikes in Europe. You really think Putin is going to nuke Europe when he's dependent on selling natural gas to Europe? Do you really think that's going to happen? Do you really think that's going to happen? I don't think so. I think that would be a very dumb move. And it would further piss off Trump. I grew up in the 80s, and this Russia is like Diet Russia. You're not wrong. It's not the Soviet Union anymore. It's just the Russians. It's just Moscow, St. Petersburg, and their collection of old Soviet holdings that nobody wanted out in Central and East Asia. That's pretty much it. Diet Russia is the right way to put it, honestly. Under their little gray man of a leader. Doesn't matter how you feel or think, to be honest. At the end of the day, is how it's going to be. Putin nuking Western Europe is how it's going to be. Karaganov was advisor of Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and Putin. He created Russia's 20-step escalation process. Russia right now is about at stage 8. Well, they've been threatening nuclear annihilation on the West since like day 2 of the war, and it never happened. So stage 8 doesn't seem too different from stage 1. To be quite frank, he will get escalation to the maximum when the EU. I'm sorry, dude. I just don't think that Russia is as powerful or as threatening, or that their threats matter as much as you think. I just don't. They've devalued their own threats too much. They know how stupid it would be to launch a nuke. They've juked around Trump too much to the point that he's getting sick of Putin's bullshit. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm sorry. I firmly disagree with what you're saying. And, like, hey, I respect you, but no, Russia is not this scary threat in the West. They are, even a lot of their nuclear threats nowadays aren't really about scaring the West. Really, they're about assuring other Russians inside of Russia that, oh yeah, we'd totally nuke the West if we had to. But they won't. You know? I think nukes won't be used. That's the point. EU will back down. It has to. Okay, so if you're acknowledging Russia will never use nukes, and the EU knows Russia will never use nukes, then why would the EU back down? Why does the EU have no choice? They know Russia won't use nukes. Russia knows Russia won't use nukes. They're lying to their own people, you know? Russia is embellishing to their own people that, yeah, we'll totally use nukes when they won't. If Russia attacked the EU, NATO would activate. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, the Sky Dorito would be bombing the shit out of Moscow in days. It's the small ape chest beating tactics. They scream loud enough and hope it deters problems. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Russia is devolving into a bigger North Korea, basically. Funny enough, they're one of their last big trading partners. North Korea. Truly an ally until the end. The price is too high to go there. Yes, the price is too high using nukes. That's why Russia won't use them. And the EU knows that. And America knows that. Donald Trump knows that. Keir Starmer knows that. I forget who the new current prime minister of Germany is. Macron knows that. Everybody knows Russia can't use a nuke. Not to mention that even the few allies, they don't really have any allies, but the few outside of North Korea, the few semi-part-time allies Russia has, even they don't want to see Russia use a nuke. China doesn't want to see Russia using a nuke. It'd be fucking stupid. China would basically have to stop all trade with Russia, and trade with Russia without the West there to judge their products side by side has been very lucrative for China. Very lucrative. You know? Chinese automakers stepping in where the Western companies left. Meat production, agriculture, cheap gas. You know, this has been very lucrative for China. They don't want Russia to nuke anybody because if they did that, they lose this big trading partner with all these Western sanctions. It's great. They already lost Iran, Syria. You know, they don't want to do that. Judging by Biden and Trump's actions, they know Putin will use nukes. No, they fucking don't. What are you the fuck are you talking about? No, they fucking don't. Biden was a bitch. Biden, as I said a while ago, Biden was an old-ass man who didn't know what the fuck was happening half the fucking time, who was sitting around having, fucking Boeing and, whispering in his ear, drop more bombs, just send them more weapons. That's who Biden was. He didn't know what the fuck was happening. The man was an old man with an auto pen in his hand. That's all he was. Biden wasn't shit. But he also knew that they weren't going to use a nuke. And Boeing knew they weren't going to use a nuke. They wanted to extend the war so they could sell more bombs to keep the military industrial complex going. Yes, they didn't want to end the war. They wanted either an insurgency or an extended, long, bloody war because it would be more profitable for American manufacturers. That is true on Biden. Trump actually wants to end the war, from what I've seen. It's bold to claim you understand what's in somebody's heart, especially someone as high up as that. But I do actually think Trump wants to end the war and hates the killing that's happening. Yeah, he does. And he does not think... No one thinks Putin is going to use a nuke. Nobody thinks Putin is going to use a nuke. Absolutely nobody thinks Putin is going to use a nuke. It would be dumb. Oh, another semi-ally who doesn't want to see Putin use a nuke. Saudi Arabia. Israel. Yes, Israel has some very strong ties to Russia. None of them want to see that. Despite the fact that fucking Russia helped to train Hamas fighters. So that relationship has been deteriorating slowly but surely. But Saudi Arabia doesn't want to see them launch a nuke. You know, and they're one of the last kind of cool toward Russia. Not quite an ally, but not quite an enemy. One of the last few they have in the Middle East. They don't want to see Russia use a nuke. Because if they did, because they don't want, Russia's partners, such as Iran, getting a nuke. You know? That opens the door for any number of other countries to use a nuke. You know? It'd be stupid. The fallout would hit Russia if he nukes most EU countries. If he strikes Ukraine, then the fallout hits Russia and China. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, you're totally right about that. That's not even. I wasn't even including the fact that the actual nuclear fallout would hit all across Europe and Asia. It would affect them for centuries. You know, it'd be terrible. It was bad enough they fought a fucking battle in Chernobyl. That was risky enough. We don't need to escalate that. It's basically a question of who backs down first. Let's observe and see. I think Putin is psychologically prepared and has sheer will to defend Russia's interests. I agree. I think if you put a contest of wills between Putin and any Western leader, Donald Trump included, in a match where they have even numbers of resources and you put them all against each other, I think Putin would win out. I truly do. He is one of the last few who truly sees himself as a great leader, a czar, you know? I agree with you on that. I think Putin has that will that no EU leader has, certainly. Certainly. Nobody in the UK, nobody in the US, certainly not Canada. No one else has that. I agree. But these are not evenly matched countries. They're not. The US, and Trump is getting increasingly pissed off. Yeah, China would be so pissed. No one's going to drop a nuke. The global market is so woven together, erasing any one economy collapses. Most, if not all of them, got a dip. Yeah, it's all good, man. I'll see you later. At no point in time, USA should engage Russia when it comes to nukes. I mean, no one wants to engage with Russia. No one wants to engage with nukes, but like, no, Russia's going to... I'm sorry. Russia was going to lose. Like, there's no version of the EU getting involved in something where the US isn't involved in some degree, though. That's the thing. Like, NATO is the US. Let's be straight here. NATO is the United States. That's what it is. NATO is the United States military with a couple European allies sometimes. That's really what it is. But the US has made it clear if you attack Europe, they're gonna fuck you up. This is what Trump does now. Sell weapons to Ukraine through the EU, but not directly involved. He's getting more involved. Have you not seen the last 3 months of them trying to engage in peace talks? Yeah, Trump is trying to get involved. He is trying to end the war actively. That's why I do truly believe Donald Trump wants to end the war. Trump leaves the EU to Putin because he knows EU will chicken out at some point. I mean, yeah, Trump also knows the EU are bitches. I mean, it's a sad fact that the EU has not bothered building, despite they're continuing to buy Russian gas, funds the fucking war. So it doesn't matter how much aid they're sending to Ukraine when they're funding the goddamn war. We're buying Russian natural gas and oil. The EU hasn't built one singular fucking goddamn artillery shell plant. Not fucking one. Fucking bitches. They are bitches. No, 100%. But Russia will still lose. They can't win politically, tactically. They're an impotent nation. They can't even win. They're not even beating Ukraine. Imagine if any European country got involved. Imagine if Poland decided to get involved directly. Russia would be dead in a week. There wouldn't be a Russian army left. And if Poland got involved, everybody else would get dragged in economically, politically, militarily at some point. France has been talking about putting rear-line troops in Ukraine for quite a while now. There have been American former servicemen who have volunteered to fight in Ukraine and have died. We're getting more entangled with Ukraine's side by the day. I don't know. Trump is not leaving the EU to Putin because he's afraid of Putin. No one's afraid of Putin anymore. Mutually assured destruction. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong about that. I think mutually assured destruction is a bigger fear than Putin. Much bigger. He is clearly getting away from conflict. He basically said, now the EU buys weapons from the US, just resupply and receive the money. Huge maneuver to leave conflict. It's not a maneuver demanding that NATO countries, yes, there's an economic incentive, but demanding that NATO countries go up to 5% on defense spending is not getting away from conflict. That's the opposite. No, that's not getting away from conflict. That's the US preparing and saying everybody else has to do their share too. No. He's using that as an excuse. He's demanding they buy more, both to help American industry, which is self-serving, but hey, I'm an American, I ain't gonna complain. And because he wants to refocus a lot of U.S. efforts on the South China Sea, which I think is fair and good, and he should be. We should be concerned about that, even if I'm only 50-50 on whether or not the Taiwan War will happen. You know? If Russia uses their nukes, everyone else would use MAD. There would be no Russia. You're right. I don't even think that other countries would have to nuke them in response. I think the Sky Dorito, again, would wipe out every Russian government building. Which, by the way, did you hear that Russian government workers now are working remote due to fear of Ukrainian strikes? Ukrainian strikes! The U.S. isn't even involved yet. And Ukraine has Russia on such a back foot, their government workers can't come to work. Imagine. EU will never strike back at Russia because when you strike, you automatically assume return fire. I mean, do you? I mean, we've been given, the EU gave them, France and Germany gave them the Taurus missile. I forget what the UK equivalent is called. I mean, there's been slow but sure escalation in the amount that we're giving to Ukraine. Thank God Zelensky's such a charismatic fuck, or else Ukraine never would have gotten all this aid. No, they're also sacrificing Paris because of... I'm sorry, what? Now you're talking about sacrificing Paris for Berlin? Okay, well, we're moving on. If Putin was to escalate really hard, he would strike tactical nukes with local effect. That would be very, very dumb. The world only has to hear the word nuke. Tactical would go in one ear, out the other. The world hears the word nuke, and there's no more Russia. There's no more Russia. No. Trump would not settle for that. The EU would not. They would stop. I think that would finally get them to stop buying Russian gas once and for all. I do. China would be pissed. Saudi Arabia, India would be pissed. No one would be happy about that. There wouldn't be a Russia. Economically, politically, as an identity, ethnically, they would be off the map. Gone. No more Russia. Russia doesn't get that anymore. They don't get to exist anymore. The Taurus are canceled because they're scared if Putin strikes their manufacturers. He would never do that. And Germany knows they can't do anything to uphold such level of escalation. Germany is rapidly remilitarizing, but they're having issues with it, figuring out exactly what they want to do and what they want to be. Anyone in the EU would sacrifice anyone in the EU would sacrifice France. Don't be mean. I mean, I don't know. You're not wrong. I mean, fuck France, kind of. I mean, France is fine. Whatever. China will be jumping and applauding if EU loses this war. No, they won't. China wants a nice long war. China has the same incentives as Boeing. They want to have a nice long war where they can sell a lot of bombs and drones to both sides. That's what China wants. They don't want that. And plus, they know that Russia's going to devolve into civil war when this is over. They're planning on it. That's when they're going to invade northern Manchuria. They're planning on it. They know that there's not going to be a Russia. And then whatever small government entities that pop up throughout Central Asia in the wake of Russia's dissolution, they'll be able to exert incredible authority over, far more than a united Russia. So China's banking on this. They want the war to go on so they can keep selling products, but even once the war ends and Russia devolves into civil war, China will still be able to exert not only massive authority over the smaller states that are left in the aftermath, they'll be able to sell weapons to both sides as the civil war goes on, and they'll be able to, extort resources because Russia is extremely mineral rich and agricultural rich, and I mean until they start deporting, until there's a famine, and extremely oil rich. So China's going to get cheap resource either way. China's got money coming, money going from this war. They don't care. Russia's getting beaten, wedged by Ukraine. China doesn't want the EU to lose. They need to sell cheap trash to the EU. You're not wrong. China is pushing to reopen those markets as the tariffs keep climbing. Hilarious, by the way. This isn't relevant. I just find it hilarious how, I find it hilarious how everyone keeps saying how Trump tariffs, but then the EU is has seen that as an open door to levy their own tariffs against China. No one mentions that. So Moscow was able to defend its interests using nuclear weapons for 70 years up to 1991, but won't do so this time. That was the Soviet Union, and they had way more military power, including, guess what? The people and manufacturing capacity and agricultural capacity of Ukraine, which they don't have anymore. Ukraine was also where a lot of their best minds come from. And probably because it's closer to the West. Nuclear factor was put under the bed ever since 91, and it's Putin's direct interest to put it back on the table. I mean, he's been trying, and no one's taking him seriously. You're acting like he's never made a nuclear threat before. Like, he has, and no one cares. He has devalued it. Like him and Channel One and all the other Russian fucking oligarchs and what are they called? What are they? The news organizations in Russia that are the propagandists. They've all been threatening nuclear annihilation constantly, and it's never gone anywhere. It's never gone anywhere. Never. Russia's not doing shit. They're not launching anything. The only way for Putin to get the EU to pull out of Ukraine is a nuke. I mean, the problem is if he did that, he would cross a line and the EU would just double down, would be like, no, fuck you. There's no more Russia anymore. Maybe if the EU had to stand on its own without the US, maybe they would pull out of Ukraine. Maybe. But with the US, I mean, again, NATO is just the US extended. Like, no, it's not going to go well. The US is going to fuck Russia up if they dare use a nuke. And Putin knows that, so he's never going to. I don't think so. The USSR and Russia are not the same thing. Very good point. True. Dude threatened to drop a nuke. He threatens to drop nuke all the time. Russia's just a shit talker. Threat and escalation process is different things. Okay, what's the difference? What's the difference between escalating the threat of a nuke and just threatening to use a nuke? Because they've been threatening, but not escalating. Because they're only at level, I believe, 5 to 8, you said? Like yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Welcome back. Well, welcome back to the conversation. We're still just talking about the EU and Russia and the ability of Russia to use a nuke. Russia's not going to use a nuke. They're never going to use a nuke. It would be stupid. It would be stupid. Everyone would be... The U.S. has more to lose? No, they don't. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How far would a nuke have to fly out of Russia and not be intercepted to get to the United States? The whole reason the U.S. doesn't give a fuck is because the U.S. is geographically removed from Europe. The U.S. doesn't give a fuck. Russia would never be able to hit the U.S. with a nuke. That's why the U.S. doesn't care. Russia would never even be able to hit the U.S. You seriously consider the USA will step in the game of nukes within Russia? This is mad. I mean, if they launched a nuke, which I don't think they will because it would be stupid, the U.S. and Donald Trump would fuck Russia up. There wouldn't be a Russia left. Okay? They would fuck them up. Fuck them up real good. No, Russia's not going to use a nuke. It would be stupid. If Russia does use a nuke, it is a sign that they know that they're done, that they know they've lost. Another world. Oh, it's a shame. Well, thank you for the conversation. I'm sorry that we were not able to come to a consensus. I hope you're able to understand my points, and I hope that I did a good job trying to understand yours. Probably shouldn't do that on screen. USA would rather get Putin to defeat the EU than pick up the remains of a weakened EU. I mean, again, the EU are a bunch of bitches. I'm not denying that, but like they're also, the US would still support them. The US and Europe are very closely allied right now, and they are actually capitulating. They're also the best market for American weapons, and Americans love building weapons. It's good for our economy, you know? So no, Russia would be very stupid to launch a nuke. Very, very stupid. Regular folk don't want the loss of life. The business elite would rather like to keep their money. Yeah. I mean, that's honestly why I think before a nuke would ever get launched, that same line of thinking, regular folk don't want the loss of life. Business elite just want their money and their power. That's why if Putin tried to launch a nuke, the Kremlin would go radio silent for 48 hours, and he would come back and some new guy would be in Putin's place, and no one would talk about it. In capitalism, strong eats weak. Its interest... I don't think you understand the U.S. as well as you think you do. I don't think capitalism is the only thing that defines the U.S. And actually, even if it does, the U.S. loves selling weapons to the EU. That's part of why we would continue to arm them. You know? And Russia nuking anyone outside of Ukraine would just be fucking stupid. That would be that is beyond reason. Like they would be like Russia nuking Berlin would be insane. Insane. The US does not want to see a weakened European Union so we can take advantage of them. That is not at all what the US wants. That is not at all what the United States wants. That is not it. I think you're just really I think you're really not understanding the motivations or psychology of the United States. I think that you're not understanding it. And I'm trying to say that in the nicest way possible. I'm not trying to be like shitty, but I really think you're not quite getting the psychology and the interests of the United States. There's no desire to see the EU weakened or crippled for the sake of US to create strength in the US. Like, what do you think? We're going to like go and colonize the EU after Putin nukes them? Like, so far I see Trump and Biden clearly pulling out. Maybe I'm wrong. We shall see. I mean, Biden's out of office now. Biden was just some old ass man who didn't know what the fuck was happening with an auto pen in his hand. And it was a fucking meat puppet with corporate interests shoved up his ass, using him like a fucking, like his fucking mouthpiece. Biden wasn't shit. And Trump actually, I think, is trying to stop the war. Yes, he did. Pete Hegseth did turn off the weapons faucet to Ukraine, which was unfortunate and stupid. But Trump turned it back on personally. He has made it clear, and he just announced today, like, weapons are actually increasing in the amount they're coming to Ukraine. You know, I'm saying that both Republicans and Dems are pulling out. That's not true. Republicans are doubling down. Actually, Republicans are getting more pro-Ukraine. Not Trump. Trump is finally. Lindsey Graham actually has been a big advocate. Shout out to the Carolinas. I believe he's from the Carolinas, right? Yeah, Lindsey Graham, for all my issues with his politics, has been a big advocate for Ukraine for a very long time. And he's been really whispering in Trump's ear, trying to get him to go more full pro-Ukraine. And thank God, Republicans are getting more pro-Ukraine with time. They are. Biden couldn't pull out of a garage without 10 adrenaline shots and a Raytheon handler holding his sleeves. That man, I love the fact that the Dems for so long pretended like not wanting to vote for Biden made you a bad person. As if there weren't some very good reasons to not vote for Biden. Very good reasons. Biden couldn't pull anything in office. The megacorps had their hand up his butt like a puppet from Jim Henson. Absolutely fucking right. Absolutely fucking right. Biden wasn't shit. Biden couldn't do anything. Biden didn't know what was happening half the time. I will say there were issues with his ability to support Ukraine, though. I mean, there was the obvious instance in which, and this was interestingly totally forgotten by the pro-Ukraine side. They magically forgot this during Trump's election when they were trying to say how Trump is the pro-Russia side. And there was an extent to which that was and is true. An extent, but increasingly not. You put an honest leader and a dishonest leader in the room together. Eventually, the honest one's going to get tired. But the hell was I even saying? I don't know. Something about Trump. I do think Trump wants to end the war, though. I do think he does. I really do think he wants to end the war. I think he wants the killing to stop. He's a capitalist, but I don't think he likes the death that's happening there. It's incredible amounts of death. Horrible, horrifying waste of life. South Carolina, we love war. Those Carolinians. Yep. First state to secede from the Union. Attempted to, anyway. I believe a gentleman, a president from Illinois, puts y'all in your place. But, yeah, that was a long time ago now. But, yeah, no, they, I think Trump really does want to end the war. Like, that's not have guns and military bases everywhere. Yep. That was one of the problems when the Civil War broke out in the U.S. is like the South had all the best fighters, all the best generals, and all the weapons were in the South, but they're being produced in the North. It was So the South had a big stockpile, but they couldn't maintain it was their problem. They didn't have the infrastructure, didn't have the long-term planning and logistics, or just the merit of ruling. I don't know is how you put that concept of like I don't know, like the I don't know. We're talking about Russia though. Russia is never going to launch a nuke. It would be fucking stupid, and they would all die immediately. They would all die. There would be no more Russia. The idea of Russia launching a nuke anywhere near Germany's airspace, it would have to get past Poland or Norway and Sweden, which it wouldn't, and Finland. It wouldn't do that. It would just never even get there. Number two, it would. Number two, even if he did, Germany would declare it's just a dumb prospect. It's a dumb prospect. It's never going to happen. It's horrible. But Chester379, I do hope I'm making good points here. I just don't think. Libs it here we go hog wild arm up if shit got nuclear. Honestly, yeah. Dude, that's like a good point though. Like even the Californians would go to war if like someone used a fucking nuke. Like fuck no. No. Like no one wants to see nukes getting used. Nobody. No one is cool with that. Absolutely not. Oh, no. It's just, oh, man. It would just never happen. It couldn't happen. Like, I mean, okay, it could if someone were very stupid. And I didn't want to mention this because it's been mostly conjecture. I think Chester may have left us out of frustration, unfortunately, gentlemen. But I have heard whispers from the front line as I do try to keep my ear to the ground about this war because I find it fascinating, that the part of the reason why every single night of Russia's bombardment has been the largest bombardment ever, and part of why they're assembling hundreds of thousands of troops and attacking Ukraine so relentlessly, losing hard, not in the air war, but they're losing hard in the ground war. Like their Ukrainian kill zones are just devouring Russian men. There has been whispers that the Russian POWs that Ukraine has managed to capture have apparently been saying that their commanders are explicitly telling them this is the last big push before the country falls apart. Like the whole country. Like whole kit and caboodle. Gone. This is it. This is the last big push. This is everything we've got. And again, you see it in the air war with literally Russia setting records, despite its industrial output not getting better, despite it's one of its biggest lifelines in economic output and ability to ship products both in and out, Iran now being under Israeli airspace, Israeli air control. Despite the continuing China turning, it would seem increasingly quietly hostile toward Russia, though still selling them plenty of weapons. It passes was it Preston calls it the common sense test. Is this something Russia would do if they were planning this? Yeah, it kind of does to me. Like it seems like this, but again, we don't know. But the whispers are this is the last one. This is the last big push Russia has in the last of the gas in the tank. Before the country devolves into civil war, because the men won't stop fighting. These men on the front lines are making 200,000 rubles a month. I mean, it's like $2,500. But even so, that's an insane amount of money in Russia. And they're not going to go back to the civilian sector. And even if they go back to the civilian sector, most of the civilian sector has been gutted for making war materials. And the rates of Russian men who come back from the front lines and their ability to get jobs has been like 30%. Most of them stay unemployed on the street, or they fall in with criminal organizations. Most of them, a lot of them, and a lot of the more professional and well-armed aspects weren't necessarily like the ones, like the groups fighting in Ukraine now are technically PMCs for Russia. Like Gazprom, Russia's main gas exporter, has its own PMC group. Sergei Shoigu, that guy, the former Russian defense minister, he owned, I believe, several PMC groups. They're everywhere. He did not say where he was from. Yeah, no, I don't think this is going to go well for Russia. I don't think there's going to be much of a Russia left in the next 10 years. China is probably following suit, what with their youth unemployment rate and their own proclivity for devolving into civil war. I worry for them as well. Most of Russia's the mob. Yeah, no, absolutely. Russia's a fucking mob state. It's run to its very core with strongman ideology and criminal mentality. And that has some strengths, but many weaknesses. And when you have lots and lots of individual strongmen all trying to carve out their piece of what's left of the empire, and you have large groups of single adult young men who are now who won't go back to the civilian sector, are traumatized by war, trained how to kill, actively ostracized. In Moscow and St. Petersburg, returning soldiers are not treated well because a lot of the average people they're okay with the war, but they don't like the act of fighting. They don't like the soldiers themselves. There's a disdain for them. And a lot of the soldiers themselves are being taken from the poorest regions. Dagestan has been a huge recruiting center. Chechnya, other places. It's the poor regions. It's actually quite funny because you look at the Russian soldiers, they're a lot more... The ones who are on the front lines are a lot more distinctly Central Asian than the white boys you see in the Moscow military parades. It's we'll see. We'll see how it goes for Russia. I don't know. I don't think there's going to be a Russia in 10 years. Whether or not there's even a China too, who knows? I mean, I think a lot of Central Asia is going to be having a rough time of it the next couple of years. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's get back to some Satisfactory, though. This is, Russian mob's worth over $1 trillion. I believe that. I believe that wholeheartedly. Russia is... It's Russia. It's Russia. I mean, it's... I don't even know what to say beyond that. Russia is a mafia state. It's what it is. No Zomboid? Nah, sorry. I don't know. Maybe at some point. I imagine I'm going to have to. But we're so close, you know? We're so close to, at least in theory, the new version coming out. So I kind of want to wait and do multiplayer. I don't know. We'll see. I kind of want to wait. Excuse me. Oh my god. Ooh. I don't know. And to be honest, every time... I almost played Minecraft today, actually. That was the game I was debating between that or Satisfactory. Multiplayer. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, we're absolutely got to play that. We got to figure out... I got to get a hold of Allie and talk about what server they're doing. Maybe we can hop onto theirs. What is it there? Greenbow, Alabama. Playing Vault Hunters now. Ooh, what's that? That sounds cool. Trying to do the Nox event expanded just to pretend... Ooh. Is that like the week 1 mod, but like a different version? Sounds cool. I gotta be honest, I'd love to see early days with NPCs. But then, you know, that's like... Most players don't survive a week anyway, so I don't know. That might end up being kind of pointless. I don't know. God, I'm blowing out my fucking voice. There we go. Ah, modded Minecraft. Enjoy, friend. Have fun. Yeah, like I said, I almost played Minecraft today, but I got to get into the Minecraft modding scene before I really, like, do anything. I don't know, like... It's funny. Whenever I play Minecraft, my views go up on my streams exponentially. But I also don't know anything about Minecraft. You know, so I always feel like I don't really know what I'm doing. Like, I just like to... I'm a pretty simple guy. I like building bases. And that's it. Like, I just want to build a fun base, a cute-looking base, a cool base, and then I want to just hang out. You know, that's kind of it. And in Zomboid, you can really do that, and you focus on defense. Or in Satisfactory, you focus on gathering resources and improving your factory, your base, over and over again. Turns Minecraft into a dungeon crawler, more or less. Ooh, okay. Let me look that up. Minecraft Vault Hunters mod. Let's check that. Ooh, hell yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm gonna keep that. Thank you for the recommendation. TLDR, it's the weak one, but better coded and actually adds backstory to people. Nice. Vintage Story. Oh, is that another Minecraft mod? Let me see. Vintage Story, or is that a... Oh, it's a standalone game. Vintage Story. An uncompromising survival sandbox inspired by eldritch horror themes. Oh, hell yeah. That sounds cool as hell. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Okay. I like that. It's like Minecraft, but more real, and has seasons, and you can have to smelt. Okay, interesting. Here, I'm really curious about this now. You guys mind if we check out the trailer for it real fast? I'm kind of curious. Not this. This Vintage Story. It looks cool. I mean, I only saw a little bit. I'm just going to switch over to it real fast. Here we go. Let me see. Ah! There we go. Ooh. Those storms look cool as hell. Kind of reminds me of Fallout Dust. If you ever played that mod. Ah! And it's got mods. That looks cool as hell. Bookmark that. That looks cool as hell. Yeah, thank you for the recommendation. Hell yeah. It's like, Saul says it's like Minecraft, but just more of a pain. Oh, that's a shame. Alright, I mean, hey, look. We'll see. I mean, one man's pain in the ass is another man's, I don't know, is another man's, challenge. I don't know. Oh my god, sorry. I've had some people talking to me over on the YouTube vertical. I'm so sorry I didn't see you guys. Saw your streaming, just wanted to say loved your Warhammer painting vids. Thank you so much, Sandman. I'm so sorry I didn't see you. And Slayslow, what if Epstein was the friends we made along the way? I think he was. I think he was. Thank you guys for chiming in. I'm sorry. That was probably hours ago. I am so sorry I didn't see that. He doesn't always give me everything Okay, but sorry about that. Sorry. Oof. It looks cool though. I'm gonna have to check it out. I mean, I'm always down for hardcore like survival as long as it like. I don't know. I mean, I'm not usually a big hardcore survival, but as long as it's like offering things to do that are interesting and fun. Like my biggest issue, like to use Project Zomboid as the example, because you know, as I love to do. And I love Project Zomboid, but like its biggest problem right now, and why I've just not wanted to play it, is because it's adding in lots of complexity, but not a lot of stuff that's like fun to do. Like, wow, you can now like build like 14 different crafting stations to tan a deer hide, but it's like I'm not impressed that I can tan deer hide. There's nothing new and interesting I can do with that when there's clothing everywhere. You know? Clothing is everywhere. You can take clothing off zombies. You can take clothing from clothing stores. There's mods for clothing as well that add way better clothing than these like deer skin shit that you add. You know, it's just... I am always for games adding complexity or depth as long as it also adds like something worth doing, if that makes sense, you know? That's the big problem that Zomboid has right now. It's adding a lot of complexity, but it's not adding a lot of stuff that's worth actually doing. Maybe I should just put it like down here, like right in the middle of this like little ravine. I know I've been playing for 4 hours. Shut up. Okay. I will admit, though, as far as Vintage Story, I do not have the budget to buy games right now. So Vintage Story is going to go on the back burner, but it does look cool. And I may try it at some point. But it's going on the back burner until I can afford to, like, start spending money on games, which is, you know, hopefully within a couple of months. You know, the channel's been growing pretty fast. And hopefully I can get a couple more videos to take off the way that other one did. I'm hoping so. That would be phenomenal. If the YouTube algorithm started actually paying attention to me. That would be great. I'm definitely making a video out of that conversation about Russia. That was very fascinating. And a good debate. I want to have more debates on the channel too, and especially on the lives, but I'm never like sure. You know? Yeah, Vault Hunters is free. Yeah, that's why it's getting the priority. Free gets the priority. Made by a streamer and a whole dev team. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Thank you all for continuing to support me. It is incredible and so insanely appreciated. It's been a ride. I am hoping, I'm really confident I mean, I feel like I've said that a lot, but I am really confident we're just a few more months, a few more big, you know, I'm confident we're not far away from it now. If I can remain consistent, which is hard. I mean, that was sucked though. I was actually doing a pretty good job remaining consistent up until my internet got fucking turned off, which was set us back by a month, which sucks. But you know, we're gonna rebuild. We're gonna rebuild. We're gonna make it better than ever. Yeah, we're gonna figure it the fuck out. And thank you guys for coming back so fast, by the way. I appreciate it. It's always good to have support. Yeah, it's like the stuff that Project Zomboid's adding is like the gold tools in Minecraft. Like, pretty. It's cool you can do that, but who cares? Yeah. That's how I'd put it. 100%. Who really gives a shit? I don't know. It's... Oh, Project Zomboid. It's just, the game just isn't fun to play anymore. It's like you're adding a lot of stuff, and admittedly a lot of good quality of life and like menu stuff too, but the game's just not fun. That's the issue. I don't feel like it's easy and intuitive to accomplish tasks that are fun anymore, you know? It's just not. It's just not. And you can't, you know, you can't add any innovation to that. You know, to just making the game fun and worth playing. You know, you can't... There's no way to fix that beyond actually engaging with your player base. But the dev team seems content to isolate themselves which is really, really sad and problematic. Hello, Lizard Doggo. Much appreciated. Good to see the support from our continued producer. There, thank you very, very much. They added copper tools now. Yeah, it's dumb. 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 Well, they actually did. Okay. It's good to know that the dropping system is actually good from someone who actually does that kind of stuff in real life. I don't know. The problem with the blacksmithing is, honestly, it's... I think the blacksmithing was just a bad idea from the start. Not that it's, like, not cool or interesting or that I think it was a bad idea, but it's like... The problem with adding more crafting stuff at this point is that the crafting mechanics are ultimately competing with mods. And mods are way more fantastical, way more over the top, way more crazy, way more willing to go out there, you know? So it's like your shitty iron tool that I can make at the blacksmithing is nothing compared to the shit that I can download off the mod Nexus or the mod, whatever, the Steam Workshop, and, you know, have way cooler weapons than anything that gets added by these mechanics. You know, that's who they're competing with, and they're just not going to win that fight, you know? Like, the devs just aren't gonna out-cool, they can't out-cool factor the current modding community, which is a good thing. It's a sign that the modding community of Project Zomboid is badass, and it is. But, like, it also means that, you know, you can't beat them at stuff like this, you know? You can't beat them at making cool weapons, armor, clothing. Those are the last things they should be focused on. A lot of devs end up optimizing the fun out of a game. Yeah, that's why I love the Valheim devs. A lot of cool mods are added to the base game as game features or content. Hell yeah. Valheim, again, I don't have the budget for games, but Valheim is another one of those games that I absolutely want. Absolutely would love to play. I would love to play the channel. If it, actually, you know, if the Steam summer sales continue, if anyone has the desire, if Valheim gets real cheap at any point in these summer sales, and anyone wants to pick up a copy for me, I would 100% play it, and you would get your name in the very first stream where we do it. You would get your name up in the big corner. I think we would start doing that. I need to start doing that for anyone who donates games to me as well. Modders are better making Project Zomboid than the dev team. They are! Oh, have you seen the trailer for Dandelion Light, by the way? I've been meaning to make I've totally forgot. I need to make a video about that. A bunch of Project Zomboid modders actually did start a dev team and have a game called Dandelion Light that is a lot like Project Zomboid, but in space. Like JFK era space. Like space age space. But you're fighting like giant mutated plants that have taken over after you got out of hypersleep. It's super cool. Looks awesome. I don't know if you guys saw that, but like it looks pretty dope. We can look at the trailer here in a second if you want to, if you guys haven't heard about it, but I don't know if I'm just preaching to the choir. I think Allie was the one who may have sent it to me. Was she? I forget. I don't know. Haven't heard of it? Well, you know, this is going to need to run in the background. Why don't we just let that... we're just gonna let that run. And we're going to switch over. Here we go. Yeah, we're just going to let this... I got to make some biofuel in the background, so why don't we just switch over to that? I also need to... Let me see. Here we go. We'll switch over to this. There we go. Where is it? Go. Is that what? Was it Dandelion Light? Wait, no. Dandelion. Oh, shoot. Project Zomboid. What was it? Dandelion Void. There it is. Where is it? Where's the trailer? Wait, there we go. I am very, very excited for this, actually. I am very, very excited for Dandelion Void. It looks super cool. Super, super excited for it. And I'm excited to just see, like, you know, Project Zomboid devs branching out into, like, into new things, you know? Excited to see new, you know, devs doing original projects. Shut up, Richard. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I think it's cool as hell. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm actually so excited. Is Volt 22 in space? There have been a lot. Yes, there have been a lot of Volt 22 comparisons. A lot of them. Oh, good. We're still making our solid biofuel. Thank God. There have been a lot of Volt 22 comparisons. That was like the first thing people were comparing it to. Should 100% highlight that. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. 100%. Would love, love, love to highlight some indie studios, especially some modders trying to go out there and make an original product. And it looks cool. I love the aesthetics of it. I hope they do more than just plants, because plants are cool, but I feel like they could do other things. But it is I mean, it's good that but it's also good to keep the scale small when you're a small studio doing something like this initially, you know, before the money starts coming in. Keep it small. God, it's so cool. I love it. Soul, what did you not like about Valheim? You just not like the it's like Souls-like combat with building mechanics, right? Like that's the general vibe that I've been sent as far as what Valheim is. Have the other crew members be like Last of Us style plant mushroom zombies. That would be cool. I mean, these devs are attuned to working with those kinds of what the hell am I talking about? Animations? Those, whatever. I don't know. Wait, Hesphestus, do you ever play The Last of Us? I'm curious. Please note, I am going to ask you, if the answer is yes, I am going to ask you your thoughts on The Last of Us 2, The Last of Us, the series. I'm very curious what everybody thinks about that. Played on a server when it came out, beat it with friends, pure vanilla, no ores through portal, nothing. You mean Valheim? I mean, was it any good? Was it, like, fun to play? Second was just character assassination. Yep. What do you mean character assassination? What, when Joel gets assassinated? What? What are you talking about? That was the whole point. Neil Druckmann told us the entire point of this story was that the young teen lesbians were supposed to outgrow their need for their father figure. That's the whole point. And he's supposed to die so they can go and be woke together and not have to live under his oppressive shadow. And then she thanks Abby for it and forgives her because ultimately, you know, we all need to learn to live without our father figures. That's the ultimate goal. You know, that's the whole point. What are you talking about? You didn't like it. What are you talking about? Are you sexist? Are you sexist? Be honest with me. Is it because you're sexist? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if you didn't like Last of Us 2's ending, you know, it's probably because you're sexist. You know, clearly. I'm just saying. Clearly. Didn't like Valheim's combat, didn't care for the building, and I normally love building games. Okay, interesting. I'm curious now. Valheim was amazing. Open seas, oh, they're sailing? Oh, shit. Transporting ores on boats, hunting huge serpents. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, Bill and Frank. Oh, that's the guy. That's Nick Offerman's character, right? The gay guy whom they... God, they just had to make him as gay as possible. But, I mean, it's... I don't know. That's fine. It's fine. I don't know. I'm honestly ambivalent toward gay representation these days. I don't know. Having him die to what seems to be HIV was a choice. Was a choice. Was a choice. A choice. But okay, fair enough. Way better representation for gay dudes. I mean, is representation for the gays something we're still worried about? Like, is it? Are we? We're still worried about that? They need more? We're still worried about that? Okay. Alright, I mean, whatever. I don't know, it's just like... We're still worried about that? Like, they still need more? I don't know. You can't play the game without sailing. I'm fine with that. I love sailing. Can also fall off the world. Like in a good way, like in a like purposefully, or is just like the map is poorly designed? Games, it's healthier. Compared to the games, it's... Oh, it did a better job than the games? Oh, okay. Alright, I mean, fair enough then. It's design. Okay. Slide! God, my ass would be on fire. Just a big skid mark all the way down that. It's like flat Earth. You mean Earth? Don't you know Earth is flat? And Putin is gonna nuke Berlin? Any day now. Any day now. Oh, boy. Here we go. The game has the gays kind of angry and resentful. In the show, they actually care about each other, at least. Oh, okay. Interesting. Angry and resentful. Oh, that's unfortunate. Interesting. I'm really curious. I gotta try Valheim at some point. How much is Valheim? I'm curious. $20? Alright. Hey, if it goes on sale for like $5 during the summer sale, and anybody wants to throw a key my way, or I don't know, like G2A or something, you can feel free. And I would totally try it, and you would get your name up in the corner for the entirety of the first time I stream it. Oh my God, there's a Goat Simulator remastered? Why? Why? Oh, okay. Sure. That needs to exist. That clearly needs to exist. Okay, whatever. Why? Oh, boy. Valheim is hella fun, just gets tedious in the mid-game. £10. Alright. I mean, I gotta be honest, I can't remember the last time I paid full price for a Steam game. I normally just wait for sales, like, by default, so... Hey, I ain't gonna... That's what I do. Like I said, hey, if anybody wants to throw it my way, if it goes on sale first, anybody wants to throw it my way, you can feel free and get your name up on screen. And I'll stream it for like 8 hours. Ooh. Got bored with it? Well, it's an early access game, so getting bored with it isn't necessarily like the most telling thing. You know, it's not finished yet. See, now's the part where I actually have to start moving all the infrastructure. Oh, you got it day one. Oh, so you played the worst version of the game then. Not that, like, I don't know. You're not playing the game at its best then. You know?
Milestone reached. You have been given access to the anti-waste effort for stress testing of materials on Exoplanet's bonus program, also known as AWESOME. Your awesome input allows Fixit to comprehend our amazing universe more clearly. In appreciation of this, we have generously set up an internal, closed economy with exclusive rewards and currency.
Ah, good. Like
Directing parts of
Activision
varying
Blizzard.
quantity and complexity into the awesome resource sink will grant Fixit coupons. These coupons can be redeemed in the Awesome Shop for highly desirable items such as new foundations, walls, factory attachments, cosmetics, parts, and more. Next time you have additional resources, just remember to go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Got a bunch of new bosses since day one. Hey, I'll try it out. Like I said, I am open to trying it out. Maybe if it goes on sale, you know? If it goes, like I said, if it goes on sale for like $5 and someone wants to grab it for me because I can't afford new games, you know, feel free. For like $5, you know, if it's really on sale, or if G2A has some like super cheap keys or something like that, you know? Maybe then. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna build this thing up in the sky. Need more concrete. But we should have the space. I can't drop down from here. Nope, would absolutely die. Can't wait till I can build catwalks. I'm gonna have to fill up the awesome sink, though. We're starting from the beginning here, which kind of sucks, but we got plenty of space to build, and we're starting in an easier area. Even if all the iron veins are impure, which is a pain in the ass. Oh boy. Ah! 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 We're good. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Pah! Dude does not want to move. Yeah, this is the concrete factory. Oh, boy. There we go. That should be enough. Oh, my God. This is expanding. It's like walking into like an alien like structure on a distant planet, but I just built it myself. Not bad for 4 hours of work. I do need to get the chainsaw so I can chop down these trees. Not that I can't just build foundations over them, but it looks really shitty. There's the space elevator. I love this game. Alright, we need 50 smart plating.
Project assembly initialized. Congratulations, Pioneer. The space elevator will now automatically connect with the Project Assembly orbital platform. Project assembly is divided into phases, each of which require the delivery of project parts, such as smart plating, via the space elevator. Subsequent phases unlock access to new tiers with more advanced technologies to construct, automate, explore, and exploit. It is time to be honest. This project is part of the Save the Day program, the largest united undertaking in human history, destined to save us all. Earth is in peril and only Fix-It pioneers offer hope for survival. Fix-It is counting on you. Humanity is counting on you. Do not let Fix-It down.
You see? That's why we need all the iron. Don't you see? Humanity is at risk. Can you say that? I'm doing something wrong. No! I'm doing what's best for humanity! My God. You just don't understand! We are saving the world right now. Somebody's world, not this world. This world is getting colonized as fuck. Oh boy! Ah! We're good. We're fine. All good. We are doing good. Alright. Oh, it's so beautiful. I love this game. This game is so fucking gorgeous. All of those. And some of these. There we go. And back up. We need all the iron so we can save humanity. Don't you understand? You can also run that iron up here, too. All the Caterium. I mean, oh, yeah, you need Caterium too. But what about, okay, don't you need more iron? Especially in the early game when you're starting over. Man, you need, like, screws are the thing I always struggle for. Screws are the thing that I struggle for more than anything else in the early game. Alright, smart plating. Takes reinforced iron plates and rotors. Just need 100 of each. Okay. I just need to make a shitload of screws. Oh, I need 50. Oh, really? And it's a 1-to-1. Oh, so I only need 50 of each. Oh, that's not even that much. Yo, we so back! Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. You missed a whole debate on whether or not Putin is gonna nuke the West. And specifically Berlin. Man, you missed this a whole deal. It's gonna be, I'm gonna put that up on YouTube. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know, it's very disappointing. How could you not be here? What do you have, like school or some stupid crap? Work? Who needs to do that? Who needs to do that when you can stay here and debate about the Ukraine war with strangers online? Oh, I need is 4 pure iron nodes. Well, unfortunately, I have 8 impure ones, so better know. The Greek... I was going to a what bar to drink what? I don't know what you kids are doing these days. What the fuck is any of that? I don't know what any of that is. I need 50 there, too. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna let that run. A kava bar and drink kratom? Kratom? What is that? What is that? What even is that? It's like a substitute for alcohol. You know you can just drink alcohol, right? I don't want to sound snotty about it, but it's like, I don't know. It feels like every product these days is, ooh, it's like this, but not. It's like, you can just do the thing. I'm 19. Oh. Okay, well, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. How is it like a substitute then if they can serve it to 19-year-olds? Is it like... I mean... Is it just like... silly Americans? Yeah, drinking age here, still 21. like a light heroin high. I think a light heroin high is still pretty strong. Ugh. 2 impures equals 1 normal. 2 normals equals 1 pure. Yeah, all I have is 8 impure veins of iron all around me. So I got a lot of them. So once we get to the later stages, I'll be rolling in it, you know. I mean, once you can start pulling up, you know, a plus with overclocking, once you can start pulling up 120 out of each of these in the late game, I'll be all set. Like, I'll be rolling in iron, but for right now, it sucks. It's pretty rough. A light heroin high. That scares me. That's horrifying. Yeah. Fair enough, though. Okay, I need a lot more screws. Just have to sit here for a while and just let this run. Alcohol is bad. I mean, I love alcohol. I think alcohol is great. I don't endorse underage drinking. Not sarcastic, I really don't. But I love alcohol. Alcohol is great. I will say, now that I'm 30, I think like 21 to 30 to 21 to 29 is the era of hard liquor. Now that I'm 30, I mean, I haven't drank hard liquor much since I was like 25. Maybe I just stopped being used to it. But like, man, I can't do hard liquor anymore. And I have no desire to like go back to it. 21 being underage. Well, 21 is legal, but 20 is underage, yeah. Why start in the grassy plain? It's a horrible place. Because I'm building a giant floating base and it has a lot of space. I thought about doing it in the desert, but the problem is that the ore veins are too spread out. So, and I just wanted something easy to get started because I already played this, like, I already played Satisfactory a couple of times and I've been meaning to get all the way to level 4, to like the final levels and beat the game, but I've never done it. And I wanted this time to make sure I do it, so, you know. It's a tea that makes you more sociable. A lot of opioid users and alcoholics use it to get off those heavy substances. Alright, I mean, okay, fair enough. Hey, whatever works. Whatever works and is legal. Was drinking alcohol when I was 2. I don't believe you, Saul. I don't believe you. Saying you can't what a 2-year-old was drinking. I just straight don't believe you. I'm going to call bullshit on that. I'm going to go ahead and just call bullshit on that, bud. Or if you were, you have the worst parents and shouldn't be drinking. Oh. I could go for a beer, though. Speedrun the first couple phases. Well, unfortunately for you, I don't speedrun anything because I want to make sure to maximize everything and make sure that I have an amazing and cool base. A big sky temple full of massive amounts of impure iron. Oh. Got to go turn on my fuses at some point, but it doesn't really matter. I got plenty of shit. Also got to gather more. I got to get the chainsaw made, too. Let's get this done first. I want to get the next level of, what's it called? I want to get phase 1 done. We're going to have that done here in a sec. Damn shame y'all are near Cali. Birthday party favors are overflowing. Damn, dude. Get yours. Get yours, bro. Maybe one of these days. Hey, maybe I'll move out to LA one of these days. I don't know if that's near you. California's a big state. This is going to be a long-ass stream. Could play the long dark at night. You don't have to hang out for the whole stream. Like I said, I'm mostly just chilling right now. I will admit, I quite enjoyed our little debate on... Oh, shit, I'm past 50. Oh, I don't need that. I don't need that anymore. I quite enjoyed the little debate on Russia and Ukraine. Man, that dude was... I feel like that dude was Russian. But, I don't know. But that's, to think that Russia would ever actually use a nuke is kind of wild to me. They sat down. That's... Saul, that's... Okay, sure, whatever. Never understood people build big in the beginning. Waste time coming back and upgrading the mess. Don't know what to tell you, man. I like it. I like it. I like building. I like building big. You're gonna have to just, you're gonna have to come to terms with it. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. You're going to have to come to terms with how fucking weird I am and how much I enjoy building big in the beginning. I'm sorry. You're going to have to just come to terms with it. So make sure. Okay, I'm glad your chats, Valius, are showing up in the... are showing up from the vertical. Because the vertical has been really a hit or miss as far as, like, actually telling me when people are commenting. So I'm glad you're showing up. Excellent. Excellent. I mean, like I said, I like building in the beginning. This is also when I first started playing this a while ago. I mean, not first started playing Satisfactory, but like when I was playing a while back, I really specifically wanted this to be like my first real like aesthetic base, you know? I want to build, like I said, like a big sky temple that I can use, you know? Like I just something that just looks cool, you know? Because that was, you know, I've played through phases 1 through 4 1,000 times, you know? So it's like, I don't know. I've played through it before, so why not get big? Why not do something interesting, you know? That's my 2 cents anyway. Plus, I find it fun. I'm not a fan of spending so much time sitting here waiting on these screws to build, but we're going to have our screw factory done here in a second. I am going up now. I'm going to head back upstairs as soon as I get 50 rotors built. Oh, because that will complete everything we need to finish phase 1. Have that all done. Set it aside. Be done with it. I should build a few extras, I guess. Because we do need extra rotors to build more, not constructors, the level assemblers. Only need like 2 per, though. Should join mine if you want to build big. Join your server. I got to admit, Satisfactory, I know it has multiplayer. I don't think I would ever play this game in multiplayer. I love Satisfactory. I love building my own stuff. I don't think I could ever play this game in multiplayer. I love building my own stuff too much. And it's like when it comes to stuff like factories, I'm kind of like, no, it's mine. I want to do it. No, it's my personal, like when we're building a base that has to do a specific thing, I want oversight over it. It's like I don't want other people fucking with it, you know? It's one thing if it's Minecraft or whatever, or if it's like Project Zomboid where you just need a wall to keep those zombies out. But even then, I don't want people fucking with my stuff. I don't want that. So I don't think I could ever play Satisfactory in multiplayer. I just don't think I could. Playing for like 3 days, my whole base is like 20 platform over water. Over water is a good place to build. My biggest regret about starting in the grassy plain is that there's no water around. That fucking sucks. That's going to be really, really important. But we're going to have to travel to get coal anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter that much, you know? And we can probably just travel to the desert, honestly. It's not like wherever you start is where you have to stay. I mean, if you start in the grassy plain, you can just go to the desert. You can just walk there. It's going to take forever, but you can just do it if you want to. Got a rocket fuel factory with 800 plus fuel generations. I mean, I'm not surprised. You can make some broken shit in this game. It's pretty cool. I like that. I don't know. I'm not looking to make broken shit. Like I said, I'm making an aesthetic big sky temple this time. That's my goal. Right now, it's looking very 2001 A Space Odyssey. But, oh, I also got to build I got to make the chainsaw so I can start taking down these trees. We'll get that done in a sec. I don't know. I love this game. And it usually when it comes to games that I really love, like it's rocket fuel fat. Well, I mean, I guess it's not broken. It just takes a lot of time to build. Are these burnt? No, they're not burning. Good. These are ready to start generating power. Just need to get more biomass for them, honestly. Wait. Let's go ahead and start getting these built. Let's Build a... No, that's too far up. Build a merger. And... Instructor. Okay, and go. Okay, I need you making solid biofuel. I'm gonna feed these biomass. I also gotta get the fucking chainsaw. Gotta chop down these stupid trees first. Let's just do it right here. I'll move them later. Organization, splitter. Go. Here. Here. And... Wait. Wrong side. Organization. There we go. Okay, what do I need to get the chainsaw? Or can I already build it? Oh wait, before I forget, I always get distracted. I need to put 50. Only build big. It's a bad habit. Build big. It's a bad habit. You and me both, brother. You and me both. Wait. Put that into 50. That into 50. There we go. And just let that run. Alright, phase 1 is completed. We just gotta wait for it. Functionally, it's completed, but we just need to wait for that to finish making all the parts. Do I have the... I do have level 2 conveyor belts, but I don't have a system for making them. Had to collect all the Caterium on the map. Missed one normal due to the numbers. Yeah, man, I'm not surprised. Caterium could be a real pain in the ass. It is nice, though. I mean, it's nice that they made it so each Caterium vein contains so much. So it does, I guess it does kind of even out. It is nice, but it's also, like, kind of a massive pain in the ass. But it is good. I mean, like I said, it evens out for the most part. Oh, I do have the chainsaw. I can build it. What does it require? I need 160 screws, another reinforced plate. Alright. We need more screws. What do you know? Screws are always that big bottleneck in the beginning. First it's concrete, then screws become the next big thing. Alright. Once we get to a certain point, we'll be able to... This will get a lot easier. A lot easier. Ugh. Alright, we need 160. God, I need to get that screw factory up and running. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Now we're cooking with portals. Oh, God. Oh, I forgot they changed that. They changed the animation for these. Ooh, shit. Dude, honestly, trains are kind of a scam in this game. Like, I love the trains aesthetically. They're cool as hell. Like, I love building them, but they take way too much power compared to belts that take 0 power and are way more consistent and are, like, measurable. Honestly, if you're someone like me who's going to put foundations everywhere anyway, you may as well just build super long belts. It's going to be easier and way more consistent. Like, there's basically no real reason to build trains. Except that they're cool. I love trains. I love them. I think they look awesome, but there's just no reason to ever use them. And drones doubly so. Why would you spend all those expensive resources just to collect stuff? Just build really long conveyor belts. Like, I'm already going to have foundations going everywhere anyway. Just build a really, really, really fucking long belt. There's no reason to ever use drones. If the trains had a timetable, I'd use them. Yeah, me too, maybe. Because then you'd be able to, like... It'd be a little more consistent as far as, like, what you can get. I will say, trains are... They are great for personal transportation. Like, I like getting around on trains, you know? I like riding trains to my next destination. I think it's fun. But they're just not... They're just not worth the power consumption. If I'm totally honest, that's the main thing. If the power consumption that they used wasn't as bad, they'd probably be a lot more worth it. But as is, they're just not worth it. That's probably enough biomass. Okay, let's put that on 5. Autism spotted. Fuck off! Fuck you! Don't make fun of my autism. Fuck off. Plus, who isn't autistic on Twitch and Reddit? Twitch and... I don't use Reddit, but... I'm a guy trying to make it online in content creation. Now, yeah, there's like a 40% chance I'm autistic. Don't you know that? Alright. Go. Biomass. There we go. We're the ones watching it. The autism was the friends we made along the way. Yeah, for personal travel, they're great. They're super fun. I love being able to, like, look out the window and, like, see all the, you know, the landscape pass by. Same reason I like regular trains. Whoops, sorry. Autism spewing out everywhere. Allie, welcome up. Welcome in. Yeah, both. Whatever. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. I'm finally back. Got my internet back on. Had a buddy of mine help me out. So welcome back in. We are on a roll. You missed a very interesting conversation about the Ukraine war. Oh, fun time. It's great for bringing power to new areas. That is true, actually. Funny, I love that the train tracks are electrified, so you can also hover over them with the 3D, whatever it's called, like the electric jetpack. I love that you can do that. That's fucking great. Oh, they're not powered. Probably should do that. And there. There we go. There we go. All right. How much are these cranking out per turn? Oh, shit. Shit. Okay. Well. Okay, hang on. Okay, so we can only... So our conveyor belts can only carry a maximum, if we get the expensive ones, 120 per second. 120 biomass per minute. So we're going to have 2. Take that one. And let's go get some more biomass! God, it feels so violent when you chop down the trees now. I love it. It's fucking great. Craft bench. Can I just sneak it in between here? No. Oh, that's no fun. Go. Speed run to coal at least. Biomass is the real time killer. That's not too bad. I do need to try to get coal. I mean, we're already going to have... Phase 1 is working right now. We just got to wait for it to finish. We're at 18 of 50. All the materials to complete Phase 1 have been finished and loaded in. We're just waiting on the assembler to actually finish putting them together. Then we'll be able to get to coal power. So, we are technically working towards speedrunning it. Well, we're working toward it. Slowly but surely. Yeah, I mean, that's always kind of a thing with tech trees and sci-fi games, though. It's like, you know, you can... It's great that you have... You're on a fucking distant planet, came here on a spaceship. You have a fucking space elevator, but I don't have coal power. Like, we somehow managed to fly a rocket all the way across the universe. We went into hypersleep for quite a bit of that trip, but we don't have coal power. I have to unlock that with time. A technology from, what, the 1800s? That's right, yeah. This was running on solid biofuel. How long have I been playing this save? Since the beginning of this stream. We started this fresh today. We did skip the intro. But yeah, no, this is a fresh save. So, 5 hours. There we go. Oh, that's not even that much biomass. Well, there's plenty more. This game conveyors everywhere. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. There's not, like we were saying earlier, there's not really a point to not, like... The trains are cool. But if you really want to be efficient, you basically just need to build conveyor belts everywhere. It's not really efficient to use trains or trucks or any of the advanced stuff they give you later on. Except to drive them, which is always fun. I think they should change the tagline of this game. Satisfactory. Fuck nature. Belt Highway blueprints. I don't know if I've ever seen those. I gotta be honest, I always kind of, whenever I play this game, I kind of neglect the exploration. And so I don't get a lot of the blueprints. And I should. But I'm really bad about it. Just ruining the planet. Pissing off all the local wildlife. Oh, blueprint. Oh, shit. Sorry, I was thinking about something totally different. I was thinking about the hard drives. Okay. I see what you're talking about. How much is it making? Oh, it's 120. Oh, shit. I need a lot more reinforced plates so we can make level 2. What the fuck are they called? Conveyor belts. Conveyor belts. I can't play Satisfactory and forget the name for conveyor belts. What's wrong with me? I'm losing it. Well, we're 5 hours into the stream. This is about the time for me to start losing it. In the moment you want it. Unless you cheese and download some streamers' blueprints. I mean, I'm a streamer and I'm still not good at this game. And I'm still bad with blueprints. Yeah, I'm still pretty bad with them, to be honest. I never really used the blueprints all that much. I really should. But I was always really bad about using them. Don't know if you'd care to do it, but maybe something like cooking streams on occasion. Try out recipes people sponsor and cover groceries. High quality your goblin meals with it. I've really... Richard's kitchen segments. I've thought about doing some kitchen stuff. I actually have some pretty good... I don't know, you describe them, poverty recipes. I have acquired over my tenure of my 20s that I wouldn't mind passing on, that I think would be pretty great for people. I'm actually a pretty decent cook. I would not mind doing some cooking streams. That sounds pretty fun, actually. I wouldn't mind doing that. I'd have to get, like, set up for it, though. I mean, right now I'm reliant on the webcam. Struggle meals. I mean, I can make some pretty decent struggle meals, I'm not going to lie. You can make struggle meals... with pizzazz. You absolutely can. There we go. That should help. I've thought about doing some cooking streams. It would be fun. Like, I'd like to do it. I'd have to, like, figure out my setup when doing that. How much do these burn? Oh, the maximum they burn is 4 per minute. I wouldn't mind doing some cooking streams. It does seem fun. I just have to set everything up. I don't know. How would I go about, like, getting people to sponsor, like, the groceries and stuff? I'd love to do some stuff like, A, I'd love to eat, but B, I'd love to, like, show how I make, like, homemade fried chicken. I have some good recipes for, like, a cube steak and stuff like that. I don't know. If people would be open to the idea of, like, doing a cooking stream and, like, donating to the groceries to do that, I'd be down for it. Like, as, like, a big, like, we can make, like, a 3-hour chunk section in the middle of, like, a stream. One of my normal, like, gaming streams, we can, like, make a chunk of it just doing cooking. We could do that. I mean, I'd be down for that. Maybe my buddy Evan would be willing to do that. I could see. Yeah, standing and streaming is a good choice. I'd already be used to that, so that'd be good for a cooking stream. Good to already be used to that. Ugh. Blend beetroot with jalapeno, paprika, chili, garlic, mixed with minced chicken. Protein, mixed with rice after a gym meal. Ooh, sounds good. I don't really care so much about the protein, though. I haven't been to the gym in years. How do you think I maintain this gut? Gotta keep it going. You guys hear that? That big slap. We'll turn into let's see how fat we can get him streaming. Oh god, I'm gonna turn into a fucking pay pig. What is it the name for those OnlyFans models that are just like fat women and like men just pay them to eat? It's not mukbang. That's a different thing, kind of. I don't know. I forget. Oh, Project Zomboid 42.9, build 43. Yeah, no, it's 42.1. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, I saw that. It's definitely not. What's really funny is I remember people making jokes at me for just not understanding the way the number system works, and then they fucking broke that. Why couldn't they just, like, half the updates they did, like the build 42.9 update was tiny. The 42.1 update was tiny. Why not just consolidate them? Like, that's a fetish. Yeah. I'm sure if you did a fundraiser night, let the highest bidder pick the recipe. Oh, that could be cool. Ooh, that could be cool. Yeah, alright. Hey, I'm down for that. That sounds pretty fun. Just let them, like, they get to also pick the recipe in exchange. Yeah, I'd be down for something like that. And we wouldn't have to do it, like, a lot. Just, like, 45... Like, if someone donated, like, $45 and then picks a crazy recipe, like, $20. Less than that. That could be fun. Yeah. Yeah, it is funny, though. Like, the Project Zomboid devs seem to have just given up on numbers altogether. That's, Oh, why not just consolidate them? Why bother doing that? Whatever. Never ask these devs why they do anything. Just don't bother. You're gonna fucking trigger them. Just don't bother. Speaking of protein, I need to go get some from downstairs. We killed all those animals. And God damn it. That's fine, it's whatever. Oh, that was the concrete factory. Oh, I actually do need that one to be running. Alright, we're almost at the point. World's hottest sauce recipes. No! Don't be mean! I'd rather have the fetish! No! I do like spicy food, actually. I actually do like spicy food. So, it is possible I could end up just liking it. Got to bomb. Oh, God, you guys are horrible. God, you're gonna fucking kill me. Anyway, give me that one. This isn't producing anything. Oh, it's out of... They're all out of... All the biomass burners down here are out of power. Well, that's to be expected. I've been taking all the biomass up to the upstairs. I need that protein. Fortunately, protein's a better source of biomass than most trees, honestly. One chip challenge. Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah. Hey, if somebody funded that, I would do it. I'd fucking die. Oh, didn't they have to cancel that, though? Didn't they have to cancel it because, like, they stopped selling it because people kept getting hurt? Fucking hilariously. How much wood does this give? That's pretty good. Yeah, let's leave the rest. I don't want to totally destroy nature. I like nature sometimes. Except when Bean comes onto my stuff. Get out of here, Bean. Yeah, didn't that one chip challenge, didn't they have to, like, actually, like, stop selling those because people kept, like, losing their taste buds entirely? Like, their sense of taste? I don't know. I mean, I've been dealing with some nasal congestion. Maybe we'll have to try the one chip challenge. Is that a walking bean? Yes, it is. It is indeed a big, fat walking bean. His name is Bean. He's very nice. Sometimes we smack him around for fun. Alright, alright. At Allie's behest, we will go pat the bean. Get back here. Where are you, Bean? Where is he? Oh, there's one. Don't worry, go. I'm gonna go pat him. I'm gonna go pat him. Real gentle-like. I'm gonna pat him real gentle-like. Ah! Gotcha! There we go, he's been pat. Pat with a taser. Do they still sell those chips? I gotta look that up now. Streaming both full and vertical? Yeah, there's on YouTube anyway. YouTube is streaming both vertical and horizontal. Not to Twitch, though. I don't think anybody uses Twitch as vertical. As far as I know. The idea? I'm down for it. Yeah, sure, why not? It sounds fun. I would try it. I really wouldn't mind doing some cooking streams. I guess I'd have to like change a lot of my setup, but that's not the end of the world. That's not really a big deal. Protein. And where's... Oh, I gotta make these power shards, too. Where's the biomass? Oh, I can't make biomass out of the protein yet. Oh, that sucks. Shit. How do you set it up on YouTube for both? It's kind of a massive pain in the ass. Maybe I'll have to make a video about it at some point, but I'm essentially using a free open source multi-streaming software called Atom, A-I-T-U-M, that runs through OBS. It is owned by Own3D, OWN3D, and I also use Own3D to do all like the peripheral stuff, all my the on-screen chat, which by the way, if you guys want me to tweak that, do let me know. If it needs to be like bigger or the font needs to be different. It does seem a bit hard to read. I have noticed that looking at it today, especially on the white background, like when I'm in full screen. But I feel like most people don't even like bother with the chats. They go by, I mean, once you start to grow, they go by so fast, it doesn't even really matter, so I don't know. Tipping culture in the US is so fucked. Tipping culture sucks. I don't even like taking advantage of tipping culture here. Like, tipping culture is way more normal online, and even here I don't like dealing with it. I'd rather have people, like, pay for subscriptions or have the YouTube just pay me for, I don't know, something. For, the views or whatever. I'd rather just live off that. Store I go to requires a minimum dollar tip as a service fee. That's just a fee. That's not even a tip at that point. That sucks. Here we go. Phase 1 complete. Yeah, I'm with Saul on that. That's not even a tip.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 1 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 1 will be completed and the distribution platform will be constructed. After completion of Phase 1, the technologies of Tiers 3 and 4 will become available in the hub. Highlights are automated power, steel production, personnel transportation, and many more. Completing Phase 2 of Project Assembly is your next main objective. New project parts will need to be produced and delivered to the space elevator as you have done previously.
Valius, can't you just
Continue
enjoy
to
the journey?
Automate, explore, and exploit for a better Fix-It future.
Can't you just enjoy the journey? That's very European style for Australia to do that, interestingly. Which I guess makes somewhat amount of sense. I know that in like Germany, I think in the UK, they do that. They just add a service fee that goes usually straight to the employee. I'd be a little suspicious of it though.
Phase 1 of Project Assembly completed. This is only the beginning of Project Assembly, the first step towards saving the day. You have performed adequately so far. Reminder: Not only is Fix-It saving humanity, it is saving all of Earth, including kittens and puppies. It is statistically likely that you appreciate the continued existence of kittens and/or puppies. Continue the work for their sake. Continue the work for Fix-It. It is time to start the work on Phase 2 of Project Assembly.
All right, Phase 2. Sounds like Chinese infiltration. Whenever I order food, there's a service fee. The service fees have gotten to be out of control. Honestly, like, ordering food these days, I don't even know how, like, Grubhub and all those companies are even staying in business. It's not even worth it to order food anymore. The service fees, the taxes. Illinois, of course, just got a whole fucking new round of taxes added to those products, to anything you get delivered to your house now. Like, it's just not even worth it. You know, and it's like, I mean, a lot of it was just inevitable, you know? It's like it was clearly subsidized by VC money. Like, it was never going to be profitable. Like, these delivery apps were never going to be profitable. Ever going to be profitable. Never. But for some reason, we kept pretending they were going... Well, we didn't pretending. I mean, it's just one more part of the larger issue of subsidized luxury to keep the American populace nice and happy, and specifically the millennial, white, middle, and upper class demographic who were denied their career after college. Got to keep them placated with cheap food and pseudo-luxury. Sorry, I'm going to go off on another fucking rant. Somebody stop me. Somebody stop me. I'm going to turn into fucking Tim Dillon. Need one more. Literally one. Let her rip. I'm losing my voice already. No, I mean, it's... I don't know if I can say more than that. Like, that's... I mean, I will, obviously. That's been the issue with Grubhub, with all of these delivery apps and now all their hidden fees that they're adding, because in reality, a lot of these were just never profitable. They were subsidized with massive amounts of... Now we're cooking with portals. There we go. With massive amounts of VC funding, you know, venture capital companies that were told that, much like so many other big things in the tech boom, much like Spotify or any other number of services that companies are trying, or Uber, that companies are trying in retrospect to make profitable, which they haven't been able to. They still haven't turned a profit. Just like any of these services, they're in retrospect trying to make profitable. It just wasn't... No. Damn it. Damn it. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there was just no shot at it ever being profitable. But, you know, we had to make sure that the American... white middle class, I feel like people always get uncomfortable when I say white. I'll elaborate on that later, because there's more to it there. But like the American, again, you know, the guys who anyone who's ever used that John Adams quote about how my father laid bricks so I get to be an artist, those fucking types, you know, those people, you know. Does Richard like Black Power? Richard has some very mixed feelings on the black community. Richard has some very mixed, hilarious mixed feelings on the black community. But, I mean, yeah, Grubhub was one more example of, like, subsidized luxury for an entire generation of young Americans who really was... of an entire generation of young Americans who were denied that promised career and chance at a family and white picket fence after finishing college that they were promised. And so they got subsidized luxury instead. By the time you got down to like the current crop of like late Gen Z, maybe like late millennials to early Gen Z gray area where me and Hephaestus are, the current crop of like early 30s, not late 20s. No, that's Gen Z definitively. Current crop of early 30s and 30-year-olds, you know, And going into Gen Z, that's when you really get the guys. That was the big shift with Gen Z. They never got any of that subsidized luxury. They got COVID. So they don't expect shit. And it's also helped to make them a lot more conservative fiscally and a lot more personally protective. You know, it's and a lot more or less willing to put up with bad leadership, especially in the workplace, which has led to a lot of friction. Because the subsidized luxury couldn't last forever. Now you have all these... And let me go back to the white thing, because, again, I know everyone... And I understand why people kind of balk when I say... Whenever I mention the white middle class. Which, like, okay, fair. I know it sounds kind of odd, but it's like... That class, the reason, like, that... A lot of the thinking in that class, to their credit, was... You know, a lot of the thinking of American Democrats is based around this sense of, this white middle suburban upper middle class, have all these things, and my goal, and this is why you saw academia work so hard to get brown people and black people and immigrants into their ranks. The goal of that white middle class, as far as the left-leaning one, and they were pretty left-skewing, was they wanted to add more black people in, more immigrants in, more gays in, historically oppressed groups, more women. And that was part of why, was because they kind of, I feel like that generation knew they were getting these subsidies and they wanted to, part of their mentality was, I want black people to get these too, which is good. Good on them. Unfortunately, the subsidies were still just not something you could do. You know, you couldn't keep generating more and more and more do-nothing white-collar jobs for, you know, for every useless college degree, for every fucking photography major or I don't want to say philosophy, but I'm sorry, Asbestos, I gotta throw you under the bus a little. You can't make good, you know, high-paying white-collar jobs for every regretful philosophy majors. Gender study is the other big example, yeah? They couldn't keep making these do-nothing white-collar jobs. So now the mentality is shifting. This actually was part of the video I just released yesterday. Now the mentality is shifting in Democrats. Now this is why they're leaning so hard into COVID, leaning so hard into the ICE raids, leaning so hard into moral arguments, because they can use moral arguments to demand more tax dollars and donations by spinning this new era of suburban white luxury, which they're trying to bring more black people into. They're trying to hire more blacks and LGBTs to be a part of it. That's great. So got to give them that credit. But you can't subsidize the luxury forever. You can't make do-nothing white-collar jobs for every kid who got a useless college degree and ended up saddled with tens of thousands of dollars of debt, despite the fact that they never should have been allowed to sign deals like that. Like, putting 18-year-old kids in debt. Okay, the college debt's a whole different thing. But, like, yeah, you couldn't... Now they have to make moral arguments for everything, because you need a global pandemic. You need a fascist ruler who must be stopped. You need, what was that? The constant historic oppression of the blacks. You need that to continue getting the donations, getting the tax dollars, to then keep making more do-nothing white-collar jobs. Again, you want to see more of this, look at the video I just made yesterday. This is the whole fundamental thinking of the Democrats. We want to make more do-nothing white-collar jobs. And as far as Democrat politicians, they want those jobs to be in sectors, in community rights groups that support them. They help Democrat political leaders help to create, help to secure those tax dollars for community rights groups that help to get them elected, for unions that help to get them elected. That's the whole point. That's their goal. That's what they're doing. And the right keeps trying to say that the left is just stupid, and they're not. They're doing a very specific thing pretty well, actually. They're very good at this very specific thing of creating do-nothing white-collar jobs. They're quite good at it. They have been for a while. But, now the money's drying up. And yeah, I know everyone wants to say, Trump tariffs, the Trump tariffs, the Trump tariffs. No, it's the money was always going to run out. You couldn't keep subsidizing do-nothing white-collar jobs for every college student forever. And a lot of countries have had this issue. Japan had this issue, I believe, during the 80s and 90s, and still continuing to this day to some degree, where there was just an entire generation where people didn't retire fast enough, and there just weren't enough white-collar office jobs for people to move up into out of college. It happens. That's part of why I lean to the right now, honestly, is where we are. Manufacturing is the future of high-paying jobs in this country. The white-collar jobs are filled, and people aren't retiring fast enough. There's only so many office jobs that pay insane salaries. There's only so many government or nonprofit. There's only so many, nonprofits that will hire you to give speeches about oppression twice a week for $70,000 a year. There's only so many of those that exist. And that's why, you can't find a job after college these days. You want to find one of those jobs, good luck. Even if you have the college degree and you manage to go to college without insane amounts of debt, it's still hyper competitive. Those jobs are just gone. Again, people aren't retiring fast enough. Older Americans aren't. And it's just a whole deal. And again, that class, they want to include, not only do they want to continue to subsidize all these white-collar jobs for the white suburban middle class who were promised these extravagant lifestyles and easy lives. Can you major in oppression? I'm pretty sure that's what gender studies is. Not only do they want to do that, they also want to add on, we want immigrants to come in and have subsidized jobs and college degrees. We want black people from poor neighborhoods and Hispanics from poor neighborhoods too. And in their credit, good on them. That's amazing. But we couldn't even afford for the white suburban upper middle class to do it. We can't even afford it for them. And the Democrats just keep doubling and tripling down on it. And it's just not going to work, And it's part of why I'm so worried, because that's the exact class that's putting Mamdani in power in New York. He's going to win. I think so. He's going to win the New York mayoral election. And they're going to have a socialist mayor who is deeply in bed with this exact crowd who thinks that, who are socialists, who also think that whose form of socialism is the government should subsidize my white-collar job so I can do nothing all day while I continue to have my Western lifestyle. It's just not going to happen. It's never going to happen. Best of luck to him. Best of luck to him. Anyway, that's my rant on the white millennials, I guess, and where they are. It's honestly tragic. As much as I am, ranting and raving, it's sad. It sucks that so many young Americans were ultimately, quite frankly, lied to. Told that, oh yeah, we'll be able to keep making, do-nothing white-collar jobs forever, and there'll always be plenty of room. Just get a college degree, and your future is guaranteed. No, that's not fair. Develop a disability like the rest of us if you want. What are my thoughts on the African American community? We get too much leeway. And I consider myself part of it. I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's strange. It's, on the one hand, the black community has so much going for it and so much going against it. And it's also very much subdividing more than ever. I actually think that black men and black women are in two very different places right now. Like, politically, culturally, where they're thinking. Because after that rant, after everything I said about the... And this is actually an issue with men and women in general. This just applies to white men and white men and women, Hispanic men and women, Asian men and women. Women are do better in this system. In this subsidized white-collar job system where the incentive is not to accomplish things. The incentive is to be quiet, passive, and not rock the boat too much. In that system, women do better. And that's a lot of why white women and white women and white men, Hispanic women and Hispanic men, but also I think the biggest divide exists between black men and black women. Black women, I mean, I'm sure all of you have seen at least one video of how trust black women are this, black women are that, black women lead the way, always listen to black women. And while those videos are near constant, at the same time, there's always this tone of like, people don't really believe it, you know? It's always done with this almost like weird condescending tone that like permeates it in the background, you know? You never feel like these people really support black women, you know? And so black women have done fairly well in this system of college degrees and subsidized luxury. Black women have done better within that system. But, interestingly, black men are actually making more of a cultural impact because they've had to survive, not survive without, but like, because they've existed outside of that and have had to kind of get their shit together. I think black men, despite the fact that they're not getting the same support, are actually doing very well. Like, first and foremost, one of the most interesting things I find, and our 19-year-old can feel free to weigh in on this, compared to even, I'm only 10 years older, I'm only 30, and yet, with the younger generations, rap music is just music. Like, rap music almost isn't even a black genre anymore. And this is part of what I'm talking about when I talk about, like, the disillusion of black identity. Like, it is a testament to the strength and to the artistic capacity of the black community, and to the, quite frankly, just the incredible spirit of the black community that they have managed to... When did the Chronic come out and define this era of rap, basically? Or the mumble they call rap now? It's gone through a lot of phases, but come on. But, like, the fact that, like, we can talk about this individual eras of rap, but it's still ubiquitous, you know? It's still everywhere. It's not going anywhere, and it's not even... The fact that rap is barely even considered a black genre, it's just music. It's just another thing you hear on the radio now. In a span of, like, and it went from being this niche thing for a niche community to being ubiquitous in only 30 years. An entire genre of music. That is genuinely incredible and speaks to the incredible artistic talent of the black community. It really does. And speaks to how incredible and how amazing the black community can be. And you have all these great black men who are doing things, who are considered... I'd say black men, more than white men, more than Latino men, have a disproportionate number of elevated men within their community who are considered not just, like... They're not just movie directors, they're auteurs. They're not just musicians, they're artists, you know? Like, a disproportionate number of them, you know, off the top of my head, Jordan Peele, Tyler, the Creator, Kendrick Lamar, who just performed at the Super Bowl and called another black man a fucking PDF file. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on Twitch, but whatever. Like, it's a black man called out another black man for that publicly at the Super Bowl. You know? That wouldn't happen with white guys. White guys wouldn't do that. And that's part of why I think white men are struggling right now. I think black men are going from strength to strength, but black women are in a position that is more similar to where the white middle class is. Struggling for identity, grasping at any sort of identity politics they can get their hands on. You'll notice black men do not engage with a lot of the black men and Latino men don't engage with the LGBT stuff near as much as the white community as a whole, or near as much as black and Latino women. I think black men are going from strength to strength. But I think it's also very based on where you are geographically. In the American heartland, especially the northern parts, especially Chicago, and this is the root of, you know I had to rant about Chicago eventually. You know I had to get around to ranting about Chicago eventually. You know, one of my issues with it is that what Chicago has done to black men is shameful. Chicago has destroyed black men. Just to quote an interesting example, sorry, let me go through the comments here first. I mean, in Romania, I grew up in Soul Plain, South Central LA. How high? Eddie Murphy's stand up. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, like it's black culture. It's black culture's ability to become ubiquitous across so many boundaries is a testament to the black community of America. A testament to our strength and artistic merit. Truly it is. It's weird to consider how much of American pop culture is kind of integrated into being a world culture, and then people say Americans don't. It's true. It's almost like we're told we don't have culture because our culture is so ubiquitous and so everywhere that it's just kind of the default culture now. It's kind of funny how that worked out. But, and Americans as a whole do have culture. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying it's just the black community. America is a cultural powerhouse for a reason. America in general has done a lot good for its culture. But like I said, going back to the black community, I think that black men are going from strength to strength. I think black women are struggling a lot more, unfortunately. But in order to fix that problem, black women are also going to have to do a lot of introspection, much like a lot of the whites and the LGBTs and all the others who are struggling for identity, those peoples. They're going to have those same conversations. They're in the same position black women are in, and it sucks to see. That's where I am. Anyway, if you have any more I feel like I'm kind of just going off, but like if you have any more like specific questions about the black community, I'd be happy to give my 2 cents. Happy to, but that's about where I think we are. I want to quote a specific example. I found it interesting. I don't know how much traction this got in other parts of the internet, but there was this a few years ago. There was this event called Afrotech that happens in Houston, and it ended up gaining a bit of notoriety because it was found out that black women specifically were apparently like a lot of black women were buying tickets with the specific notion to go in and find themselves a husband, which like. It was a joke. Like, it was kind of made into a joke, but also, like, they were really doing it. And it's kind of funny. And looking back on it, I think that the black community within individual pockets, because, the black community in Austin is not the same as the black community in Dallas. It's not the same as the black community in Miami. It's not the same as the black community in Chicago. It's not the same as the black community in LA. No more than you'd expect the white people or Hispanics in any of those cities to be the same. Culturally. But even with all of that, we should be, as a black person, I would like to see more people who look like me really examining why is Houston, the southern state, the former slave state, the Republican, we hate black people state. If you ask the Democrats, they can't stop talking about how Republicans hate black people. Why is Houston the place to go to meet a rich black husband who works in tech? And Chicago, the deep blue state, the Democrat state, the we subsidize, we care about black folks state, why is that the place to get shot? And that's something that we in the black community need to be really working on and really figuring out. And really asking ourselves some very hard questions. And on the other hand, equally, white men need to be asking themselves a lot of questions, quite frankly. You know, I don't want to go on a full, like, dear white men spiel. But, like, I feel like there's been a lot of, like, the fact, like, what I'm talking about black men going from strength to strength. I think that has been noticed. And it's caused a lot of white men to maybe gain a bit of animosity toward black men, at least to a degree. And it's unfortunate. And while I can understand why that might happen, I'm also kind of like, if I'm honest, not my problem. Like, if the cultural, like, there's been all kinds of hay made about, like, the new Captain America's black and the new this is black and they're putting black characters and everything. And yeah, most of the time it's bullshit. Most of the time it's crap. It's a cheap cash grab that even the black community doesn't fall for anymore. You know, most of the time it is. But on a more broad sense, if the image in the American mind of a masculine man who takes charge, who can be Captain America, if the image in the minds of Americans is a black man, maybe white men should figure that out, and maybe you should do better. Like, do that. Like, I'm not even trying to be mean. Like, I'm really not. I'm not trying to say that in like a shitty, man, white men need to get their shit together kind of. I'm really not. I'm saying I hope you do, because black men are going from strength to strength, and I want us all, as Americans, to succeed. That is what I want. I want all of us to be at our best. I don't want race war. I don't want racial tension. My goal when I have a son who's inevitably going to look a lot like me is I want him to be able to walk down the street at night in a hoodie and not have to think, should I cross the street so I don't scare the shit out of these white people passing by me? That's my goal. I want racial tension to be a thing of the past. And so I say, truly, with the best intentions, that I think white men, if they're worried about black men being the image of masculinity increasingly, they should do better. And I hope that they do, genuinely. I don't know, I respect the shit out of a black person who's worked hard to make their life, but a lot of African Americans in blue states have gotten used to the handouts. They have. A lot of them are third, fourth generation, being on food stamps, being on Section 8 housing. It's true. There are also but I gotta say, as far as blue states, that's increasingly changing for several reasons. Number one, increasingly it's immigrants. So a lot of the blacks who are on it now are like Haitians who are not, and a sort of nuance there is a lot of African Americans are not happy about being associated with them because, you know, we're not the same culturally. You know, they speak French, you know, we're not a thing. So there's a lot of increasingly the focus is switching over to immigrants as well. A lot of them there's a lot of, yeah, I mean, they've gotten used to the handouts. You're not wrong. I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying about, like, the black community needs to examine why Houston is the place to meet a rich black man who works in tech. It's exactly where is Haitian. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, but like, I'm assuming that population is not like living off handouts, you know? They're actually building Haitian communities, and also you're pretty close to Haiti. Chicago is not. You know, it's one thing to ship in people and give them the tools they need to succeed. But when you constantly tell them you can't succeed and you need to be taking these handouts because it's the only way you'll survive, I don't know. It's a message people take, and there's a real defeatist attitude in a lot of the black community, especially in the North. And it's a shame, you know, because the black community can do a whole lot when they get their act together. So it's a shame. So yeah, I mean, I'm there with you. I agree with you that, like, yeah, the black community needs to do better. We all do. And hey, I'm here every day. Well, I'm trying to be here every day. Well, when my internet's not shut off. I'm here trying to be a good example of what I want black men to be, you know? I'll say this. I'm so sick of fucking rappers. I am so sick of these kids trying to be fucking rappers. There is no safer, more boring, more well-trodden career path for a black man in 2025 than being a fucking rapper, I swear to Christ. There isn't! Stop it! Get a new thing! Half the rappers are white now! Oh, it's just crazy. No, I mean, none of the good ones. Eminem's hasn't been popular for a while, but none of the good ones are white, but still, you know? Ugh, whatever. Yeah, it's... I want the black community to do better, but I feel like instead of race-swapping old IPs, writers need to create new characters with their own soul and stories. Well, careful treading that ground. Some have said that that is just separate but equal. Yeah. It personally feels like a shitty hand-me-down to be like, lol, Captain America is a new race now. We're tired of the white one. You're not wrong. Look, I mean, I'll say directly, the Captain America swap sucked. It sucked. That movie was badly written. It was a mess. It was bad from the start, you know? When white millennials write this stuff, and that's who Marvel's demographic is now. It's who they're writing for. It's the writers that they hire. I'm not even... That's just who they're going for. That's Disney's demographic broadly now, and Marvel and Star Wars as a consequence. And it's really not doing well for them. Anyway, yeah, no, like, it's true, but there's also a wide breadth of black characters they could just resurrect and use from the comics. And I gotta be honest, I don't need more black characters. I feel like we have a lot of good black characters. I didn't really need Captain America to be race-swapped. I didn't really need Falcon to be Captain America. I would rather have just had a Falcon movie. I would rather have had a War Machine movie. They have fucking Don Cheadle on staff. Like, why didn't you just make a War Machine movie? Like an actual, like, he's a U.S., like a fucking, he's in the U.S. Army. Like, it's a real military flick, but using an Iron Man suit in combat. That's cool as fuck. Like, just do that. Don't try to, like, just do that. They had any number of black characters, great black actors. Like, they could have done anything. I'm tired because, like, so often when they race swap these characters, it feels like, you know, these fucking wokey white millennials are, like, attempting to flop their dicks over these characters and be like, you know, to be like, look at us having the cultural control, you know? The same vibes you get when that one dipshit was like, who was the guy who was writing, oh, what was that movie with the crazy guy who said he was going to ruin your favorite book? I forget. You know, when you let the wokies be in charge of the writing, it never looks good, you know? And, you know, honestly, if I'm honest, the black community is capable of making its own great films, you know? Again, two of the most genuinely known to be auteur directors who are still working today, Ryan Coogler, Jordan Peele. Phenomenal. They're just making, some of the only directors making wholly original products are black men. Just give them carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they want, you know? Who cares? I don't need Marvel to have, I don't need Marvel to have more black characters, if I'm honest. Like, there are already black directors doing incredible things. Just give them funding, which they are now, because Sinners made a lot of money. Luke Manal, oh my god. I mean, if I'm honest, this is part of why, like, I feel like they're gonna try to push Muslims now. Like, I know you're joking and trolling me, but, like, I feel like they really will. I feel like the next great phase, because the Democrats increasingly, and, like, not the Democrat political sphere, that's becoming more conservative, but, like, the low-level leftist movements specifically concentrated within the block of millennial white suburbanites, that group, that culture that comes out of that, that's the one. Well, first of all, Islam is not a race. Islam is a religion. There's a lot of different races and ethnicities within that. Yeah, I mean, when I talk about Islam, I'm half joking too. I get it. I have some I have some interesting thought. Look, I respect religions. I respect people's rights to do as they will. We live in a country with freedom of religion. We also live in a country with separation of church and state. And should anything near the scale of those UK grooming gangs ever happen in the US, I'm going to be on the deport the Muslims picket line, quite frankly. Because no. That's when the white upper middle class loses their right to make decisions on anything. Like, if I'm honest. And I'm not, like, I will be, honestly. I will be. Like, I support people's right to do as they will, but Islam as a religion needs to get its act together. And hey, you know what? I spent the last 20 minutes insulting my own people, saying that my people need to get our act together. So I'll throw smoke. Islam needs to get its act together. They really do. You know? They do. You know? And they need to stop, Muslim women need to stop hiding behind their, behind the hijab. Muslim men need to, find an identity for themselves that is not rooted in violence. I mean, if I'm honest, like, if I'm not, like, I don't know. Yeah, come into our home, follow our rules. Exact, like, and it's like, it's not, it sounds terrible to say I want Muslim men to not be violent, because it sounds worse than what I'm saying, but it's like, I feel like with other ethnicities, religions, like, there is the sense of, like, what is the path to success within this country, you know? For black men, it's usually sports or the arts, but it's still a path. It's still something the community devotes itself to. In the case of the Latinos, it's working hard every day. You know, the Latinos are a very blue-collar community. That's how men define themselves, you know? I don't see that in Muslim men. For white men, it was for many years the college degree and the white picket fence. That's become harder, and now white men are going through their own kind of issues. And trying to redefine what that is, and they're struggling a bit, unfortunately. And I do wish them the best in that. But for Muslim men, I don't see as much of that. You know? I don't see that them forging that identity within Western liberal democracy of what do we do? The Asians, small business owners, some of the most diehard, protective small business owners ever. And then they got in bed with the big colleges, and now they're having their own issues. But yeah, like, the Jews, the same way. Strong sense of business ownership and money. But, you know, the truth is stranger than fiction sometimes. But, like, yeah, for all the other ethnicities, religions who have coexisted here in the United States, again, even for the ones that are considered problematic, even for African Americans and Latinos, even for them, you see within their men what that path out of poverty looks like, what their goals are personally. I don't see it for Muslims and Arabs as much. You know? I just don't. I'm the only broke Jew I know. No comment. It's just and again, you know, much like I spent the last 20 minutes insulting black men, white men, you know, Muslim men can take one too. I hope they do better. I really do. I hope they gain an identity outside of, you know, Islam's got some ideas, bro. Islam's got some ideas. Die! No! It's got some ideas about women. It's got some ideas about politics. And like I said, man, if I am pro people coming into this country, living as they will. I am pro women wearing whatever they think they want, whatever they want. Okay, I'm not, okay, you know what? I'm okay with banning burqas and niqabs. Hijabs can stay. I'm pro women doing that, wearing those if they truly believe that it causes men to, because, the argument for the hijab has always been that men won't respect you otherwise, because you want to take away men's ability to judge you based on other secondary aesthetics, shall we say, that men will often prioritize when staring at a woman. If women truly buy into that for the hijab, do you? I'm for freedom of religion. Not for, I think we should ban the niqab and the niqab and the burqa though. But it's like I'm pro freedom, but again, if anything remotely close to the UK grooming gangs ever happens here, I'm gonna be on the deport the Muslim bus. I'm hopping right on. No, never. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm not gonna say I fully understand, because first of all, it's a women's issue. But, the argument I had always heard for, I don't think there's no defense for the niqab, which is the full covering with like a mesh over the eyes so you can't even see them. And then the burqa is just the eyes are visible. I see no excuse for that. I don't think that should be acceptable to make women do that. Even if the women themselves think that's empowering, no. Shouldn't no, that we cannot have communities where that's considered acceptable. Absolutely not. But for the hijab, there are a lot of Muslim women who firmly believe it's about deferring men's eyes away from secondary aesthetics. I can kind of see that. I can get behind that. I can certainly understand a young woman not wanting to be judged for those aspects, especially if she might be uncomfortable. I don't think that's a bad thing. I can get behind it. I'm not a fan, but I can get behind it. I can accept it. I don't know. I worry for the Muslim community. I worry for the current state of the Middle East. There are some ways in which the Middle East is doing a bit better. I mean, the fall of Assad in Syria was phenomenal. That was great. Thank God for that. Hell yeah. That asshole deserves to rot in hell for the rest of for all of existence. Fuck Assad and fuck that whole regime. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. Ought to fucking die. Every fucking one of them ought to fucking die. Awful, horrible people. Horrible regime full of evil fucking people. Evil. And the new regime has its own problems. I mean, there are a lot of ISIS fighters who helped to oust Assad, and that should be noted. But could be on the right track. Could be on the right track. I don't know. There's a lot of good things happening in the Middle East. There's a lot of bad things. Iran losing its airspace to Israel is pretty goddamn funny. Regardless of my thoughts on Israel, that's just pretty goddamn hilarious to lose the entirety of your airspace to a country that's like 1/3 your size geographically and population-wise. That's just goddamn objectively hilarious. I'm sorry, Iran. And also, fuck Iran. Because, that's a Sharia law state. Fuck Iran. And I don't know. I worry for the Muslim community. And honestly, one of my biggest worries, that is not the fault of maybe in part. I worry for the Muslim community post-Palestine. Because I feel like, I don't know if this is it, let me know, genuinely. I'd like to know your guys' opinion on if this is even controversial at this point. But it was pretty obvious from the start that, like, the Palestine thing was just a wave that was eventually going to crest and fall away, right? Like, I feel like we can all acknowledge that. Like, obviously, these white kids were not going to care about Palestine long term. It just seems kind of obvious. And it seems like it's waning now. And I mean, the American public managed to turn on Ukraine. And Ukraine seemed like the one thing everybody agreed on for a long time. And even then, Americans still managed to get very critical of Ukraine seemingly overnight. I cannot imagine how much that could flip when it's a Muslim country, when it's a brown country, when it's a non-Western country, when it's a country where corporate interest is also against them, you know? Like, I cannot imagine how quickly the world could turn on Palestine. The world could very quickly. And I suspect they will, unfortunately. It's not the Palestinians' fault. And I worry for American Muslims in the wake of that. I worry for American Muslims in the wake of that. And I do feel like... I feel like a lot of American Muslim groups and individuals should have come out earlier and saying, hey, we're Americans too. Please don't desecrate American monuments in the name of Palestine. Because all of that ire is going to come back. It's not going to come back on the stupid fucking suburban white kids. You know, that same demographic we were talking about, you know, or, well, actually, it's all college students mostly. But, like, that demographic of, you know, suburban white kids in college, they're not going to be the ones who deal with the ire long term, you know. When the American public inevitably does get critical of Palestine, as they did for Ukraine, and no one thought they were going to. You know, I worry for the Muslim community at that point. You know? And the fault of that, what's sad about it is that the fault of all the ire they're going to get for the desecration of American monuments in the name of Palestine, the fault of it mostly lies on white people, white kids. But women in hijabs will feel the brunt of it long term, and that sucks. And I truly do have a lot of empathy for them. But at the same time, I also think a lot of Muslims and a lot of Muslim institutions and a lot of Muslim leaders should have come out a lot sooner and said, you know, don't desecrate American monuments and disrupt events in the name of Palestine because you're going to make us look bad. And we're going to pay the price for that in the long term. Not you white kids who are doing this crap. I don't know. It's, we'll see how it works out. Americans are not known for giving a shit about dead brown people killed by drones. They're historically not good at it, just statistically speaking. And God help them. God help them. I don't know. It's just a fucked up situation. And we still have these leaders in... Well, actually, no, not in the U.S. In the U.S., now we have Trump. And ICE, who is only doubling and tripling down the more that the blue states resist. Only coming down harder, which is great. That's what I voted for. That's what I want. You know, only coming down harder on illegal entry to the United States, which is good. We should know who is coming into the states. People who've already been deported before should be taken away. You know? Especially. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I worry for parts of the Muslim community. I want to see better for parts of the Muslim community. I want a lot of things. I want a lot of things. I don't know. At the very least, though, again, my demographic, you know, black men. Well, I mean, I'm half, but I'm not. But white people don't like it when I call myself white. You know, my demographic, we're going from strength to strength. We're in pretty good position. Why not give residency or citizenship to immigrants that are already here? Because they want to be able to continue exploiting them for cheap labor. And have the right to deport them at any point. Yeah, it's... The Democrats claim they care about these migrants, but they don't give them a path to citizenship explicitly because they want to keep them as a slave class. I know I've been playing for 6 hours. Shut up, Satisfactory. Yeah, that's the whole point. The whole point is to keep them as a subservient slave class. You can't do that if you make them citizens. Yeah, it's all about cheap labor. That's why I never buy this shit. Whenever Democrats fucking get uppity about like, oh my god, you're a fascist. You don't care about all migrants all the time. It's like, no, I fucking don't. No, give them a path to citizenship or deport them. Either they're here legally or illegally. If you want to keep them here, you know, this goes for up in Chicago where I am. You know, I had that video where I was talking about, you know, how Chicago, the mayor claims they're not a sanctuary city officially, and the governor claims we're not a sanctuary state in front of Congress, and only in front of Congress, then claims it as soon as he's back in front of the local press. You know, they claim to care about these people so much. And I'm honestly sick of being called a fucking racist for saying either deport them or don't. Like, either make them residents, make them citizens, or don't. Or deport them. Like, because if they're here illegally, they're subject to being taken advantage of. Horribly. Horribly. By corporations, by criminal enterprises, predatory landlords, predatory employers will openly take advantage of these people. You know? The police will take advantage of these people. You know? It's horrible. Give them an actual path to citizenship. Why don't they want to give them a path to citizenship? Because they only care about keeping them as a slave class. That is the whole point. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. No, I knew that was what you meant. I knew you were being sarcastic with the all caps. Don't worry. Should make entry easier on top of giving illegal immigrants that are already here citizenship. Yeah, well, the ones we want to keep. If there's ones here that we want to keep who are truly here because they want to pursue the American dream, great. Love that. Give them citizenship. Give them a path. Give them English classes, you know? Stop giving them hotel rooms. You know, give them the ability to afford their own place. How about that? You know, half the reason, and this is what I find especially ironic, half the reason that California, Illinois, and New York, half the reason they have to keep putting these migrants into hotels is because these cities are not building affordable housing. These are the exact same states that keep saying we're going to build affordable housing any day now and then don't. You know? You know, Hesfestus is a homeowner in California. He can fucking tell us. You know, these are the exact same state. These same states that are paying for hotel rooms for migrants are the same ones that are claiming they're going to totally fix the broken housing system and the unaffordability of housing any day now and never do. And what do you know? They're the same ones who are shipping in migrants and turning hotels into commie blocks. Because that's easier than actually fixing the system that your people are living with. You know? That's fucking evil. That's fucking evil. It's awful. It doesn't need to be easier. They need to learn how to follow the laws and learn English. Agreed. Even in Mexico, they're having riots down in Mexico City right now because they're sick of all the Americans who are living down there. And they're holding up signs that say, guess what? You're in Mexico, learn Spanish. Fair. Go Mexico. Kick out all those digital nomads. On top of that, I think a lot of the Democrats do believe that even if their party doesn't align with what they call the voter base, a lot of the Democrats do believe... Oh, they do believe in giving illegal citizenships... illegals a path to citizenship. I mean, that's not been my experience, but... Okay, I mean, if you say so, if that's been your experience, we do live in different states. I hope so. I would be a lot more, if I see that in the Democrats, it would certainly make me a lot more warm to the idea of ever voting Democrat again. And right now, I don't see that ever happening. But I would certainly be a lot more warmed up to the idea if Democrats really did come out and say, we want to give paths to citizenship for these migrants as opposed to keeping them as illegal migrants. I hope you're right. I haven't seen that personally, but if you're right, that's awesome. I would love to see more of that, and I hope there is more of that. That'd be great. Officials or Democrat voters, I mean, it varies. I gotta be honest, it's hard to... Sorry, sometimes when I'm ranting, I struggle with making sure to differentiate that, you know. The right, whether you mean the political machine or the people. The left, whether you mean the political machine or the people. It's depends on the individual thing. Sorry, I struggle with that. When I'm in the middle of a rant, it gets hard to tell. When I say Democrats, it could be either. I mean, I kind of use the term Democrat to mean both, depending on when. But I'm trying to get better about stopping and, like, saying, this is the group that I mean, because I don't want to be misunderstood. You know? But as far as, like, who I think, in my experience, and it could just be that Illinois is particularly racist. It is. You know, when I say here what I see in my local area, Democrats wanting them to remain a slave class, I mean both. The political machine and the individual voters. I'm around a lot of, well, I mean, there's also, yeah, like, Democrat voters want a slave class. They do. The ones who matter. The people who actually make the politics go round. Illinois has historically terrible voter output, or voter turnout. And the ones who do turn out are mostly white upper middle class, who can afford to take the day off, who can afford to, you know, like all the complaints that Democrats make about how Republicans keep black people from voting, Democrats do to everybody here too. You know, like, yeah, it's really unfortunate. But as far as the want for a slave class, at least where I am, it's both the machine and the people. And I know that sounds harsh toward the people, but it's true. It's really true. It's terrible, but it's true. Could you imagine if you went to someone else's country illegally and expect people in that country to speak your language, not the country's language? Yeah, it seems insane, right? Apparently, we're supposed to be okay with that. Oh, now he is clipping through. Oh, he's going right... He's just flying right through it. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I love that. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it there. Yeah, Illinois is really politically really fucked right now. And a lot of the people who claim to be anti-racist and woke are actually themselves deeply, deeply racist. And it's really sad because the political machine here is very much has its power base rooted in the white upper middle class. And that's been true of Illinois historically. But it's unfortunate, but it's true. So when I talk about them wanting to make immigrants a slave class, I mean both in that case. Which sounds harsh, because it is. But it's also true, unfortunately. Unfortunately. They're really terrible people. They truly are. They're truly, truly terrible people. Let's just put them on one. Let's get a merger. Oh boy! Wait, I can put a wall in later. Wait. I can align this early. Eventually, I want to put a wall here for this iron to come through. I gotta be honest, as far as... If we're going to spend so much money on these contracts to feed and house these migrants, the least we could do is pay for them to get English classes, you know? I think that'd be something the American public would actually get behind as far as the use of tax dollars, even on the right. I think we'd actually be okay with that. Because it would also help to make them a part of American culture. And I'm sure a lot of the migrants would like to have that. They'd probably love that resource. You know? It just sucks. But that's a shockingly common thing toward the end of empires, you know? You end up with a decadent upper class that prefers foreigners to its own people. Because foreigners are grateful. When you have a state that is essentially living off the the high of a golden era that's since come and gone, such as the United States and its imperial ambitions, it is, it's great to have large amounts of migrants coming in that you can openly exploit. You can use that to get people to come to your country very easily, especially when people en masse are leaving the large cities, especially, and the more efficient housing for the suburbs. Ooh, hell yeah. Is that in-game or real life? Don't tell me, actually. I'm going to assume in real life. It's more exciting that way. I need a miner. Go away. There we go. Absolutely. Damn, that's an impressive catch, my friend. Must be some insane bait you're using. Nice. Good job. I need... Shit. Okay. Back upstairs. Oh, I never dumped all this extra crap. So I gotta get power over here. God, he just goes straight through the space elevator. Ah, well. Okay. Dump this crap. This crap. That crap, that crap, that crap. Don't need that crap. And I need all the rest of this crap. Also need equipment workshop. There we go. Oh, shit. All good. We're good. We're good. We'll say, funny enough, you know what's, Oh, well, thanks for tuning in, Saul. Have a great rest of your nights. Catch you soon, hopefully. I'm planning on being here a lot. I really missed you guys. I missed being here. Missed hanging out. I've been... I've been paying more attention to what's going on in my state politics, and I'm getting a lot more local business advertisements. But I swear to God, as more Chicago stuff is creeping in, I'm also getting a shitload of Ukrainian stuff. Because there's a ton of Ukrainians. They have also been, for obvious reasons, have been coming to the U.S. in droves. A lot of Russians too, but we don't talk about that. Yeah, so I've been getting shitloads of Ukrainians showing up in my fucking content feed all over Instagram Reels. Wait, I'm curious. I'm going to go to Reels. I'm going to see how long it takes me to get one. One of these Ukrainian businesses. Here they go. Oh, there's Tim Dillon. Perfect. Sidewalk. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, there's another fucking shooting in Chicago. God damn it. What? Chicago, I'm trying to talk about an interesting fun fact about you. About all the Ukrainian businesses that are popping up. That actually was like a positive thing. And now, the first thing I have to see is about fucking shots fired in fucking Chicago, of course. Fucking of course. Fucking of course. And a bunch of AI generated nonsense. Whatever. 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 How much are we pulling up? Should be 60 per minute. Let's get a splitter right here. Two, three, four, five. Oh wait, no, it's only 60. Oh. I don't even need that. Okay, iron, iron. Oh, take those. Don't need that. Don't need that. Take that. Hey, buddy. Okay. They should be working. Oh, they're already full, so they can't. Constructors. And since it's 30 and 30, just put them right in front, 1-to-1 ratio. Okay, let's remove that. There we go. Perfect. All right, well, pretty good. Room for expansion. currently producing 40 iron plates per minute. Let's see. I mean, if we eventually do... These are each producing 30 for right now. Eventually, I'm going to get it up to like 120. So 240. Divide that by 30 be 8 in total. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do 2 more. There we go. All right. Plenty of room for easy expansion in the future. Oh. Maybe I should shoot him down. Whatever. It's too funny. I have to leave him. It's too funny. Okay, for the next one. Bring more iron over here. Don't fall in there. You'll die. You'll actually die. Maybe we should block that off or something. Whatever. It's good. It's danger. Everybody needs a little danger in their lives. There we go. It's not powered. Whoops. Okay. Now we're producing 40 iron plates per minute. Whoops. No, a little bit over. Am I going to spend too long making sure it's absolutely perfect? Abso-fucking-lutely I am. Absolutely. I can probably fit one more? Nah, probably not. I guess later on I could just split it off. How well does my internet handle the multiple streamcasts? You know, you would actually know better than I would. Currently, we are live on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube in both horizontal and vertical. That seems to be holding out pretty well. I mean, to be honest, my, well, my internet, my equipment is, like my router and shit's all pretty old. I've been getting some, fervent emails from Xfinity telling me I should upgrade, which I would love to when I have the cash for it. That's a ways off for right now. Sometimes a little grainy, but works pretty well. Okay. I mean, for Twitch, that's about what I would expect. That's fine. I gotta give Twitch that credit. They do a good job with, like, you know, keeping the stream, not having, like, I almost never have buffering. Even when my internet sucks, it just transitions into that lower quality pretty seamlessly. Yeah, my internet's not great. It's not phenomenal, but it's holding out. I probably would never play, I mean, I guess I have played online games before. We've done, like, Project Zomboid multiplayer. Probably nothing too intensive, though. I'd probably be careful about doing anything more intensive than that. But it seems to work pretty well. I don't know. If there's any glaring hiccups to it, I would, well, there's not much I can do about it right now. Again, upgrades are, I would love to upgrade, but it's a ways off. In from the front lines. This is Richard, live from the Donbass. Good to know. Like I said, I'll upgrade one of these days. My buddy who's a computer engineer may have some spare parts lying around. Maybe he has an extra router or something. But he also tends to be one of those people where he's like, anything he does has to be the best. Because it's like, you can't just upgrade, you know, in a sensible, reasonable way. You have to build the biggest and best thing, which then usually results in him doing nothing, because because the biggest and best thing is a lot of work. I don't know. One of these days I'll upgrade, but probably not soon. Hopefully the next couple of months, though. How do I want to build this? Cool, bro. See you soon. Okay. Miner. Shit, I'm out of concrete. Alright, that sucks. Okay. Still got more iron over here, but first I need to get the concrete set up. Desperately need concrete. I used to have a shitload of limestone from those extractors. Yo. Okay. It's not much concrete, but should be enough concrete that I can set up a concrete factory. Oh, I'm gonna die, aren't I? Oh no, I'm alive! Oh, thank God. Okay, just gotta plug it in. Pulling up 60 limestone per minute. That's not great. There we go. Don't need this vestigial tail of platforms. Need a constructor. Okay, I'm only bringing up 60 per minute, which sucks, but not the end of the world. And I do have a regular source of concrete now, that's still good. It's not much, but it'll be enough. Plenty of power. Not worried about that. Yeah, they're barely burning right now. Still generating more. That's great. Oh, damn, I had enough screws for that. Oh well. Oh well, not the end of the world. Merger. There. There. There we go. 30 iron per minute. All right. All 4 iron veins are finally pumping. Well, granted, I mean, I'm acting like it's a big deal. Most of the reason it wasn't earlier is because I was just not. It's because I wasn't. I was being too pedantic about where I placed everything. That was my problem. That's clearly my problem. Oh well, it's gonna look so aesthetic once it's done. It's gonna look so nice. You know, don't freak out. It's gonna look so nice. It's gonna require less holes. There we go. Very nice. Alright, make that hole in the floor significantly smaller. Bring in all the iron we need. Should I just start this one sooner? It's gonna be a splitter. Three more. Oh, you know what? I'm just realizing we're gonna need twice as many because the smelters. Yeah, shit. We're gonna need twice as many of these. I made this overly complicated for no reason. It's already built. Who cares? Let it stay. Don't actually need these ones yet. Okay. Yo, welcome in, welcome in. So inefficient. What? What are you talking about? Well, I'm still sticking with the, I still only have the Mark 1 conveyor belts. I just started today, man. Well, I mean, I didn't start this game today, but, like, I started this new save today because they've had a new update since last time I played. I want to make sure I can use those elevators. Those can all stay. Like 3 of these. Oop, out of concrete. I need that. Yeah, well, I mean, I've only put in like 1,500 hours to this game. So, you know, I don't think I should be judged. I think I should be graded on a curve. I only have like 1,500 hours, so I think I should be graded on a curve, actually. Only like 1,500. Yeah, well, just because I play a game a lot doesn't mean I'm good at it. Yeah, I think I probably put in like 800-900 on it when I first got this game on like Epic Game Store, and then I bought it on Steam. So I've bought it twice, and each time I've put in more hours into it. It's ludicrous. The bright side kind of works out. It's my favorite game to stream. Wait. What am I doing? Why do I keep putting these on the ground? No reason. Oh god, Allie's drunk again. Don't pass out anywhere you shouldn't. Wait, merger going that way. That'll do. That's a temporary solution. Well, we're finally getting these. Finally getting... Okay, somebody get Allie some help. Enjoy the queue. Try not to pick any fights. Or fart on anyone. Okay. I don't need that much. You can take those. The thing I need most is more... Well, I need more biomass, too. Let me check my biomass burner, see how my power is doing right now. And I really... Yo, welcome in, Bisky. Welcome in. And then I really need to get on to upgrading to coal power. How are we doing here? Oh, fine. We're just fine. Just fine. I also need to start getting screws built. Need more iron for that. How are we doing? I think I'm doing pretty well. Honestly, just chilling, playing some Satisfactory. Just started this new save today. My, oh, God, I need more concrete, I need more iron, need more copper. But that's the way this game goes. So I'm doing pretty well. I'm okay, but also Canadian. Are the Canadians alright? Are you okay, man? Is being Canadian affecting you deeply? It probably is, actually, with the tariffs. Sorry about that, by the way. Let's see. Yeah, sorry about that. It's strange. You guys elected a Goldman Sachs banker into the, I don't know, your equivalent of the White House. I don't know what that's called. I probably should. In, what is the capital? Is it Ottawa? I think is the capital. I think. I'm really. Hey, man. Look, you know, Trump's a businessman. We could have come to an agreement, I feel like. Canada keeps wanting to play hardball. You know, you hired this Goldman Sachs banker, you know, thinking you were going to get away with something, and Trump's just not allowing it. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Ah, okay. We're alive. We're alive. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. I deserved that. I deserved that. I deserved that. Canada got me on that. Okay. All right. Well played, Canada. Well played. Parliament? Is it just called the Parliament Building? Like in Ottawa? Is that just what it's called? I don't know. I feel like, you know, in a lot of countries, it's like a big thing, you know, the White House. Or, you know, what is that? What is the British equivalent? It's like Downing Street? What is the... No, that's just where the Prime Minister lives. I forget what it's called. I don't know. I feel like in a lot of them, there's like this, a lot of countries, there's this big like name for like their, you know, center of government. I assumed Canada had one. I just didn't know what it was. It's just the Parliament Building. I don't need this many iron rods. I'm sorry, I can't get over that. I'm fine, but I'm Canadian. I'm sorry, bro. That sucks. Genuinely. That sucks. Take those. That. One more here. There we go. It's just the Parliament Building. Oh, that's kind of lame. Come on, Canada, step up your game. Gotta have cooler buildings. Trump fighting. Oh my god. I don't think, you know, I'll be honest. Watching Elon and Trump fight has truly been the highlight of my year. I don't think there's really a side worth fighting for. Both sides are full of rich assholes. I don't know. I don't think either side's really worth rooting for, to be honest. Both sides pretty much suck. I don't think either side is worth fighting for. I guess maybe I'm marginally on Elon's side because at least he's pushing to get the Epstein files released. So I will say at least I guess I am kind of marginally on Elon's side. He is the one trying to say the Epstein files should be released. So that's something. That's something. Sorry, Allie, what? What? Wait, we're paying for the Discord now? Wait, what? Wait, what? Where did this come from? I didn't know this was a thing. What are you talking about? Paying for the Discord? There we go. Okay. Anyway. Actually, hang on. See. There. No, Allie's not a bot. No, Allie's just going through something right now. No, we don't charge for the Discord. And if you guys are charging for the Discord without telling me, I'm going to be really upset about that, actually. Don't do that. There we go. Yo, Vandal, welcome in. Good to see you. It's been a while, I know. I'm just getting back into the game. I've been away for a bit. Had some struggles with the internet, but I'm back. And hopefully better than ever. At least I like to think so. Probably should have connected these. No. Yeah, Bisky, there is a Discord. We do have one. It's free. If you'd like to join, that's great. If not, that's fine. Sorry, I feel like a lot's getting thrown at you. Yeah, no, the Discord is free. We may talk about doing a paid Discord later, but I would not like to see anyone doing a charging for my Discord without telling me, I'd be quite upset about that. We don't do that here. Anyway. Thank you. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm really... Like I said, I am just... I know it's been... I didn't realize it had been a month since I had streamed last. And it's a shame because I had that one video that took off and got like 100,000 views right before my internet got fucking shut off, which sucks, but... You know what? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, fuck it. You know? We're here to, all I can do at this point is just get back on the ball, start, I don't know, just start streaming again, start making content again, start having fun with my people again, you know? That's all there is. So thank you for being here. Thanks for checking in. I'm glad you came. And if you want to check out the Discord, feel free. Again, it's free. It's not a paid thing. Anyway. Okay. Go. There we go. And somebody said I was inefficient. Look at this use of space. Look how tight this is. Oh no, that's right, actually. There we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was also talking to the Twitch, but yeah. Bisky's over there. Despite the inherent heaviness. That's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'd like to do more stuff. I'm actually in talks to with a congresswoman to potentially interview her. Whether or not it happens, I'm not quite sure yet. I'm still figuring everything out. And trying to keep the internet bills on. That was part of why I wanted to make sure it got back on as soon as possible. You know? Because I have some political figures who actually wouldn't mind talking to me. And a lot of political figures are becoming a lot more receptive to new media. You know? So, we'll see how that goes. I'm hoping to do that in the next couple of months, but if not, it's fine. There we go. Walkable access areas for maintenance. The fucking OSHA violations. I mean, we're gonna have, does this not look walkable to you? Look how much space there is here. This is tight, but there's so much space. Look at all this. We got all of our conveyor belts up off the ground. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all this maintenance room. Look at all of it. Look at all of it. Should interview Lori Lightfoot? Kill me. Fucking kill me. Kill me. I would know. Also, that interview would be boring. Lori Lightfoot's not an... Lori Lightfoot, and same with Brandon Johnson, they're not interesting leaders. They're just, I don't know, the same, like... They're really boring, bland Democrats. Like, do-nothings. They're not... I don't know. They're like... Something worse than a DEI hire. They're do-nothing hires. They're, we don't expect you to actually accomplish anything hires. You know? They're... I don't know. Chicago Democrats are the worst fucking people. And very, very boring. The congresswoman I'm currently talking to is Mary Miller, who's also from Illinois, but is a Republican from the, was it no, not 13th Congressional District. 14th, 15th Congressional District? Any hard hat area signs? I will get some later. I will get some. Anyway, she, yeah, I mean, the Republicans in Illinois aren't a whole lot better, if I'm entirely honest. Like, even as a Republican living in Illinois, Illinois Republicans, like, as an institution, are not effective. Like, it's just, they're not. They're not like an effective political machine, you know? That's honestly kind of the problem with a lot of politics in Illinois these days. It's all just the same... You know, it's all the same corruption, the same bullshit, just maybe a different guy's face on the cover, you know? It's all the same crap at the end of the day. But we don't have OSHA violations, and that's what matters. Okay, so I am producing plenty of iron rods, plenty of iron plates, and I'm producing concrete, slowly but surely. Next big things are, especially screws. Really need screws. I have plenty. Perfect. Republican state congressman in my area fighting for weed legalization against Republican establishment in Ohio. And flip the issue back. Wait, Ohio doesn't have legal weed yet? It's such a great tax booster. And especially with so much extra shit going on. You know, especially. Like, it was so much, so much shit happening with drugs happening. I mean, come on. It's like, weed. Are we still mad about weed? I don't know. Do people still care about, like, flour? You know, like, I could understand not wanting, like, the Delta 8 products. That shit's dangerous. Or, like, you know, any number of the vape pens, because it's way too convenient to just stay perma-stoned. That I can get. But to be mad about, like, places growing flour these days, come on. You know, come on. Especially when Ohio could use the tax money. I don't know. We'll see. I'm really surprised Ohio's not, like, more on board with that. Again, they could use the tax dollars. I'm kind of surprised by that. But, I mean, it's their decision. It's good there are people who are fighting to, like, change it, though. I mean, I'm not... I mean, as far as here in the... I mean, Ohio is still the Midwest. I always think of Ohio as, like, the East for some reason as soon as you get past Indiana. We do have legal weed, but ever since it was voted on, the local or county governance has been fighting it tooth and nail. Really? Interesting. Alright. That's interesting. The local level, they're fighting it. Maybe they're not getting enough of the tax dollars, if I'm honest. I'm willing to bet that probably means they're not getting any of the taxes. Because I would think any branch of government that's getting paid from that stuff, from the sticky icky, is definitely not going to be fighting it in any way, shape, or form. That kind of surprises me. Alright. Alright, I mean, they promised us... I mean, it could be worse. I mean, they promised us here in Illinois that, you know, the weed taxes would help to pay to cut our other taxes, and then they just didn't do it. They just kept all the taxes and consolidated more money for themselves in their own political maneuvering. It's fucking terrible. Kind of want to move to Michigan only because it's been normalized the 10 years it's been open there. You know what's really funny? I've heard Michigan's going from strength to strength. The parts that aren't turning into the parts that aren't turning into a Muslim caliphate, I've heard are going from strength to strength. I've heard good things about Michigan. Whether or not Michigan does well, honestly, same for Ohio. Whether or not a lot of Midwest states do well the next couple of years is going to depend on their ability to reindustrialize. And I don't know. I've heard that most of the major Ohio suppliers are growing firms established in other states. Really? So they're just like shipping it in over state lines? I can't imagine... Well, I guess they must not be growing in Michigan then, because, I mean, transporting that through Indiana has got to be would be pretty dangerous and illegal. Because Indiana, you can't even transport over those lines. Which is hilarious, because, this is what I was going to say. My buddy, the last time he was driving through northern Indiana on his way up to Michigan, just like a couple of weeks ago, and he said that one of the most common sights was in northern Indiana was advertisements for dispensaries in Michigan. Which is fucking hilarious, because it's illegal, and they would put like a small thing at the bottom that says, product may or may not be legal in the state of Indiana. And it's like, really? Like you're... Oh boy. But, you know, honestly, I kind of almost respect that from Indiana. You know, collect the money. Why not? Why not? If you know that your people are going up there and buying it anyway, may as well get your piece of the pie by letting them do the advertisements. You know, I almost kind of respect that. I don't know. I guess if the local municipalities are fighting it tooth and nail, I guess it would kind of make sense for them to have outside to ship in from out of state. Where would they be shipping in, though? West Virginia? Does West... Where else? Again, definitely not from Michigan or Illinois. Illinois would be a bit of a drive. Although, I mean, for a product like that doesn't spoil necessarily super fast, I mean, you could do it. That's interesting. Marijuana legalization has been such a fascinating story in the United States. There we go. Youngstown, things are turning around. Well, that's good. I mean, I'm glad that Youngstown is doing better. Youngstown was very much like the episode... Oh, did you ever watch America Lost, by the way? I thought you were in on Home Depot. Is that still going? Wait. Sorry, we gotta wait for Allie. Apparently the Twitch stream is restarting. I don't know. I mean, we're having a lot of problems here in Illinois with just mostly like kids just staying like perma-stoned again. You know, they have those like. And again, I smoke weed. I am pro weed legalization. I also just don't think it's worth making it illegal, given all the shit people can get these days. But it's like. I don't know. He promised he might shake some of his Epstein heat. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I gotta be honest. I think the Epstein stuff overall is gonna make him and MAGA look better. I said this a bit earlier in the stream, but like, I think the fact that, well, that would be awesome. I think the fact that we have seen MAGA, the MAGA movement, so readily shitting on Trump's face, if anything, helps to prove the fact that he is definitely not a tyrant if he's willing to take this. And that's actually quite good, because that's the main argument that the left has been trying to use against him. What am I doing here? What am I trying to build here? What do I want to be building here with this extra iron? Do I want to be building screws? Probably, yeah. Yeah, let's get a dedicated screw factory. There we go. Came to an end. Tariffs kind of fucked business, seasonal business. Really? Oh, man. Be back in home care? All right. Well, I hope it goes well for you. I know that's a rough gig, so I'm rooting for you, man. Hope things go well. It's, job market's rough everywhere, but I'm glad you're finding your way through it. It's tough. It's tough out there. It's tough out there. I'm glad you're finding your way through it. There we go. There we go. This is really close. Oh, whatever works. Oh, yeah, splitter. Yeah. There we go. What do you mean no power? Oh, I didn't actually hook up the machines. Probably should do that. Okay, okay. Good recommendation. So in theory, can show up at any Home Depot with a foot in the door? Hell yeah. Yeah, if you want to move out of state, that's a great place to do it. I know Wisconsin has had really, really good... if you're looking at other Midwest states, Wisconsin's had a big construction boom. In large part because of the people from Illinois fleeing Illinois. But if you're looking at Home Depots specifically, and it's a good gig, that might be something to look into. Or again, Michigan. I mean, those dispensaries are nice, man. Oh. Thanks. I appreciate it. Oh, well. I mean, here in Illinois, even the governor's mansion doesn't have fucking toilets in it. Did you hear about that scandal with fucking Pritzker? Apparently, despite the fact that he's consistently raising Illinoisans' property taxes, he skipped out on property taxes in a $6.5 million mansion by ripping out all the toilets and declaring the house unlivable so he could avoid paying full price taxes on it. Fucking douche. The fucking piece of shit he is. Fucking billionaire who doesn't want to pay his own share of taxes while claiming to be fighting for the common man. What a piece of crap. And people actually buy that shit when he sells it to them. That's just sad. Come on, turn green. There we go. Okay, now it's getting iron. Toilets in the mansion. He either ripped them out or he lied. Basically, it meant that having no toilets, because again, he either purposefully ripped them out or lied about it, means that his house went from being valued at $6.5 million to $1 million because it was declared unlivable by the state because it had no toilets, and allowed him to skip out on a lot of property taxes. Pritzker's a fucking douche, man. He's a fucking terrible person. Fucking piece of shit. Rogue Trader. Ooh, nice. I still have not played, but have fun. Sounds cool. I think you described it to me a couple of times, and it just keeps going over my head. Okay, I definitely need to be building screws. How many can I build? Requires 10 iron rods per minute. Okay. How many am I making now? So these 4 are making 60. Shit. Okay. Oh, that's a pain. Okay. Wait, we can do a weave here. We're gonna do a weave here. Shit, I want to be able to expand that if I need to. It's 40k Baldur's Gate. Ooh, Baldur's Gate, but not gay? That sounds awesome. Hell yeah. Have fun. That sounds great. Well, I mean, I know original Baldur's Gate wasn't, but, you know. Sounds pretty cool. I don't think original Baldur's Gate was as gay as Baldur's Gate 3. I guess I could be wrong. I haven't played it. Right. See the constructor there. 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 And there. Okay, this one is going to go against OSHA. You're going to have to forgive me. Merger. Shit. How the fuck do I set this up? Okay. Imperium has a writ of commerce. Ooh. Space Pirate's pretty cool. Alright. I think you've explained this to me before, but it's always like, I'll add it to my list of games I'm going to play sometime in the next 20 years. I have to at some point. Sounds cool as hell. Yeah, fine. Here we go. And go. 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 Alright, there we go. Let's plug it in here too, why not? Baldur's Gate 3 may be gay, but that game was still fun as fuck, and most of the characters were lovely. Hey, look, man, I ain't judging. The game can be gay if it wants to be gay. I'm not judging here. I always said, if Baldur's Gate 3 wants to be gay and appeal to a gay crowd, or, you know, straight white millennial crowd, that's fine. They can do them. But the game is gay. Real gay. And that's fine. But it's gay. Real gay. And that's fine. But it's gay. Just is. Not a good thing or a bad thing. Just a thing. It's just real gay. As is the new Fantastic Four movie. Oh my god, that movie looks gay as fuck. And again, not even like saying gay in like a bad way. It's just gay as in just... movie looks gay as shit. Pedro Pascal has never looked gayer than he does in that movie. Honestly. Very fun, kind of jank in some ways. That's fair. I gotta be honest, I mean, that I feel like disproportionately ends up being true for a lot of games I end up really loving. Like, they end up being, like, having some degree of jank you have to just put up with. But, like, they usually try some kind of an interesting concept that you can't get anywhere else. So it just ends up being worth it in the end. Oh, I need more iron plates. I'm making plenty of them. Now we finally have screws. What we do not have is infinite power, though, because we don't have coal energy yet. Where'd I put it? Yeah, just like the thumbnail of the main trailer, the way that Pedro Pascal runs, I'm just like... I don't know. I don't want to be judgy, but like the way he runs, it's just so... It's gay. It's really gay. It's just... There's no better way of putting it. It's just really gay. And that's fine. But is it... Boy, it looks gay. Boy, does it look gay. The higher levels, like your level 5 power, still works fine. I mean, I like the idea of your original power still working. I mean, I don't know. I'm a big proponent of sticking with the starter pistol in many a first-person shooter, so it's quite possible I'm just a very boring person. I don't know. I don't mind that, I guess. Splitter? No, I need a merger. Okay. Okay, I need a lot more of these. Give me those. Give me those. Give me those. Wow, you're producing screws really fast. See, see. These are producing 40 per minute, and I have 4 of them. That means we're producing 1, 2, 3. Oh, I have 6 of them. So that's 240 screws per minute. That's more than this can hold. Okay, hang on. There we go. Crafting. There we go. 2 classes are nearly useless. All you need are Vanguards and Blades Masters. Alright, man. It's all Greek to me. Ooh, actually, okay. Quick disclaimer, though. I am going to hop off in about 15. I was planning on going for 8 hours today. I'm going to be back. I don't know. Let me know. What do you guys think? I'm planning on... I'd like to just start just being here as much as possible. What would be a better schedule? Like 2 p.m.? If you're in Ohio, I guess it would be like an hour off. Like, thinking about doing like either 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. or noon to 8 p.m. I don't know. 8 p.m. seems kind of late to... kind of early to be wrapping up, even on a weekday. And then I'll probably just move it up during the weekends. I don't know. Enemy variety is good. Ooh, enemy variety better be good in a 40k game. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All 4 Chaos Gods. Hell yeah. It's a fucking haul. Hey, man. I got a lot... look, I want to make streaming a career. I got to devote to it. And I already lost a month from having my internet shut off. And thank God, you know, my buddies helping me out with both my rent and my internet bill. I got to pay him back. I got to be working hard. So 8 hours... And I also want to be doing some editing in the morning. You know, at least until I find a full-time job or something. Wait, what's going on? One of my buddies messaged me. Oh, God. Okay, great, man. Probably. Alright. Well, I'll figure it out. If all else fails, I'll be here on the weekends. Be the black Asmongold. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, I'm not a fan of that. Oh, I'm not a fan of that. My house is so much cleaner than that. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't don't have anything against Asmongold, aside from the fact that it's... I don't know. I'd like for my content to be more than sitting around and watching Cash Jordan all day. Like Cash Jordan, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Black Asmongold. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, I kind of hate that. I'm not a fan of that. I don't know. I guess I don't have anything like against Asmongold personally. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I've said it before. I stumbled ass backwards into streaming. I wanted to make videos, but was never very good at it. Was never very good with the videos. I always do better on streaming. I feel like my stuff is more entertaining. You know? Tends to attract more people, you know? I don't know. I don't know. But I guess when you're in this environment, you know, the requirements of being a content creator these days and the rigorous time scales that you're under, you know, you got to make content or be left behind always. So I don't know. It's hard to blame him at that point. You know, it's the incentive structures of these actual streaming and content creation social media sites, you know, that drives creators to have to do that. You know? So if they're stealing content, maybe we should stop incentivizing them to do that. Instead, incentivize them to make good content instead, you know? I don't know. It's my 2 cents. Oh, Black Asmongold. That's gonna stick with me. I'm gonna have nightmares about that. Ugh. Got quartz. Ah, there we go.
Power slugs extract latent energy from their surroundings to sustain themselves. By tuning the object scanner to the particular potential energy signature, it is now able to locate them against the background environmental static. Overclocking development completed. Power shards can now be inserted into all buildings to increase input and output speed. Underclocking is also possible. Note: power consumption of overclocked buildings increases exponentially.
No. I need Caterium. That's probably going to be really far, though. Why is Russia cooked? Oh. Oh, right, I forgot I still have that in the title. Yeah, Russia's cooked because it would appear Donald Trump is getting very, very fed up with Vladimir Putin's a third of their army has HIV. I have heard about the HIV rates. Yeah, they're fucking wild. More than anything, it's because the Donald Trump is finally starting to get tired of Vladimir Putin's bullshit, and boy, am I fucking here for it. God, I'm here for it. So he made a big deal over the weekend over how on Monday I'm going to have a big announcement about this. He didn't know what it was, but, you know, he was letting his background people figure it out. And today, not only is the aid turned back onto Ukraine, apparently the aid is flowing faster than before, which is hilarious. And ooh, that's a long drop. Donald Trump has said that is giving even more weapons to Ukraine now, and encouraging other NATO members to send more, which is good, both for Ukraine and for the. Oh God! Oh wow! Oh wow! That was not the stream. That was the game. Yeah, it's good for the American economy because it's going to hopefully bring back manufacturing as America needs more weapons and starts building more plants to build weapons, which is great. Oh, this is the cenote. I remember this. Oh, we're at the like very heart of the map then. Shit. Epstein now Ukraine. Well, I support Trump on the Ukraine thing. I support him finally coming around that Vladimir Putin is just jerking him around and not trying to accomplish anything. The Epstein thing, that's just funny as shit. I love seeing fucking Donald Trump squirm. I mean...
Potential edible collected. Reminder that look and smell alone do not provide sufficient
Man,
data
this place
to
is way better than
determine
Ohio.
exact
They have
risk of
edibles
cons-
just sitting around. Ah! You need to die. Oh, boy. I think I saw some more mushrooms over here. Did I? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Fuck off. Ugh. Hate these things. Ugh. Built autonomous dock just to boat drones. What the fuck? I don't know. I mean, I gotta be honest, I haven't been thrilled with the United States' responses to drone warfare, you know? Some of the Army's new specific, yeah, the age of the supercarrier is definitely over. I would agree with you on that. The era of the tank might be over, too. Apparently, some new information just dropped about America's specific tactics involving drones and what you do. And apparently it involves using the main cannon of a tank to fire on them. And it's really dumb, and the Russians have apparently been roasting us. The Russian mill bloggers have apparently been roasting us pretty hard for not learning any lessons from the Ukraine war, so that's great. That means a lot of young men are going to die unless we get our shit together and learn how to fight on the modern battlefield. We'll see how it goes. As far as the supercarrier, more than likely, I mean, it's going to be the age of the... I don't know, the drone boat, the age of the... something half to a third the size of a supercarrier with thousands upon thousands upon thousands of drones, and possibly, preferably, the ability to produce drones inside. And, you know, there's a lot of technology that's coming out about that involving 3D printing and things like that. So you don't have to bring in all the drone parts. You just bring in a small handful of them, and then the rest of the body gets 3D printed. Ooh. Still impure. Jesus. All the iron around here is terrible. Oh, God. Oh, God. That's a lot of them. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Idiot. Oh, shit! Oh, God. Fuck you guys! Think the tank is set to evolve into something more like the Bradley? I could see that. I could see that. I think that's a fair assessment. I think that could happen. I don't know. I mean, who knows, to be honest. Oh, the exploration side of this game is fucking great. Yeah, it is. The environment does look a lot like Ark, you're right. But yeah, no, there's in addition to all the base building, there's also the going out and exploring half of the game in Satisfactory. And it's also fucking great. Where is my base, though? Oh, it's over here. There's the space elevator. Okay, I don't have a lot of health, so let's avoid the poison gas if we can. Ah! You! I need to kill you! Get over here.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. Their weaponized plasma is most likely stored as a stable chemical substance in an organ close to their mouth, and only turns volatile when exposed to one of the chemical elements in the air.
Ugh.
Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Gross. The drone era? Actually, yeah, totally. I mean, on both the Ukrainian and Russian side, the good old-fashioned 12-gauge shotgun has proven to be the most effective counter-drone measure if you're riding on a vehicle. Yeah, like, I mean, skeet shooters have become a good commodity to have in your infantry units. That's actually, yeah, there's a lot of truth to that. There are also some new innovations as far as, like the new, some of the new stuff coming from Rheinmetall dealing with, for dealing with drones is kind of interesting. Whether or not it takes off, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that's up in the air right now. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows? Just have to wait and see, really. I don't know. The real question is going to be, can the United States adapt to this new age? You know? An age without super carriers, where large displays of force just get you shot down by a swarm of drones, you know? Can the United States adapt to that situation? That's the real question here. I hope we do. Quiet data. Requires 5 protein. Okay, cool. There we go. America loves shotguns. Russia loves shotguns, apparently. Ukraine loves their shotguns. Like I said, best anti-drone deterrent they've got. I don't know. We're going into... have you seen some of the comparisons? If you want to see something really terrifying, look at the comparisons they've been doing between human drone operators and AI drone operators. It's crazy. The weapon history shotgun meme. I'm assuming it's got something to do with the good old-fashioned World War I trench sweeper. But I have not seen the meme. Which is funny, because I'm a big history buff. Oh, boy.
Research completed. Alien protein can now be turned into biomass or alien DNA capsules. In addition to being used for research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for fix-it coupons at the Awesome Sink. We guarantee the best capsule to coupon exchange rate anywhere on this planet.
Yep. About time to jump off. Let me finish this few things first. Oh, no, I finished that. Okay, cool. All right, I'm saving it here. New Memphis. All right. I'm saving it here. Let's switch these over. Cool. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. It has been fun. It has been a good day. Feeling pretty all right now. Oh, boy. Okay. I'm feeling pretty